Yep. This will be part one today. Um, I might as well just telegraph what we're going to do. So in this episode, we're going to hit everything in Revelation 3 that's Old Testament pertinent that we haven't hit before. There is, in these letters, there's been overlap of content. This will be no different. But I'm going to skip the keys of David in Revelation 3:7, and that's what's going to be part two, because we're going to take that verse and then loop back to Revelation 1:18, the keys of death and Hades, and devote a full episode to this keys stuff, this keys language. So hence we're going to have two parts, because there's just a lot going on with respect to the keys thing that is really, I think, for this audience, especially in light of Unseen Realm, and I'll just tip it off a little bit, it's going to be directly connected to Christ's descent to the underworld. The 1 Peter 3 thing, that it should be familiar for those who have read Unseen Realm, and the use of Enoch and the Watchers and all that kind of stuff. So that whole keys thing is going to be part of that. So that needs its own episode for sure. So this time we're just going to hit the other stuff that we have not touched on before in Revelation 3. So part one is Old Testament and Revelation 3, everywhere else but that. So I'm going to start here by reading the first letter here, really the first 5 or 6 verses. You've got 3 churches here. This is the letter to the church in Sardis that the chapter starts out with. So let's just jump in here. I'm reading ESV. To the angel of the church in Sardis write the words of him who has the 7 spirits of God and the 7 stars. I know your works. You have the reputation of being alive, but you are dead. Wake up and strengthen what remains and is about to die, for I have not found your works complete in the sight of my God. Remember then what you received and heard, keep it and repent. If you will not wake up, I will come like a thief, and you will not know at what hour I will come against you. Here's verse 4. Yet you have still a few names in Sardis, people who have not soiled their garments, and they will walk with me in white, for they are worthy. The one who conquers will be clothed thus in white garments, and I will never blot his name out of the book of life. I will confess his name before my Father and before his angels. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. So that's the first 6 verses, and really aimed again at the church in Sardis. And what I want to focus on for our purposes, again, if you're just a listener jumping in here to the series, we're focused on the use of the Old Testament in the book of Revelation. So we're not doing a verse-by-verse commentary on Revelation. We're not talking about end-time systems or anything like that. If some of that becomes relevant because of the use of the Old Testament, we'll hit that when we come to it. But our focus is on the impact of the Old Testament in this book. So in verses 4 and 5, we get a couple of phrases here that have, hooks back into the Old Testament. They will walk with me in white, and then this reference to white garments. And you also get a reference to white garments later in chapter 3 and verse 3:18, or chapter 3, verse 18. Now, white, if you actually, did a search, in the book of Revelation, white shows up a lot. It's a prominent color in the book of Revelation. In the New Testament, there are 26 occurrences of this term, leukos in Greek, white. 16 of them are in the book of Revelation, so well over half. 8 of the 16 refer to clothing, and the other 8 of those 16 refer to some aspect of the heavenly realm, in the book of Revelation. So the connection, most scholars think here is Daniel 11:35 or Daniel 12:1, and maybe verse 10. I'm going to go to Daniel 12 just so you can catch the drift here. It says here, let's go back to 11:35 first, then might as well hit them all. So 11:35, we have this language here. It's talking about the holy ones, the faithful ones in Daniel 11. And it says here, some of the wise shall stumble, so that they may be refined, purified, and made white until the time of the end, for it still awaits the appointed time. So you have this time of the end, appointed time, connection with being made white, okay? Then you go to chapter 12. At that time shall arise Michael, the great prince, who has charge of your people, and there shall be a time of trouble. such as never has been since there was a nation till that time. But at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone whose name shall be found written in the book. So here we have a reference to this time. And we're going to talk about this time of trouble a little bit in this episode. It's connected to, since there's a reference there to this time that goes back to chapter 11, verse 35, where we get being made white. And here in 12:1, you get the same people found written in the book. It doesn't say book of life, but just the book. And so you can already tell, again, this is what John is drawing on. He's drawing on something in Daniel 11:35. He's combining that with Daniel 12:1, because back in Daniel, they seem to be connected anyway. You go down to Daniel 12:10. Many shall purify themselves and make themselves white and be refined, but the wicked shall act wickedly, so on and so forth. So there's this connection with being made white at some time of trouble. That is, of course, in Daniel 12, the Old Testament context is very clearly the day of the Lord, the end of days, that sort of thing. And so this is kind of easy for scholars to look at and figure out, initially anyway, what Daniel is angling for, what he's drawing on. So white, at the least, denotes membership or belongingness for those who overcome, at the end of days, in this time of trouble. And white, of course, would also be associated with the heavenly realm in the book of Revelation. Now, that's not really news, but we often fail to think about what that combination of things means, sort of where it goes, where it leads, because we fail to connect it with other terms that describe the appearance or transformation of believers, elsewhere. And so Beale, for instance, in his book on John's use of the Old Testament and Revelation, he's going to do this. He's going to say, well, this is kind of interesting. We've got white, we've got being made white, we've got a reference to white clothing. Again, we're drawing on Daniel, so it's some sort of, end of days, day of the Lord kind of thing. But he doesn't just let it drop there, which a lot of commentators do. He asked the question, well, okay, believers transformed into whiteness or white garments. What else happens to believers in the book of Revelation? Okay, so here's what he writes. Christians taste the inaugurated fruits of some of the latter-day promises cited in the 7 letters even before they die. The inaugurated aspect of some of the promises, and again, he's talking about an already but not yet thing when he uses the word inaugurated. The inaugurated aspect of some of the promises can be discerned from an analysis of Revelation 2:7, in which we've talked about in earlier episodes, as well as from the concluding promises of each of the letters. And he says, if you compare, for instance, Revelation 2:26 and 27, to him that overcomes, I will put him over the nations. Revelation 3:21, to him that overcomes, he will sit on my throne. It's this shared rulership thing. I will give to him the morning star. So these are transformative things. This is something that's going to happen to believers. And since the kingdom is already present in some way, it's an already but not yet sort of thing. And so what Beale's going to say here is this being transformed, we need to think of it in terms of those, the already but not yet as well. So he says, if you go to Revelation 2:10, there we get a reference to crowns, along with Revelation 3:11 and 4:4. We have white garments in Revelation 3:4 and 5, of course. We also get it in 18, but we also get the white mention in Revelation 4:4 and 6:11. In fact, writes Beale, if the process of conquering for the believer is completed at one's death, then it is probable that the promises to the conquerors begin to some degree, also at death. He's connecting these things, in other words. Now, let's take crowns, for instance, when, he's lumping all this together, being made white, white garments, crowns, put over the nations, given the morning star, ruling with Jesus, sitting on his throne. All these things that show up in Revelation 2 and Revelation 3. Now, I don't know about you, but every time I heard in the past, some sermon about, crowns in heaven, it's always about winning a prize, like you win a contest or something. But if you're catching the drift here, it's really about rulership. Okay, shared rule as a member of God's ruling family body. In other words, as a member of God's council. The terminology of things like crowns and of this appearance, you basically, you're transformed to look like what you are, to look like one of those guys already in the heavenly realm who are, again, members of God's host, members of God's council. Angels always being depicted in white, and here we have believers in white, and we've got the language of the holy ones in the New Testament applied to believers. There are all sorts of pieces to this that we fail to sort of put together, and where they all lead to is the transformation of the human believer to membership and a role, a participatory role in God's counsel. That's where all of this language leads. But we tend to sort of look at little pieces of it, in sermons or whatnot, and make it about either winning a contest or performance on earth or something like that. And it's just so much bigger than that. It's not that those things are nowhere in the picture. It's that's not the picture. That's not the whole picture. It's not even the most important part of the picture. Now, Owen, in his Revelation commentary, picks up on the same strategy that, hey, let's look at how else believers are transformed in the language and combine all these things to get a fuller picture. He picks up on something that a lot of other commentators don't, at least in the resources I have. He picks up on the line, they will walk with me in white. Okay, the walking. And he says this. The language of Revelation 3:4 is very possibly influenced by Genesis 5:22 and 6:9, where it is said of both Enoch and Noah that they, quote, walked with God. Now, I would say this, though Owen spots this, he, in his commentary, at least he sees it, but he merely comments about it as some sort of language that is indicative of a relationship with God. And that's certainly true of both Enoch and Noah, okay? For sure that's part of what's going on. But in Enoch's case, there's a little bit more going on because Enoch is translated. He is taken into God's presence, into the council throne room, so to speak. So there's a little bit more going on. Now, in this regard, I'm going to recommend a book. Again, I typically recommend, books, and I try not to land on resources that are really expensive. This one actually exists in paperback, so it's not bad. It's part of the Library of New Testament Studies, and the author is Laszlo, and I'm not sure I'm pronouncing the last name correctly, but Galluz. It's Galluz. And the book is entitled The Throne Motif in the Book of Revelation. Again, it's part of the Library of New Testament Studies series. And I just want you to listen to what he does with this kind of language, especially the crown and the throne room, because, newsflash to readers of Revelation, after we're done with chapter 3, after this whole, you're made white, the crowns, and you sit with me on my throne and you inherit the nations, we go into chapter 4. And what's chapter 4? Revelation 4 and 5. It's a divine council scene. Earlier in the history of this podcast, we had Dr. Bandy on, who did his dissertation on Revelation 4 and 5. We had him on for a specific episode about Revelation 4 and 5 being a divine council scene. And so we've been in this territory before. We are going to spend time on it, obviously, of our own when we get there in a couple weeks. But here's what Galluz says about that scene and in combination with some of this language here in Revelation 3 and really even back to Revelation 2. He says, the white color in this context evokes the notion of mercy, purity, equity, and judgment, the glory of God, victory, all these things, vindication with holiness and the color of heaven. Also, very often, two or more of these ideas are combined in the interpretation. When these visions that John has, and then an angel will interpret. There's usually more than one thing going on. They usually get combined in the text. It seems that all these concepts, he writes, are inspired by the well-known white versus black antithesis prominent in the Bible, which conveys the interchangeable notions of vitality, life, light, holiness, and joy as contrasted to the inertia, darkness, evil, and sorrow on the other side. The white garments they wear are consistently related in Revelation to people faithful to God. Similarly, golden crowns, now catch this, are never ascribed to angelic beings in the book. So a crown is an obvious reference to shared rulership, but angels don't get it. They don't get crowns. We do. Okay? And you go back to Revelation 2. It's not, to make it sound a little bit like the book of Hebrews-ish, it is not to the angels that he says, to him that overcomes, I will put them over the nations. Or to him that overcomes, they will sit with me on my throne. Jesus doesn't say that to angels. They don't get crowns. Yes, they're already in white, and believers made white means, it's like the required form of dress now. You're part of this body, the divine council. But our status is actually higher than theirs. And again, that takes us back to Paul. Don't you know someday that you're going to judge angels? These are all pieces, again, of this larger picture, this larger idea. So back to Galuz, he says again, golden crowns are never ascribed to angelic beings in the book. John's careful choice of the term to designate the crowns of the elders also points in this direction. Instead of diadema, which we get the English word diadem, a term with limited reference to royal authority, Stephanos, is used here, which is capable of expressing more concepts simultaneously, including the idea of victory. So let me just stop here again. What he's saying is, it's interesting that John chooses Stephanos over diadema, because if it was diadema, it's only about rulership. But Stephanos, there's lots of other things looped in here that are associated with that term. One of which is victory, which makes good sense because he's talking to those who overcome, those who remain faithful, so on and so forth. So Stephanos includes royal authority, but it has some of these other aspects as well. And again, angels don't get any of these. It seems, back to Galuz, it seems that the imagery characteristic of this eminent group, white garments, golden crowns, and thrones, again, the elders are on the thrones, ties the elders to the overcomers of chapters 2 and 3, to whom these items are promised as a reward for conquering. So let me just stop here again. That's going to tip his hand that he looks at the elders as being symbolic of human believers, who are assisting in the rulership of God. Well, where do we, again, back to unseen realm, where do we get this, Yahweh and his elders language? It's from Isaiah. Okay, this language, shows up in Isaiah that at the end of days, Yahweh will be, proved among his elders, or, whatever the language is there. I mean, in other words, this council already exists, and now believers are moved into it. They're grafted into it by virtue of this language. Galuz says, the book's dominant symbol of authority is the throne. However, the motif is not the sole indicator of the concept. The author of Revelation employs additional symbolism to connote rule, using images such as sword, crown, robes, keys, rod, horns, and heads. Okay, and some of those we'll get to in later chapters. But basically, what he's arguing for is that, again, if you look at not just the things here in chapter 3, one or two words, if you look at the description of the believers here, using those terms, and you look at descriptions of believers elsewhere in the book, we haven't even gotten into the divine council scene in Revelation 4 and 5. We're still in the letters. If you even look that far, you're going to see a variety of ways to refer to the believer as co-rulers, inheritors of the status of membership in the divine council. But again, we typically, again, at least my experience has been, you're in church and it's some message about, crowns in heaven. It's very isolated. It lacks all of this backdrop, all of this background. It's a very tunnel vision look at a term when there's so much else going on. It's actually a good illustration of what we try to do, on the podcast. What I'm trying to do in Unseen Realm is that, look, a lot of this is already familiar to you, this terminology, these ideas. But unless you have the structure, unless you have the matrix, sort of built out for you, you can't really see the role that this term or this idea or this concept, this phrase plays, what it really means in its fuller extent, if you don't have the backdrop with you. If you don't have the matrix, if you don't have the mosaic, as the metaphor I used in Unseen Realm. And this is a good illustration of it. Let's move on to something else in verse 5. I will never blot his name out of the book of life. I will confess his name before my Father and before his angels. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time here because we've already done an episode on the book of life and other heavenly books. That's the podcast episode 89. But I do want to say a few things, and I'll loop some of that content in here just to not leave it bare. Book of life is a phrase that occurs 6 times in Revelation. So you get it here in verse 5, Revelation 3:5, you get it in Revelation 13:8, 17:8, 20 verse 12 and verse 15, and then 21:27. It has very ancient antecedents, and we go into this in a lot of detail in episode 89, but we go all the way back to Mesopotamia, where with something called the tablets. Recall Mesopotamians wrote on tablets; they didn't write in books. Okay, the tablets of destiny, and the fundamental ideas behind the tablets of destiny were you had the gods, in other words, the divine council, the Mesopotamian version. They make decrees; they decree destiny; they determine what's going to happen. They interact with people on that level. Some of the tablets are really focused on the divine king. Okay, specifically the Assyrian version, and there's one that says you are king because the gods want you to be king, that sort of thing. That's a little different than saying that the gods, the council, predestines every event in your life. When it comes to the king, it's like their choice of putting you in authority. The idea is that the gods choose the king, and then they prop up the king, and the king better fulfill his destiny because that's what the gods want, and the gods are keeping track of what the king does. Well, in some texts, that gets expanded out to just normal people, that in Mesopotamia, the gods are sort of watching. They decree destiny, and they keep an eye on things. When you move into the Old Testament and the Second Temple literature, it is God who decides the fates of nations, the fates of kings. So there's, it's a little bit like the Mesopotamian stuff, but the concept is a lot wider. And we talk about this specifically in the episode 89, where it could be recording things that happen to individuals, both good and bad. There is a sense of, again, keeping track of what people are doing and what people are doing to other people. There's this book of life that really applies, again, to those whose believing loyalty is with the God of Israel as opposed to something else. So there's judgments, there's record keeping. Again, these are the motifs. We've talked about this actually on the podcast a number of times. In his commentary again, picks up on some of this. Again, I don't want to repeat episode 89 here. There's a lot to it, but there are commentators who are aware this is a very old idea, and it is connected to God's bureaucracy, God's council, His assembly. This whole record keeping. If you've read my angels book, the whole idea of the guardian angel, the angel who keeps watch, is part of this complex of ideas. But Owen writes this in his commentary about this language at this particular point. He says the motif of a book of life in which the names of the saved are written, and the motif of the erasing of a person's name from such a book, are extremely widespread in the Old Testament and early Judaism, sometimes used together and sometimes separately. The possibility of having one's name erased from the book of life suggests that fidelity to God, rather than any type of predestinarian system, is the reason for having one's name inscribed in the book of life in the first place. I'm going to read that over again, because again, we tend to read these things as though, well, like God wrote all those names in there beforehand, and once they're written, God can't unwrite them, He can't erase them. And, in other words, it's this confusion with the concept of election that divorces election from believing loyalty. And I've commented before that I think election in the Old Testament is fundamentally misunderstood. Again, Israel was elect, no kidding. Duh. Okay, that's very obvious. It's just too bad that a lot, maybe even most Israelites, you're not going to see in heaven. Why? Because there's this thing called the exile. Okay, a grand apostasy of the elect. And then you have the non-elect, those who aren't Israelites, being grafted in. Well, how does that happen? If everything's written in these books beforehand, how can that change? Again, what Owen is saying is it's wrong-headed to think of this in predestinarian modes because things do change. Okay, the non-elect become elect. The elect, again, go off and worship other gods, and they're out. Okay, things change. We have fundamentally misunderstood this idea. So Owen says, this is what we got. It seems, I'm going to read it again, the possibility of having one's name erased from the book of life, that's a change, suggests that fidelity to God, okay, let's just say believing loyalty, rather than any type of predestinarian system, is the reason for having one's name inscribed in the book of life in the first place. The traditional character of this pronouncement in Revelation 3:5 is evident in the close parallel to verses 5a and b in the Odes of Solomon 9:11, that's a pseudepigraphical book, where the two motifs of conquering and of having one's name inscribed in a heavenly book are combined in a positive formulation. And he quotes Charlesworth's Old Testament pseudepigrapha here in this passage, which says, "Put on the crown in the true covenant of the Lord, and all those who have conquered will be inscribed in his book." So there you have, this believing loyalty idea, loyalty to Yahweh. And in Revelation's case, it's loyalty to the gospel. You don't trade the gospel for anything else. You keep believing. I mean, I know you've heard me say that 100 times now, especially if you recently listened to the series in Hebrews, but that's the point. You keep believing. That's the only issue. That's the book of life issue right there. That you have aligned yourself with the gospel. You believe in the gospel for everlasting life, and you don't believe anything else. You don't throw your loyalty anywhere else to any other god or any other promises about how this or that religion or God can bring you salvation. You turn your back on all of them and you align yourself right here to the cross event and the resurrection. Okay, this is what you do. Back to Owen. In Judaism and early Christianity, the primary setting of the Book of Life motif was the judgment scene in which God is seated upon his throne, surrounded by the heavenly courtiers. Daniel 7, 9, and 10, Revelation 20, verses 12 through 15, 1 Enoch 47, 3, 1 Enoch 90, 20. The origin of this metaphor is certainly that of the ancient Near Eastern royal court, where records were made available to the king for dispensing justice, though the idea itself goes back to Sumerian and Akkadian literature, and again back to the tablets of destiny. On adds elsewhere, the motif of having one's name erased then or blotted out from the book of life is a metaphor for judgment based on the notion of expulsion or disenfranchisement from the record of citizenship. Originally, however, to be blotted out of the book of life meant to die, Exodus 32, verses 32 and 33, Psalm 69, 27 and 28, Isaiah 4:3, but it's bigger than that. So the point is that, again, this whole idea, election, again, this sort of predestinarian model that we often have in our heads is really not how we should be reading this. Election didn't guarantee eternal life for Israelites. Again, we have this thing called the exile. It's a really big deal in biblical history. It's fundamentally, foundationally important in biblical theology, the exile. Okay, the exile happened because there was a grand apostasy. The elect go after other gods. I mean, there are a few things more obvious in the Bible than that, if you read your Old Testament. And so he's saying, look, we need to be thinking about this. You're in the book of life, but you can be erased. The basis of that cannot be predestination, because if it was predestinated, we wouldn't even be talking about changes here. The basis for the language has to be believing loyalty. Okay, it's very consistent. Now, that brings us to Revelation 3, 7, and 8. We're going to skip the keys stuff for part 2. So I'm going to go right to verse 9, which says this: "Behold, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say that they are Jews and are not, but lie. Behold, I make them come and bow down before your feet, and they will learn that I have loved you. Now, again, we've commented on this before in prior episodes about the synagogue of Satan and what that might be and so on and so forth. I want to, add a little bit, but we're not going to go back and rehearse, what that is or where it is and all this sort of stuff. There's something in here that we need to add to it. And it's this last part. They will learn that I have loved you. Okay, these Jews, again, who are opposing believers, they're opposing the messiahship of Jesus, but that's not all they're opposing. Think about it. This is a letter to one of the churches in Asia, okay, Asia Minor. Okay, there's a lot of Gentile turf here. Okay, the synagogue of Satan, if that's Pergamon, that's a Gentile city. Okay, so what John is saying here, and of course he's the mouthpiece for the Lord in these letters, is that they, the Jews, will learn that I have loved you. Well, who's you? Well, it's Jews and especially, including Gentiles in the family. Anyone, Jew or Gentile, whose believing loyalty is aligned to me, that's who's going to have eternal life. They, the Jews, again, are going to learn that I have loved you, and you includes Gentiles substantially, especially in these letters. Now, again, I'm bringing that up for a specific reason. Let me just go to Beale and Carson in their commentary, and they take us back to the Old Testament for some of this stuff. And again, it's going to sound a little bit familiar, but I want to make a very specific point here. Beale and Carson, in their Old Testament and the New Testament commentary, write, the clause, I will make them, okay, in order that or so that they will come and bow down before your feet. Okay, that's in Revelation 3:9. Is a collective allusion to Isaiah 45:14, 49:23, 60:14, and Psalm 86:9. I'm going to look up a few of these. So Isaiah 45:14. Thus says the Lord, the wealth of Egypt, the merchandise of Cush, and the Sabaeans, the men of stature, shall come over to you and be yours. They shall follow you. They shall come over in chains and bow down to you. They will plead with you, saying, surely God is in you. There's no other, no God besides him. So it's a reference to Gentile people from the nations, admitting that, Yahweh is the true God. So Isaiah 49, let's see, what was the verse? 49:23. Kings shall be your foster fathers, their queens your nursing mothers. With their faces to the ground they shall bow down to you. Against a reference to Zion and to Israel. And they will lick the dust of your feet. And you will know that I am the Lord. Those who wait for me shall not be put to shame. So we've got a series of verses here. I'm not going to look them all up, but the series of verses is about Gentile conversion or Gentile acknowledgement of who the true God is. So Beale and Carson write this. These Old Testament texts predict that the unbelieving Gentiles would come down and bow down at Israel's feet and to Israel's God in the last days. This prophecy has been fulfilled in an apparent ironic fashion in the Gentile church, which has become true Israel by virtue of its faith in Christ. In contrast, here's the irony, the ethnic Israelites in Philadelphia fulfill the role of the Gentiles. They're the opposition. They continue, likewise, the prophecy that God would demonstrate his love for persecuted Israel before the nations seems to be fulfilled in an ironic manner. Quote, they will know that I have loved you, in Revelation 3:9b, is applied to the Gentile-dominated church instead of ethnic Israel, as apparently in, and then he gives a grocery list of passages, Isaiah 43:4. Let's just go to that one. Isaiah 43:4. Let's go back up. Verse 1 is, now thus says the Lord, he who created you, O Jacob, he who formed you, O Israel, fear not, for I have redeemed you. So he's talking to Israel. Here's verse 4, because you are precious in my eyes and honored, and I love you, I give men in return for you, peoples in exchange for your life. Again, God disinherits the nations, but Israel is his own family. Fear not, for I am with you. I will bring your offspring from the east. From the west I will gather you. I will say to the north, give up to the south, do not withhold. And you get into this regathering language, so on and so forth, from the nations. So it's this reversal theme. We've seen this a lot, the Deuteronomy 32 worldview, all this sort of stuff. And what Beale and Carson are trying to say here is that, this language in Revelation 3:9 that pits the Jews, ironically enough, as the opposer to the followers of Yahweh. I mean, Yahweh is the Jewish God. How does this work? Well, it works this way because a lot of the Jews, either in the Old Testament time, they abandoned the worship of Yahweh and worshiped other gods. In the New Testament time, they have rejected Yahweh's Messiah, who was Yahweh incarnate. They've rejected Jesus. And so now they are set in the opposition role, and the people of God become instead Gentiles. It's a lot of Gentiles. If this sounds like Romans 11, then you kind of know what I'm angling for here. We've talked about this before in earlier episodes. We've spent a good bit of time on the whole notion about Israel being rejected and the Gentiles grafted in, Romans 11, so on and so forth. This is essentially Revelation 3:9 is following that same trajectory. It's about this reversal, this ironic situation where the Old Testament people of God are now the opposers. They're opposing Yahweh's plan. They're opposing their own God's plan because it included Gentiles. And they're persecuting believers. They're persecuting these believers. And they're just on the wrong side. They're on the wrong side. Now, in the previous, episode or two here in Revelation, I've made the comment that it's incoherent to take this language as some sort of, generally anti-Semitic posture, and it is incoherent. Now, I realize a Jew today who rejects Jesus could read it that way, that, John's just targeting Jews. He doesn't like Jews. The New Testament's an anti-Semitic book. But to do that, you'd have to forget or ignore a couple of things. First, you'd have to ignore that the writer is a Jew. Second, you'd have to ignore the fact that the comments are aimed at a subset of Jews, those who are persecuting Christians. Not every Jewish person's doing that. The immediate context is persecution. Third, and we really haven't mentioned this before, you'd also have to ignore how in New Testament theology, the Jewish opposition, the Jewish antipathy, toward the people of God, toward the followers of Jesus, who's the Jewish Messiah, but the Jewish opposition to that is something that God did in part to be a catalyst toward the salvation of Israel. In other words, ultimately, it's something God's going to use to turn Israel back to himself. And that's Romans 11. So Romans 11 is not talking about salvation based on original ethnicity. Like, if you're ethnically a Jew, God sets you aside, but don't worry, you're still going to be in because you're an ethnic Jew. That has nothing to do with it. It ultimately has to do with believing loyalty, and it's a very consistent theology. I want you to listen to Romans 11 again in light of this. I'm going to read verses 17 through 23, and verse 23 is going to have something in it that really clarifies what's going on in Romans 11, and just generally, it's going to fit in with all this conversation we've had in many cases, many episodes about believing loyalty. So Romans 11:17, Paul says, "But if some of the branches were broken off, and you, although a wild olive shoot, were grafted in among the others." So some of the branches broken off. Again, this Jewish, the original plant has branches broken off. Jews will reject the Messiah, and now you Gentiles get grafted in. You, a wild olive shoot, were grafted in among the others, and now share in the nourishing root of the olive tree. Do not be arrogant toward the branches. You newcomers, you Gentiles, don't be arrogant at the ones who were broken off, the Jews. If you are, remember, it is not you who support the root, but the root that supports you. Then you will say, branches were broken off so that I might be grafted in. That's true. Verse 20, Paul says that's true. They were broken off because of their unbelief. Catch that. They were broken off because of their unbelief. But you stand fast through works? No, through faith. So do not become proud, but fear. For if God did not spare the natural branches, the original branches, neither will he spare you. In other words, they didn't get in by ethnicity. You ain't getting in by ethnicity either. You must believe. Verse 22, note then the kindness and severity of God. Severity toward those who have fallen, but God's kindness to you, provided you continue in his kindness. kindness, grace, the chesed. We did a whole episode on loving kindness, the loving loyalty, allegiant loyalty. Okay, it works both directions, God to us to God. Otherwise, Paul says, you too will be cut off. Okay, as we have fundamentally misunderstood Old Testament election, yes, I believe we have fundamentally carried that misunderstanding into the New Testament era as well. Okay, again, I just think election is fundamentally misunderstood across the board. We think that if, again, I'm just doing traditions at random here. I got baptized in the church, I got sprinkled, I got this, I got that. I was made a member of the covenant community. This is a sign and a seal of the covenant. Well, yeah, it is. But hey, you don't have eternal life because of signs and seals. You have eternal life. And those are just markers. Those are things that put you into a community where you can hear the gospel. But guess what? Newsflash, pro tip, you have to believe it and you got to keep believing it. You can't just pray a prayer or go through a confirmation and say, well, I can now, I'm past that benchmark. Now I can do whatever I want. I can believe whatever I want. I can believe that in no God at all. I'm in, I'm good. I can just think and believe and do what I want. Wrong. It's just wrong. And it's not that you're meriting salvation. This is not works salvation. It is a continued faith. It is a continued belief. It is a continued believing loyalty in the one thing that will give you everlasting life. And it ain't you. It ain't your works. It's the work of Christ on the cross. You have to remain loyal to that. Now, in the last verse, I didn't get to verse 23 yet. I'm going to go back to verse 22. Note then the kindness and severity of God, severity toward those who have fallen, but God's kindness to you, provided you continue in his kindness. Otherwise, you too will be cut off. And here's verse 23. And even they, if they do not continue in their unbelief, will be grafted in. For God has the power to graft them in again. So the elect become non-elect and can become elect again. I'm hoping you see how the way Christianity has traditionally thought about election just really doesn't work with this kind of language. Okay, if you're like a high Calvinistic system, I don't know what you're doing with this. The elect become non-elect, and then they become elect again if they don't continue in their unbelief. Huh? It makes really good sense if election doesn't mean salvation, if it means something else, if it means access to the truth. The Israel alone had access to the truth. They had a relationship with the true God. God comes to them. He comes to Abraham. He creates them out of Abraham and Sarah. He starts over after he disinherits humanity at Babel. So they're new. I mean, these are all acts of God. God continues coming to them, making covenants, making promises, bailing them out, from this and that and crisis and whatnot. Brings them to the land, gives them the temple, all this kind of stuff, and then they just go off and worship other gods anyway. Election was access to the truth. That's what it is. Okay, it is a beginning point. It is an introduction. It is a revelation toward what you must believe to have eternal life. And by believe, it doesn't mean that you pray a prayer, you pray an incantation. Okay, the biblical theology is not about shamanistic practice. I went through a ritual and now I'm have eternal life. No. The only thing that matters is, do you believe the gospel right now? This is why the book of Hebrews, this is why the book of Revelation, this is where we're at, book of Revelation. It's this keep believing, continue. To him that overcomes, to him that endures to the end. It doesn't mean like doing spiritual push-ups. Okay, it works. It's not earned. It's not merited. It's that, are you refusing to switch loyalties? Don't switch loyalties. Believe the gospel and keep believing it. If you believe the gospel, you are going to be secure forever. You're going to have everlasting life. But we have confused this kind of, again, what is said about, election just doesn't jive with this kind of language in Romans 11, and it doesn't jive with going back to Revelation, because, Revelation 3:9, again, where we're at in this little segment, he dips back into the Old Testament to remind them, look, okay, you got your opponents, these Jewish people, they hate us because we follow Jesus, they reject the Messiah, but they're going to learn. They're going to learn because their Old Testament actually told them this, that the outsiders are going to become insiders. Okay, there's all these passages where the Gentiles acknowledge who the true God is and come to worship him. That's what's happening here in real time. When John's writing these letters, Gentiles are coming to the faith. We have these churches in Asia Minor, and they are the people of God. They are a new Israel, okay, reborn, okay, but they're Gentiles. And John, just like Paul, was saying, you should have expected this. The Jews should have expected this and not opposed it. But here we are. They're opposing it, and they're going to learn. They're going to learn what they should have learned already, because John's drawing his intellectually from these different passages. So again, I just wanted to rabbit trail on that a little bit. Revelation 3:10. Let's just go there. It says this: because you have kept my word about patient endurance. There we go again. Patient endurance. Keep believing, okay? Because you have kept my word about patient endurance, I will keep you from the hour of trial that is coming on the whole world, to try those who dwell on the earth. Now that is not a reference to, that's not saying, hey, if you keep believing, nothing bad is ever going to happen to you. It's a reference to the ultimate day of the Lord, to the ultimate judgment. You're not going to be part of that. You're not going to be part of that. If you're in the family of God, you're not going to be part of that. That's his point. It's probably an allusion again to Daniel 12:1, and I'm not going to spend too much time on that. We've hit Daniel 12:1 a little bit before, but just again to read that to you. At that time shall arise Michael, the great prince, who has charge of your people. There shall be a time. Here's the point. There shall be a time of trouble, such as never has been since there was a nation till that time. But at that time, your people will be delivered, everyone whose name shall be found written in the book. Again, if you're in the book of life, Daniel doesn't use that term, but John does. If you're in the book of life, you're not going to be, at this ultimate judgment. You're not going to suffer that. That's his point in Revelation 3:10. Revelation 3:12, there's a couple of things to hit here. It says this: the one who conquers, I will make him a pillar in the temple of my God. Never shall he go out of it. And I will write on him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which comes down from my God out of heaven, and my own new name. Now, we talked about Revelation 3:12 last week in relation to hidden manna, the white stone, the name inscribed on the stone. That was the last episode. But here we got another one of these. There's just a few other things to say here. Again, we're just supplementing a little bit. Last time we had to dip into Revelation 3, and we're here in Revelation 3, so we can add a few things. Now, we talked in relation to the manna, the stone, the name inscribed. We talked about, that's really name theology. Okay, it was Old Testament name theology applied to the believer. And I'm going to add a little bit to that here from Beale's book on the Old Testament and Revelation. This is not his Revelation commentary. This is a different book. He writes here, the concluding mention in Revelation 2:17 of the new name having been written on a stone is an example of a brief allusion conveying substantial prophetic overtones from the Old Testament. Revelation 3:12 reveals that the name in 2:17 is a pregnant reference to the name of my God, the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which comes down out of heaven from my God, and that is Christ's new name, which was written on the believer. Now that much we hit last time. If you remember back in Revelation 2, we hit these phrases about the hidden manna, the white stone with a name on it. Beale and others took us to Revelation 3:12, and so Revelation 3:12 essentially answers the question. And he says right here again, Revelation 3:12 reveals that this name inscribed back in chapter 2 is the name of my God, the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, and of course, Christ's new name. They were not, the name there is not, back in chapter 2, was not a reference to the believer's name being inscribed. It was rather these other things. Okay? So to continue here with what Beale says, he says, separate meanings are not to be assigned to each of these names. If you notice in Revelation 3 there's a list. Name of my God, name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which comes out of heaven from my God and Christ's, my Christ's new name. So he's saying that those aren't like three different things. They're not, they don't have separate meanings. But he writes, they all refer to the intimate eschatological presence of God and Christ with his people, as expressed most clearly later in Revelation 22, 3 and 4, which reads, the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it, in the New Jerusalem, and his bondservants shall serve him, and they shall see his face, and his name shall be on their foreheads. So he's saying all of these things really refer to the same thing. Now, all of that leads Beale to a conclusion. He writes this. This conclusion is also pointed to by observing that the new name of Revelation 2:17 is an allusion to the prophecy of Isaiah 62:2 and 65:15 about Israel's new standing in the future. The saints of Israel are referred to figuratively as Jerusalem, which, quote, will be called by a new name, unquote. Again, they're not different personal names. It's the name of God. There, the new name designates Israel's future kingly status. That's Isaiah 62:3. It's a direct allusion there. It also refers to restoration of Yahweh's covenantal presence. That's Isaiah 62:4. That is the same significance for the name in Isaiah 56 and 65. The promised blessings of this prophecy will be fulfilled among those in the church, the latter-day Israel, who do not compromise. Isaiah's prophecy of Israel's restoration to God's latter-day presence lies as the substratum also for all the other references in the book to the believer's name and to God's or Christ's name. Now, essentially what Beale's arguing for is that, look, all this name stuff, the inscribed name, you get a host of names. Again, there's like 3 or 4 of these. He's saying, look, they all point to the same thing. This naming points to God being present, God's ownership over the believer, but corporately, those believers that get the new name, get the hidden manna, the white stone, the white garments, the stuff we've been talking about today, collectively, that is the new Israel. And if you think of the church as this new form of Israel, when you go back to these passages in Isaiah 62, Isaiah 65, he loops in Isaiah 56 here, all of these things that you see in the book of Revelation about getting a new name and having the presence of God with that new name. In the Old Testament, there are references to the end of days, newly redeemed, brought back Israel. In Revelation, they're said of these churches, which are predominantly Gentile. So again, what Beale's arguing for is that we need to remember when John dips into the Old Testament here for this language, if you go back to the Old Testament, it's only about this ethnic entity, Israel, this boots on the ground geographic entity, Israel. But when John is writing, John knows that the ultimate outcome of those things is not just a single nation, again, the size of New Jersey. That's my little throw in here. John's not thinking about New Jersey. There wasn't a New Jersey. But John's not thinking about isolated geography. John is thinking about these churches that are scattered in Asia Minor that are predominantly Gentile. And he says, look, I can say this about you, these churches, okay? I can say this about you, Gentiles, because you are a new Israel. You are the outcome of these things. And all Israel really is the family of God, the people of God. And it's not tied to any ethnicity or anything like this. It's tied completely, again, to where your loyalty is, who's your God, so on and so forth. So there's actually a lot of consistency across the Testaments, but you have this strong Gentile element in the New Testament. But John's argument, as he's dipping back into these Old Testament references, and especially back in verse 9, where we took our little rabbit trail from Romans 3:9 or Revelation 3:9 into Romans 11 about the Gentiles bowing down before your feet and so on and so forth. John's saying, look, you Jews that are really upset by this, you should have known. Again, because he's drawing on these passages that talk about Gentiles coming into the family of God, acknowledging who the true God is, bowing down to Yahweh. All this stuff's in your Bible. All this stuff is in your Hebrew Bible. You Jews that are opposing, the believers here in these churches. You should have known, and not only should you have known, but you should have submitted to it. You should have embraced it and accepted it. It should be your theology, but it isn't. And that puts you in opposition to your own God. And again, that's where the Romans 11 thing, really comes in here. That you can be set aside, and you have been set aside, but you can also be grafted back in. So he's not. This isn't generally anti-Semitic stuff. It's very pointed. It's very theological, and it's very consistent with with reading their Old Testament and just submitting to it, just saying, okay, this is how it played out. But that's what their opponents are not doing. They refuse to do it. And so you get a lot of this Old Testament imagery that in its original, context, of course, applied only to ethnic Israel. But here, as John repurposes it, it's just a wider picture. Now we have the Gentile reality that these Old Testament passages talked about. So I feel quite free. John would say, I feel quite free to take these passages and use them to talk about Gentiles in the church. That is completely appropriate. That's how that language in the Old Testament played out. We're here in real time. This is how it played out. And if you don't like that, then you're in the really awkward position of being a Jew opposing your own God, which isn't a good place to be. So again, I think the takeaway for us with all this, we're sort of, most of us are Gentiles listening to this anyway, and we're used to this kind of thinking. I think that's a good reminder. I think it's also a good reminder if we take this whole Jew-Gentile thing back to Romans 11, and we can see how the way we're used to thinking about election just doesn't work, because the ones who are grafted in can be taken out. The ones who are taken out can be put back in. I don't know how that squares with a predestinarian model. I really don't. God predestinated where it ends. Okay, well, that's looking at the end. In the beginning, if something is predestinated, elect or non-elect, predestination language typically doesn't allow for changes in status. And that's what you have here. You have changes, and you actually have more than one change in some texts. It can go back and forth. So I think we need a little bit of an adjustment there, and we need to get our theology sort of more in line with the text. So that's one takeaway. And the other one is, I think, especially for this audience, what John's doing in Revelation 3, and also what he did in Revelation 2, a little, when he actually gets into the actual letters here, these two chapters, Revelation 2 and 3, in some sense, it prepares us for chapters 4 and 5, the divine council scene, because all this language that he uses of the believers transformed, again, the white garments, the white this, white that, all these transformations, the shared rulership, the fact that we have crowns and angels don't, this sort of thing, it sets us up, again, for this notion. Again, it's just part of this bigger picture that believers, again, become part of this body, part of the divine council on our glorification. And this is what Revelation is angling for. And again, we're not even at the scene yet. We're not even at the divine council scene, but John is prepping that. So even in these letters to churches, he's seeding that information, into these letters. And, ultimately it's supposed to be an encouragement to believers. This is your destiny. This is really difficult now, but this is ultimately your destiny. And I think, for us, it's a great reminder. It's a good takeaway, again, that we ultimately, where we're headed is shared membership, joint rule with Jesus. Again, to loop in Hebrews, our brother, in the council, Hebrews chapter 2. And we are participants in that council, in that assembly with him at the end of days.
I got a question. Some people were having some confusion on following your logic through the first part of Revelation here, and
I can't believe that anyone would be confused when we're talking about the book of Revelation. I
think
can't believe it.
Mentioned it on the introduction of Revelation. So I think maybe people are just not following along here, but they're misunderstanding your angle that you're taking. And if John is writing what he saw and heard, then why are you saying things like, John wanted to hook back into the Old Testament, and that it sounds like that you're saying that John, these are John's thoughts and his message to these churches, not John writing all he's experiencing or being told to write. So can you clarify that a little bit?
Yeah. So if I can distill that question, the question is this a record, John's record of a vision, or is John thinking back into the Old Testament? And the answer is yes. Okay, both of these things can be true at the same time. All right, let's just put ourselves in real time with John, as it were. When John has a vision, he's not writing during the vision, because vision-like states, trance-like states, whatever we want to describe these things, they are what they are. He's not interrupting the angel and writing things down like a stenographer or something like this. He's not capturing it on video. He's experiencing something, and then after the fact, he sets it to writing. And in the process of setting it to writing, it's going to dawn on him, either because of what he knows in terms of the Old Testament or biblical theology, or he's going to be prompted by the Spirit of God to make connections, and he's going to make them. I mean, let's just use an example from the introduction. Solecisms. There's a couple dozen of these where John's grammar, his Greek grammar, is wrong. It's incorrect. Where everywhere else in the book, it's perfectly fine. And again, scholars have figured out that when this happens, the explanation is there's something that John's drawing on back in the Septuagint that he could convert to correct grammar, but he doesn't, because he wants you to sort of think about what's, why is he saying it that way instead of the better way to say this? And, he wants readers to go back and look at things. It's a way of drawing attention. And there are very clear instances in the book where John takes 2, 3, 4 passages from the Old Testament and mixes them. I mean, literarily, these are just a matter of looking up the Greek text that John has given us, and going back and looking at the Septuagint. This is something that if you know Greek fairly well, your first, second year knowledge, you can just go check for yourself. That doesn't mean John didn't have a vision. Okay, it just means that both of these things can be simultaneously true. So John has this experience, then after the fact, he has to relate that experience to his audience. And in so doing, he's going to be doing the kinds of things that we're talking about here. So one doesn't cancel out the other. They work, in tandem. So that's my approach to this, because A, I don't deny that visions can happen to people like John, visions from God. And B, you can actually go look this stuff up textually and see what's being done. So I'm not of the mode to deny either, and don't see any compelling reason why I have to deny one or the other. Both of these things can be operative at the same time.
All right, Mike. Yeah, he's got to convey what he saw. So what better way to use the tools that he's familiar with and the people are familiar with?
Right. He's going to discern what the point is of what he's seeing, or he's going to be told by the angel. I mean, the angel could relate something in the Old Testament, and John, is going to be alerted to this fact. And so after, he relates it to his audience, there's going to be some of this thing going on to make sure the audience doesn't miss the point. Inspiration is a human and supernatural enterprise. Both of these things are operative. One does not cancel out the other, nor should one cancel out the other. We shouldn't talk about the subject trying to avoid one or the other. This is, going back to what I say frequently on the podcast. If we deny the human element of inspiration, we undermine the doctrine in very significant ways. And if that sounds a little strange, maybe to a new listener, The short path is to go Google that in a podcast transcript. But there's plenty of places on YouTube and whatnot where I'm talking about why we need a better view of inspiration, and you'll find out why I say that.
All right, sounds good. Well, Mike, we're wrapping up Revelation 3. This is part 2, so might as well just get into it.
Yes, we are. We might as well get into it. I mean, this will be a bit lengthy, but it's really interesting stuff. Again, it's the kind of stuff we like. It's the weird stuff. So this episode is, I've labeled it part 2 of Revelation 3, and we're taking as our point of focus Revelation 3:7. But this is also going to be related back to Revelation 1:18. And what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to start with Revelation 1:18, and then we'll hit Revelation 3:7 at some point and see how these two things go together. And it's the link between the two is this keys language. So let me just read the passages really. Revelation 3:7 says, "And to the angel of the church in Philadelphia write, the words of the Holy One, the true One, who has the key of David, who opens and no one will shut, who shuts and no one opens." And then Revelation 1:18, I'm going to loop verse 17 into it so it just sounds more readable. It says, "When I saw him, I fell at his feet as though dead. But he laid his right hand on me, saying, 'Fear not, I am the first and the last, and the living one. I died, and behold, I am alive forevermore. And I have the keys of death and Hades.'" Now, there are several really excellent resources on this passage, Revelation 1:18, and related passages like chapter 3, verse 7. That give you its contextual roots. Now, I'm going to give you two sources here, two resources for those who are interested in really getting into the weeds. One of these is really easy to find, and the other one not so much. And the one that's easy to find is also inexpensive. And I want to give a hat tip here and a thanks to one of our listeners, Robert Cruikshank, for these recommendations, and they're quite good for this passage. Now, the one that isn't expensive and is easy to find is by Justin W. Bass, B-A-S-S. It's called, the title is The Battle for the Keys, Revelation 1:18 and Christ's Descent into the Underworld. And it's published by Wiffenstock. It's part of the Paternoster Biblical Monograph series, and it was published in 2014. Now, we're going to have Justin on as an interview. At least we're planning on it, so Lord willing, that'll happen. For a future interview. We're not going to talk so much about this book. We'll be focused on a different book. But this is, sort of an off-the-radar biblical theology book that really is, he does a great job with this. The book is blurbed and recommended by W. Hall Harris, who's a New Testament prophet, Dallas Seminary, and was a mentor to Justin during his dissertation process, and this is his dissertation. And some of you who have read Unseen Realm will recognize that name as well, Hall Harris. In the book Unseen Realm, I take Hall's view of the descent of Christ to the underworld, in Ephesians 4, and how that relates to Psalm 68 and all that kind of stuff. So this is going to be more of that. It's going to add more layers to it. The second source is by David Aune, who I've referenced before in terms of his commentary on the book of Revelation. We dip into that almost every episode somewhere. But he has a book called Apocalypticism, Prophecy, and Magic in Early Christianity. This is a Morse Seebeck title, 2006. And this one is more expensive, a little harder to find, but both of these have a lot of really good contextual material for Revelation 1:18 and Revelation 3:7. And I'm going to be dipping into both during this episode, mostly Bass, but, also interacting with Aune's work in this monograph. So let's take the two passages in the order they appear. They are, of course, related, but they're not identical. Okay, Revelation 1:17-18 again, just to refresh our memory. "When I saw him, I fell at his feet as though dead, but he laid his right hand on me, saying, 'Fear not, I am the first and the last, and the living one. I died, and behold, I am alive forevermore, and I have the keys of death and Hades.'" Now, Aune, in this Apocalypticism book, this monograph, says this: "The phrase, 'I have the keys to death and Hades,' refers to the cosmic sovereignty to which Jesus has attained following the act of God raising him from the dead. All three elements are featured in the brief description of the Lamb in Revelation 5:6 as well. The Lamb was standing as though slain with 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent out into all the earth. Here, standing refers to the fact that he's now living. In other words, he's not laying over dead, okay? Despite the fact that he was slain. And the 7 eyes, understood as the 7 spirits of God sent out into all the earth, is another symbolic way of emphasizing the sovereignty, in this case, of Jesus, who is the Lamb. Now, we talked about the eyes of the Lord running to and fro in a couple episodes and how that denotes God's oversight of everything, sovereignty. So that's familiar. But here, that the language in Revelation 5 is transferred to the Lamb who was slain but is now standing and raised. And again, that language harkens back to Revelation 1:17 and 18. Now, there's a grammatical issue that Owen points out in Revelation 1:18. He writes this a little bit further. The prophetic call narrative in Revelation 1:9 through 20 is a complex pastiche of imagery drawn from various sources. And boy, don't we know that. Owen says, a supernatural revealer like a son of man appears to John and claims to possess the keys, and he has here 2, death and Hades. Now, he translates it a little bit differently, and he has a footnote here. This is the grammatical issue. He says the genitives, tu thanatu and tu hadu. Genitive is, let me just break in here, is a grammatical term for the relationship of 2 nouns that follow each other, okay, or an article, plus a noun. So for those of you who had a little Greek, you know right away what we're talking about here, but there's different ways to understand the relationship of nouns. Let's just put it that way, in not just Greek, but any language. So Owen says, these phrases could either be objective or possessive genitives. In other words, you could translate this, the keys to death and Hades. That would be the objective mode of understanding. Or you could translate it, the keys, belonging to death and Hades. That would be possessive. So one says the keys to death and Hades, like they're a place that you can go and unlock something. And the other one is more possessive, that death and Hades possesses these keys, they belong to them. Owen says, if they are regarded as objective genitives, death and Hades must be understood spatially, as in Revelation 20, verses 13 and 14. In other words, they're places with spatiality. But if they are construed as possessive genitives, death and Hades must be understood as personifications, as in Revelation 6:8. So let me just break in here again. Owen's saying both of these things happen with death and Hades in the book of Revelation. Sometimes it's a place, sometimes they're like persons or figures, entities, okay? Back to Owen. The first possibility is preferable, in this case, he says, this is his view, since death is never, to my knowledge, to his knowledge, described in ancient texts as possessing keys. And there are few, if any, ancient texts in which Hades is so described. Pausanias, he points out, describes a decorated table showing Plutus holding a key. Again, but the same text distinguishes him from Hades, whom he has locked up. So he's saying, look, I think it's he drifts away from the personification view. Now, personally, I think that's unnecessary, and what we're going to go through in this episode is basically going to be pushback on this point. I've already hinted that I favor, personification a little bit. Bass argues at length for it, okay, and he has very good reasons for doing so. And you might say, well, this feels like a bit of a distinction without a difference, because, hey, the personified death and Hades are masters of a particular domain, so the other idea of the spatiality is still in play. I agree. I think both of these things, belong on the table, both of these perspectives. But I want to focus a little bit on the personification angle, at least initially here. So let's start with the Old Testament. Here's the question. Are death and Hades, Hades, the underworld, are they ever personified? Are they ever portrayed as figures, entities, deities, okay, elsewhere, especially in the Old Testament or in the literature that informs the terms used in the Old Testament? The answer to that is, oh, yeah, they are. Now, I'm going to refer to DDD here, Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible, and the article on death is written by John Healy, and he gives us a good survey sort of the background to the Old Testament material. Now, what you need to know here is that in Hebrew, the Hebrew Bible, the term for death is, the noun anyway, is mot. That is the same word in Ugaritic, mot, and in Ugaritic, mot is a deity, part of a pantheon, okay? So this is going to be the backdrop for, again, the Old Testament use in certain passages of the term mot, or death. But first we got to get the background material. So Healy writes, Mot's absence from the Ugaritic cult, in other words, there's no rituals of sacrifices to Mot, and his absence in personal names suggests that he was not a deity worshipped like others in the pantheon, but he's nevertheless a deity figure. In Ugaritic mythology, Mot is one of the main enemies of Baal, alongside Yam, the sea god, who, unlike Mot, was the object of cultic veneration to some extent. Mot overcomes Baal, and the latter has to descend into Mot's underworld domain. So the Baal cycle has this battle between Mot, death, and Baal. Baal loses, and Baal has to go into the underworld, okay? So what we read afterward is Baal is reported dead in the Ugaritic tablets. I'm not going to give you the KTU numbers. It's not important now. But the goddess Anat hunts for him, and she attacks Mot, who is vanquished, so she takes care of Mot. Baal revives, and the two protagonists fight. Eventually, Mot is forced to concede, at least temporarily. The details are, of course, far from certain. The main characteristic of Mot is that he is a voracious consumer of both gods and men. He has an enormous mouth and an appetite to match. In his voraciousness, Mot is closely associated with the underworld. Mot dwells in the underworld, which is an unpleasant, muddy place of decay and destruction. The role of Mot as a demonic force to be held in check is well illustrated in Ugaritic texts. Then he has a reference. Although there is no certain iconographic representation of Mot, there's no artwork that tells you what they thought Mot looked like. Such suggestions as have been made involve images of a god or demon carrying a scepter. In other words, he's a ruler. Okay, so this is the Old Testament Canaanite backdrop to Mot as an entity. Now, when you get into the Old Testament, Healy in the same article writes this. In Old Testament poetry, death is often personified. For example, Hosea 13:14. I'm just going to read Hosea 13:14. It won't be the last time that we reference that, perhaps, in this episode. It says, I shall ransom them, and again, the speaker is going to be God here. I shall ransom them from the power of Sheol. I shall redeem them from death. Now that there, it's kind of neutral, like a place. But then the verse says, O death, like death is being addressed, Mot is being addressed. Where are your plagues? O Sheol, O underworld, where is your sting? Compassion is hidden from my eyes. Now, some of you automatically, even though you didn't know that was Hosea 13:14, you've heard that language before, and it's in Paul. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, the place where the dead go. Where's your sting? Where's your victory? Again, the point is that death and the underworld here are portrayed as entities that can be spoken to, or in this case, teased or mocked by Hosea 13:14. Healy writes, in other texts, there is mention of specific characteristics of death, which have some sort of parallel in the picture of Mot painted by the Ugaritic texts. Thus, in Habakkuk 2:5, the insatiability of personified death is mentioned. Quote, this is what the verse says, whose greed is as wide as Sheol, and like death, he is never satisfied. Again, it's sort of anthropomorphic language. This may echo the background cultural tradition of Mot, but the comparison is with the insatiability of the arrogant man and does not directly touch on matters religious, Healy writes. The same idea, though applied to a personified Sheol, again the underworld, is found in Isaiah 5:14. Quote, therefore Sheol has enlarged its appetite and opened its mouth beyond measure, unquote. Again, this is anthropomorphic language used of Sheol. In some cases it's death, other cases it's Sheol, and portrayed as a person. And there's other passages that do this, but this is sufficient to make the point. Healy goes on and says, or let me just make the point here, because I think something Bass says here is a little bit better. In the Old Testament, okay, we have this personification. In the rest of Second Temple literature, again, this is going to show up too, but everybody goes to Sheol in the Hebrew Bible, in Old Testament theology, because everybody dies. The only exceptions are people that God sort of exempts from this. And there's only two of these in the Hebrew Bible. There's Enoch and Elijah. So Bass, writing about the Old Testament, death and Hades, or actually Mot and Sheol, wants to make this point because he's going to do something again with it when he gets going here. He says there's no Old Testament instance of a true descent to and return from the underworld by a living human being. Let me just read that again. Let that sink in. There's no Old Testament instance of a true descent to and return from the underworld by a living human being. I could stop right there, and you probably are going to know, you're going to be already seeing the significance of Revelation 1:18 and 3:7 with this death and Hades thing, because Jesus does that. He does descend. And he does return to the land of the living. He's not just revived in the underworld like Osiris or something like that. It goes, what happens with Jesus goes well beyond that, and it's something that just didn't happen in the Old Testament. So Bass, continuing, says, in fact, Enoch and Elijah are the only exceptions who can be found to have gone to heaven and remain there instead of Sheol or Hades before New Testament times. Jewish and Christian writings after the time of Jesus begin to speak of the Old Testament saints in heaven, such as Abraham and Isaac and Job's children, and the souls of the righteous that go to the third heaven, language like this. Deliverance from Sheol is the great hope of the faithful Israelite, and there is no evidence in the Old Testament that it had been fulfilled. The righteous are at peace in death, Isaiah 57:1 and 2, and they hope to be united with their bodies for a physical resurrection, Ezekiel 37:12 through 14, Isaiah 26:19, Daniel 12:2. But his point is that in the Old Testament, that never happens. They never get to experience that, in terms of what's written in the Old Testament. Now, again, that doesn't mean that we've got, soul sleep or anything like this, because, there are these expressions of hope. I'm going to go be with my fathers, buried with his fathers. And, we know from archaeology, we've been through this material elsewhere on the podcast, when we talk about like Psalms of Korah and, deliverance from Sheol and all this stuff. This ought to be familiar territory, but in case it's not, just want to hit a little of it. Again, the point is everybody goes to Sheol because everybody dies. The only two exceptions, Enoch and Elijah. Okay, we got them. And once you're in Sheol in the Old Testament, nobody ever gets out. There's hope that you will get out at the last day, that the Lord will take you out, will redeem the righteous. Okay? But there's no passage that says they do. In the intertestamental period, people start writing in this way, again, about that the deliverance, from Sheol is now like real, their perspective on, the afterlife shifts a little bit, or it develops a little bit to include this. And of course, in the New Testament, this is very plainly articulated in various passages. But it's Jesus who sort of makes it a reality for everybody, all the righteous anyway. Okay, so there's this growth in the way this is thought about, the afterlife is thought about, growth in understanding. The hope becomes reality. And if you're looking at Old and New Testament, it's very clear who the one is who makes it a reality. That would be Jesus. Okay? First fruits of them who sleep. I mean, these phrases actually mean something in the context of the Hebrew Bible and just how this whole subject is thought about. So Bass, going on, notes that in some passages, at least one, clearly, explicitly, well, that's a better way to say it, Sheol, okay, and let me just read it. Being gathered to one's fathers, okay, this idea of going to be with your loved ones is parallel with Sheol in Genesis 49:29. If being gathered to one's fathers or sleeping with your fathers is parallel with Sheol, then it is clear that even the righteous go to Sheol, even the ones who expect a positive experience, maybe expect, something more, to be with the Lord, as certain psalms say. So everybody goes to Sheol, righteous and unrighteous. Nobody gets out in the Old Testament, even though that is the hope of the righteous. So that's sort of a summary of Old Testament thinking when it comes to, what happens when you die. Now, Bass wants to make that point again because he's later going to point to how Jesus is the unique factor here. He's the one that makes it a reality, so to speak. Not just so to speak, but really. But in biblical theology, Jesus is the turning point. He's the linchpin to all this. But then he goes on and he says we need to say something about personification language too. Now, just think about it before I even get into this. We've talked a little bit about personification already, but I'm going to do a little bit more here with what Bass has written. Everybody goes to this place. Everybody dies, so there's the death problem. Everybody goes to the underworld, okay? And it's not really a great place. I mean, yep, you might, if you're fortunate, you might get to see your loved ones and all that, but you're still there. You're still like a prisoner. You're still never going to get out. You hope to get out to be with the Lord directly, to experience His presence. Okay, that's even better than being gathered to your fathers. Okay, you want to be with the Lord that you serve, that you worship, that you believe in, so on and so forth. That's the hope. But death and the underworld are in your way. They hold you prisoner. It's as though you're in a cell and they have keys. Again, it's prison metaphor. It's inescapability. This kind of metaphor. Think in those terms. Wouldn't it be great if somebody could come down there and basically take the lunch money from death and the underworld, take the keys, and let those people out that are aligned with Him, that are righteous, that follow Him? I mean, when you start thinking in those terms, you're thinking of spiritual warfare, you're thinking of divine warrior conflict, you're thinking of some kind of battle thing. You're thinking of somebody going down there and, like I said, taking their lunch money. Okay, I'm here now. Hand them over. The keys are mine, not yours any longer. There's a spiritual war, a spiritual battle with death and Hades, and Jesus is going to win that fight. That's the imagery that is lurking behind Revelation 1:18 and Revelation 3:7. But let's go, I've tipped the hand here. Let's go back to the Old Testament. Bass has a nice summary of personification language. And part of it reads as follows. This is Old Testament stuff now. Many see this personified figure, death, as Mot, the Canaanite god from Ugaritic texts, with very similar characteristics to death in the Old Testament. We've already hinted at that with Healy's article. To illustrate, Bass says, death uses waves of the sea against his victims, 2 Samuel 22:5 and 6. He uses cords and snares, Psalm 17:5 through 6. Okay, Psalm 114:3, Proverbs 13:14, so on. He ascends through windows, Jeremiah 9:21. He kills, Job 18:13, Jeremiah 18:21. Death terrorizes people, Psalm 54:5. He consumes, Job 15:21. He's never satisfied, Habakkuk 2:5. He crushes, Job 30:23. He speaks, Job 28:22. He shepherds, the people under his ownership, Psalm 48:15. He is the enemy of man, Song of Solomon 8:6. He has weapons, Psalm 7:13. He's sent by God, Isaiah 9:7, Habakkuk 3:13. He meets people, Proverbs 24:8, Daniel 2:9, and he can be called upon, Job 17:14. It's all personification language. Similarly, Sheol, Hades, not just death, but the Hades, the place, is predominantly the realm of the underworld, but also can be personified as a being that unleashes terror. Sheol, or Hades, is personified through the Old Testament as seizing his victims, Job 24:19. Never being satisfied, Proverbs 27:20. He's an irresistible power, again, Song of Solomon 8:6. Terrorizes with weapons, Again, Psalm 17:6. Has a house, Job 17:13 and Job 30:23. Has a hand, Psalm 48:15 and 16. Has a belly, Jonah 2:3. Has a mouth to feed on his victims, Isaiah 5:13. And can be embittered, at least in the Septuagint, Isaiah 14:9. And is naked before God, Job 26:6. So again, this is all personification language. This is his point. Now, you take all that and you see the same thing in Second Temple Jewish literature and Greco-Roman literature. Bass has a whole chapter dedicated to the personification of death and Hades in Greco-Roman literature and Second Temple material. Here's a short paragraph from it. Beginning in Homer, Hades is personified as the god of the underworld and is the brother of Zeus. Moreover, the underworld is predominantly personified as the god Hades. Hades is, quote, horrible and, quote, the most hated of all the gods. Hades was worshipped in a temple near Elis in Greece. He is also pictured as judge of the dead. Hades is simultaneously portrayed not only as the god of the underworld, but also the very realm of the underworld that houses the souls of the dead. The dead are frequently referred to as entering the house of Hades. There is a river or lake that is the boundary between the dead and the living, and a ferryman that takes the dead across to pass through the gates of Hades. In Greek mythology, even death is personified as a demon or a monster from the underworld who is the sacrificer of the dead, quote unquote. It is clear that the Greeks sometimes personified Hades as a god of the underworld and simultaneously understood Hades as the abode or realm of the dead. In other words, to the Greek mind, they're both on the table, just like we said earlier. Finishing with Bass, he says, I believe this Greek portrayal of Hades as ruler over the dead and realm of the dead find clear parallels in the Old Testament and especially in Revelation. Again, Second Temple writers noted all this stuff. I'm not going to bother to read all of the whole section here. I'll just a few sentences. Here's some Second Temple Jewish examples. The Book of Wisdom makes clear that God did not create death, Wisdom 1:13. It was through the devil's envy that death entered into the world, Wisdom 2:24. Death can be seen as a realm or state of being or personified. To illustrate, death can be summoned by mankind to make a covenant, Wisdom 1:16. Death is summoned by God to take Abraham. That's the Testament of Abraham 8:9-12 and 16-20. Death decrees things, Sirach 41:2-3. Has a hand, Song of the Three Jews 188. So on and so forth. Swallows up sinners, 1 Enoch 56:8. Oppresses people, 1 Enoch 63:11. Is destructive, Sibylline Oracles 3.393. He's a dragon that feeds on the wicked, 3 Baruch 4:6, and must be tamed. Apocalypse of Abraham 10:11. Again, just on and on and on. But the whole point is that when you get up to the New Testament, there's a long history of thinking about death and the underworld. Death, we'll use the Revelation language, death and Hades, as being both a place and an entity, a supernatural being. They're both in view. When you get to the New Testament, Bass writes this, more specifically, the book of Revelation uses Hades 4 times, always paired with death, and the 2 of them are personified agents of evil that Christ will and has overcome. Revelation 1:18, Revelation 6:8, Revelation 20:13 and 14. Those are the 4 passages where they're paired. However, Hades as a city with gates and souls dwelling within it is still clearly present in Revelation as well, Revelation 20:13. Death is also personified throughout the New Testament. In a footnote, he lists these references, Romans 5:14 and 17, Romans 6:9, 1 Corinthians 15:26, 54 and 55, 2 Timothy 1:10, Hebrews 2:14, and then you get into Revelation. He says, so death is personified a lot, but only Hades is personified in Revelation. These 4 passages where they're paired are also the only 4 places in the New Testament where death and Hades appear together. So it's only those 4. Bass writes, the author of Revelation is the only writer of the New Testament who continues to portray death and Hades as a duo of terror against mankind, as has been shown to be somewhat normative in the Old Testament and Second Temple literature. So all of that to say, look, what he's going to say about this has deep roots in the Hebrew Bible Second Temple Jewish literature, and Greco-Roman thinking. And that is this whole idea that Christ is going to descend to this realm and defeat death and Hades in terms of spiritual warfare, like divine entities, supernatural agents. And I'll use the phrase again, take their lunch money. He's going to take the keys by force, as it were, and they're going to be dethroned. They're going to be put out of a job. Okay? They are no longer going to be owners of these keys. So, again, this is the imagery to keep in mind. Keys, he says on 59 and 60, keys had a very important place in the ancient Jewish and Greco-Roman world. The Jewish, Roman, and Greek writers wanted to present their gods as the one who hold the keys to the underworld. The imagery used to describe both the underworld and heaven is consistent in the ancient world. The underworld was presented as protected by strong and impenetrable gates that required keys to enter. Think of the prison metaphor, and you get the idea. Bass continues, therefore, we have numerous angels and gods and goddesses who are said to possess the keys to these gates in various ancient religions. Another predominant figure in the ancient Greco-Roman world who is said in multiple places to have the keys of the underworld is the goddess Hecate, also known as Persephone, or Artemis, or Diana. In fact, Owen argues that Jesus holding the keys to death and Hades is a polemic directly against the Hellenistic conceptions of the goddess Hecate. Hecate was the primary figure in the ancient Greco-Roman world to be associated with having the keys to Hades. Hecate is also known as Artemis in magic papyri texts, where she's referred to, get this, quote, Mother of all things, for you frequent Olympus, and the broad and boundless chasm you traverse. Beginning and end are you. Does that sound familiar? I'm the beginning, and I'm the end. Beginning and end are you, and you alone rule all. For all things are from you, and in you do all things, eternal one, come to their end. And you hold in your hands a golden scepter. So there's lordship and authority. She's given multiple titles here that are exclusively used for God and Christ in Revelation. Hecate is the beginning and the end. Compare Revelation 21:6, 22:13. She alone rules all and holds a golden scepter. Check Revelation 4:11, for that imagery. Now, Bass, again, there's just a lot of material. He goes and he talks about, Egyptian stuff and Anubis, other Greco-Roman deities. When he moves to Second Temple material, there's an interesting couple of sentences here. He says, when we move into the Jewish literature before and after the time of the New Testament, angels are predominantly said to possess the keys. Among these angels are Metatron, Yaoel, Eremiel or Uriel, and the archangel Michael. They are all said to possess the keys to either the underworld or the kingdom of heaven. Instead of having the keys to the levels of heaven, other angels are said to have the keys to Hades. Now, that's the end of the quote. For me, the most interesting one there is Yaoel, which is Yahoel. And if you've ever heard me lecture on the two powers in heaven in Jewish literature, you know that name. Okay, Metatron is another. They're the most interesting because Yahoel was the second power to a number of Jews. So if you're thinking that, you got two powers thinking, you got binatarian thinking, binatarian Jewish monotheism. But for the New Testament and John, who really holds the keys? It's Jesus. I mean, it figures right into this flow, this trajectory of thought. Now, Eremiel is interesting, though, and I'm going to read a little bit about him, what Bass says about his imagery, this other angel. He says, the apocalypse of Zephaniah has striking parallels with the first vision of Revelation. Zephaniah says, then I arose and stood, and I saw a great angel standing before me with the face shining like the rays of the sun in its glory, since his face is like that which is perfected in its glory. And he was girded as if a golden girdle were upon his breast. His feet were like bronze, which is melted in a fire. And when I saw him, I rejoiced, for I thought that the Lord Almighty had come to visit me. I fell upon my face, and I worshipped him. He said to me, take heed, don't worship me. I am not the Lord Almighty, but I am the great angel Eremiel, who is over the abyss and Hades, the one in which all the souls are imprisoned from the end of the flood, which came upon the earth until this day. It's the end of the quote. Now, clearly, Eremiel has replaced Christ in this vision. Bass notes that Christ has replaced Eremiel if Revelation was written after the apocalypse of Zephaniah, or they're both using a common source, if it's before. Either way, Christ is presented as deity in Revelation because he accepts worship from John. Did you catch that difference? See, everything that I just read to you sounds really like Revelation 1, except for one detail. Okay, Jesus doesn't say, "Oh, don't worship me." I mean, it's just really clever. Again, if you are a literate Jew and you're familiar with the apocalypse of Zephaniah and the keys stuff and all the stuff we've been talking about to this point, and you get to Revelation 1 and you're familiar with this apocalypse passage, it's just like this other guy wrote, except for one thing. Jesus does not refuse to be worshipped. In fact, he's equated with, the imagery of him is aligned with the Ancient of Days. We've already talked about this. He is the one who has the keys of death and Hades. Okay, and he's God. Okay, I mean, how many ways can John say it? How many ways can John take a familiar idea to his readers? Again, because he has to describe what the angel has shown him, whether it's a vision or something the angel shows him, or both. It's like 6 of one and half a dozen of another. And it's strategic, okay? I'm sure when John's having the vision, the angel doesn't say, "Now, when you go back down, when you get, in your right mind here's a great passage to look up, to help you out." No, I mean, he's showing him things, but John is familiar enough with the material, and he, how do I get the point across? How do I, describe what I've seen? Oh yeah, there's that Apocalypse of Zephaniah thing. That's really useful, or Daniel 7, or whatever. So he's going to use something, whether it's Old Testament or some other text that his readers know, to illustrate what this was like, what he was actually seeing. But he's going to tweak it too. He's going to make sure the theology of the deity of Jesus doesn't get lost. And even that he's going to show is consistent with Jewish two powers in heaven thinking. The risen Christ is the second power. Not some angel, whether it's a biblical angel or Second Temple Jewish literature angel. It's not these. It's none of these. It's him. Okay? It is the risen Christ who is the second power, and now he's the holder of the keys because of the resurrection. Again, all of this is happening in the book of Revelation. So, you get to this, and well, how does this inform our reading of Revelation 1:18? 4 observations. It's absolutely clear that we have a risen Christ in view. Revelation 1:18. "Fear not, I am the first and the last. I am the living one. I died, and behold, I am alive forevermore. And I have the keys of death and Hades." So absolutely clear we have a risen Christ in view. Number 2, it's also clear there's a sequence implied. I died, I'm now alive again forevermore, and I have the keys of death and Hades. 1, 2, 3. This follows that. Now, third, and this is important, this suggests, both the risen Christ and the sequence that's implied suggests that before Jesus rose from the dead, he didn't have the keys to death and Hades. Somebody else did. And what these sources, especially Bass, are going to argue is that Jesus descended into the underworld at death. I died. He was there 3 days, during which time he did certain things. We've talked about this before, unseen realm. We talk about 1 Peter 3 with this, the descent into Sheol, into the underworld. So he's there 3 days, during which time he did certain things, one of which being that he conquered death and Hades, personified as supernatural enemies. And he took the keys from their domain, from their hands, as it were, rising from the dead. Now, after he rises, now he is Lord of the living and the dead. He holds the power of life and death. Something Revelation will make quite clear in judgment scenes later in the book that involve the second death. So consequently, what Revelation 1:18 is describing is Christ's descent into the underworld, his combat with and victory over death and Hades. This would have been crystal clear to ancient, again, literate readers. And the history of the church in this regard is telling. Here's the fourth point. Bass points out in detail that the idea that Christ descended into the underworld, descended into hell is the more familiar language through something like the Apostles' Creed, that this idea was a belief embraced by the confessing church across the world until the late 1400s, early 1500s. Everybody believed this. Everybody got it. And if you were an ancient reader, you know, again, the supernatural outlook of all this in terms of the spiritual warfare and the conquering supernatural agents and again taking the keys from them, you know what it means. But we may have lost the detail in the history of the church, but we didn't lose the point, at least up until just right before the Reformation. Now, I think one of the reasons that it is so it's so obvious. I mean, when you see it, when you hear when you talk about it, when you think about it, and especially if you know the backgrounding of the Old Testament, Second Temple, Greco, I mean, this is just obvious. That doesn't mean that Jesus went to hell, as in he gets a cell where he's going to be punished. See, that's the obstacle for a lot of readers today. He died. He goes to the place where the dead go, the underworld. We have to think of that place in that way. Again, what could be more obvious? But he doesn't remain there. He descended to hell, descended to the underworld is the better way to think about it, to the realm where the dead go. Well, duh, if he died, then where else would he go? Yeah, exactly. It's quite obvious. And again, everybody was locked in until, the late 1400s, okay? So this adds weight to, what I'm articulating in Unseen Realm in 1 Peter 3, where there I talk about how Enoch was a type of Christ in his descent. So not only does Christ preach to the imprisoned watcher spirits, reiterating their doom, but he also takes the lunch money from death and Hades. Okay, he's got stuff to do when he goes down to the underworld. First, I got to tell the watchers you ain't getting out, or you might have think you've won after all this time, and your buddy's somewhere, some other evil spirit's going to let you out of here. Well, I got news for you. Yeah, you might be surprised to see me here, but I ain't going to be here long. You still lose, okay? And okay, mission accomplished here. My work here is done. Now I'm going to go over to the gatekeepers, to death and Hades, and I'm going to take the keys from them and sayonara. I mean, I'm out of here. He does certain things, and again, the early church, Bass does a really nice job of showing this. They're locked into this. This wouldn't be news to them. But in our day and age, we've had a history of, this or that tradition or denomination, maybe even some that have removed the line from the Apostles' Creed or fiddled with the language or taught against it or something like that. They just missed the point. And they, just like with 1 Peter 3, they in some way kind of eviscerate the passage of its intended meaning. When Christ takes the keys, he takes control of everlasting life or death through his resurrection victory. What could be more obvious? Only he from that point forward has the authority over the living and the dead in the form of everlasting life and death. Again, what could be more obvious? Now we have to ask here, we've got to transition to Revelation 3:7. How does this inform Revelation 3:7, the keys of David? There is, first of all, there is an intended parallel literarily in the way John writes this. If you compare the flow of Revelation 1, the elements of what's described there, with the flow of Revelation 2 and 3, this comes out. For instance, if you're thinking about Revelation 1, 17 and 18, just think about the sequence here, or the sequence of the elements. I am the first and the last, even the living one, and I was dead, but behold, I now live forever and ever. I have the keys to death and Hades. If you go over to chapter 2, in verse 8, you read, thus says the first and the last. That's a parallel to Revelation 1:17. Continuing with 2:8, the one who died but came to life. There's a parallel with 1:18. If you go to chapter 3, you get this, verse 7, thus says the Holy One, the true one, the one who has the key of David. See, that you would expect keys of death and Hades because they're parallel, but it changes. The wording slightly changes in 3:7. I'm the one who has the key of David, who opens so that no one can shut and shuts so that no one can open. Okay. So the parallel was intended to be noticed, the sequence. Now, Beale and Carson write this. Keys in 118b are keys of death, and he's in 370. A quotation via 22:22 is substituted for the phrase of death and Hades. So now we have the one having the keys of David, who opens and no one shuts, and who shuts and no one opens. Okay, Isaiah 22:22. I mean, it's pretty obscure. Let's go to Isaiah 22, and I'm going to read verses. Let's start down in verse 15. And this is sort of a really obscure passage with an obscure person in it. But I'm going to read Isaiah 22:15 through 25. It says, "Thus says the Lord God of hosts, come, go to this steward, to Shebna, who is over the household, and say to him, what have you to do here, and whom have you here, that you have cut out here a tomb for yourself, you who cut out a tomb on the height and carve a dwelling for yourself in the rock? Behold, the Lord will hurl you away violently, O you strong man." God is angry with this particular steward, okay? "He will seize firm hold on you," verse 18, "and whirl you around and round and throw you like a ball into a wide land." Look, it's almost like a Bugs Bunny cartoon, okay? "There you shall die, and there shall be your glorious chariots, you shame of your master's house." Gosh, that's brutal. Verse 19, "I will thrust you from your office, and you will be pulled down from your station." How would you like that on your job review? You're a shame of your master's house. Verse 20, "In that day," God says, when I punish this guy, in that day, "I will call my servant Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, and I will clothe him with your robe, and will bind your sash on him, and will commit your authority to his hand. And he shall be a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and to the house of Judah. And I will place on his shoulder the key of the house of David. He shall open, and none shall shut, and he shall shut, and none shall open." Okay, there you get the part that John, repurposes in Revelation 3. So Isaiah 20:22 has God getting rid of this one servant that's just the shame of your master's house, and replacing him with Eliakim. And he says part of what he's going to do for this guy is, I'm going to give him the keys of the house of David. So this guy's going to be like over the Davidic dynasty where they live. This guy's like over the house, okay? This is a big deal because it's the king, okay? "He shall open and none shall shut. He shall shut and none shall open." Now, going back here to Revelation 3, like what in the world is John angling for? And how does this relate to the keys of death and Sheol, death and Hades? Let's think about what we just read. Eliakim. Probably, none of you named your kids Eliakim. But it's a name formed from El, which is God, and the verb kum, which is to raise up or rise up. Oh, now it's getting interesting. See, his name means El, or God will raise up. Boy, that's interesting in a passage that just referred to Jesus, kind of interesting. John saw significance in Isaiah 22:15-25 because of the name and because of how Eliakim was described. So Beale and Carson write this. They say the substitution, key of David, for the keys of death and Hades is meant to amplify the idea of the original phrase in 118b by underscoring the sovereignty that Christ holds over the sphere of death and Hades. Isaiah 22 describes Eliakim's absolute control over the kingdom of Israel, though eventually he is deposed from his office. I mean, Eliakim doesn't work out as well as God had wanted to. The reference, Beale and Carson continue, to Eliakim as my servant, did you catch that? My servant in Isaiah 22:20, would have been easily associated with Isaiah's servant prophecies of chapters 40 through 53, since the phrase occurs there 13 times. The same phrase occurs only twice elsewhere in Isaiah in reference to the prophet himself in chapter 20, verse 3, and to David himself in Isaiah 37:35. The description of placing the key of the house of David, i.e., which equals the administrative responsibility for the kingdom of Judah, on Eliakim's shoulder, and the allusion to him as a father, did you catch that? To those who are in Jerusalem and to the house of Judah. And the reference to him as, again, catch the phrase, becoming a throne of glory. This is Isaiah 22. Those phrases would have facilitated such a typologically prophetic understanding of Isaiah 22:22, since this language is so strikingly parallel to that of the prophecy of the future Israelite ruler of Isaiah 9:6 and 7. The Messiah prophecy, the government shall be upon his shoulders, and his name will be called Eternal Father, who sits on the throne of David. Thus, Eliakim's temporary control of the kingdom, historically, as prime minister to the king of Israel, was a prophetic historical pattern pointing forward to Jesus Christ's greater and eternal sovereignty over a greater kingdom. The kingdom, of course, this is me now, this is the end of Beale and Carson. The kingdom, of course, is what? How is the kingdom, how does that work out in the book of Revelation for John? What's the kingdom? It's the new Eden. And how does this relate to having the keys of death and Hades? Because in the new kingdom, the kingdom coming, the new Eden, there is no more death. Hence, the key of David and the keys of death and Hades point to the same thing. Jesus is Lord of everlasting life and death. He alone has the authority to decide who goes where. Are you going to be in the new Eden? Are you going to be in the kingdom? Are you going to be in my house or not? So it's Jesus who offers and secured eternal life by defeating death. Everlasting death can only be experienced by rejecting that offer and the love of the key holder. These passages actually are speaking the same language. They're describing the same, not only destiny, that you're not going to die anymore. There is no more death. The key holder, is going to deal with in terms of finality with both, death. Just go to the end of the book of Revelation. Death itself is destroyed. The key holder is going to deal with death, and he's going to grant everlasting life to those who are aligned with him. It's the key imagery. It's sovereignty. It's eternal life. And that's why we get the David language is just another way of expressing this idea. Again, this is just fantastic stuff. That again, I think this will be one of those episodes where you look back and you go, boy, there was just a lot planted in some simple phrases where, again, if you know the wider context, how death and hell, the underworld are perceived, as demonic figures, and you have the descent idea because you have a sequence here. I was dead, I died, and I'm alive forevermore, and I have the keys of death and Hades. There's the sequence here. Well, if there's a sequence here, then during the time he was down there, again, he took the keys away, which denotes kingship and authority, and he's the Lord of the living and the dead, and he gets to decide who goes where. And all this stuff is packed in to these phrases. And again, if you can grasp that wider context, this is again one of these other examples of Christ doing spiritual warfare, announcing the defeat, of the keepers while he's down there. Just again, I'll go back to the phrase, taking their lunch money. He's smacking them around. They no longer have authority because of the resurrection. So it's just a fantastic set of images that we find that emerge really, from a few simple phrases in these verses. Today we're going to do Revelation 4, but it's only part 1. We're going to hit stretches like this too, where there's just something that's sort of lurking behind the backdrop of a chapter, or that we have to sort of cover first, and that's going to set up, some of the drill down stuff. So, today we're going to look at Revelation 4 and get our feet wet there. And again, what we're doing in this series is it's all about the repurposing of the Old Testament in the book of Revelation. And today we're going to see how John repurposes an Old Testament genre. And that is called in Old Testament scholarship the covenant lawsuit genre. It's also known as the covenant lawsuit treaty. So there's a lot of scholarship behind this. There's a pretty solid consensus of scholarship, in fact, that Revelation 4 and 5 is a divine council scene that utilizes features of the covenant lawsuit genre from the Old Testament. So today, we want to be talking about what that genre is, what are the elements, and once we go through the elements, you're going to kind of see, if you think about Revelation 4 and 5, that, the chapter does kind of like unfold in this particular way. And that's going to inform certain items in these chapters, basically how to read them, or this is the bigger picture, Old Testament bigger picture. Here's what the passage is accomplishing. And then there's this other thing over here that's a little more, nuanced, or drill down into a specific passage that John, might use or repurpose in part 2. So, this is going to be fairly broad, this episode. Now, we've had on the show before Alan Bandy, and I'm going to be interacting with 3 sources here, really using 3 sources. They're all dissertations, and they've all been since, I'm sure, revised in some way and published into expensive books. So I'm going to be using the dissertations. I've uploaded all 3 of these dissertations into the protected folder for the podcast. So if you want, to get a hold of the original dissertation and not the published book, you can do that. And so any page number I refer to here is going to be on, about the dissertation, not the book. But Bandy's dissertation is one of these. And again, we've had Alan Bandy before to talk about his work. And so we're going to sort of revisit parts of that. And then I'm going to add a few other things from some other sources. So Bandy's dissertation was entitled The Prophetic Lawsuit in the Book of Revelation. This is his PhD dissertation from Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary in 2007. He is going to reference an older dissertation a lot. I mean, he references a number of works, but one of them is a dissertation by R. Dean David. And the title of that one was The Heavenly Court Scene of Revelation 4 and 5. This was a PhD dissertation done at Andrews University in 1987. And the third source that I'll draw on is Myra Kensky. Her dissertation was Trying Man, Trying God. Subtitle, The Divine Courtroom in Early Jewish and Christian Literature. This is a University of Chicago dissertation from 2009. And I should add that her work actually includes a chapter on rabbinic literature too, even though the title, doesn't make that completely evident. Because when you see early Jewish, you think Second Temple Judaism, not rabbinics, but she actually has a chapter on rabbinics as well. So I'm going to be interacting with all 3 of these to sort of explain, what is the covenant lawsuit genre and how does it show up in Revelation 4 and 5? And to be honest with you, there are scholars that would argue that the whole book of Revelation draws on this genre in a number of respects. But we'll drift off into that a little bit. But we're going to maintain our focus here on these 2 chapters. So I'm going to start with Bandy's dissertation. What he does, again, he is going to, as sort of the title indicates, the prophetic lawsuit in the book of Revelation. I mean, his dissertation is not isolated to chapters 4 and 5. So he's going to in his dissertation show how the prophetic lawsuit, this covenant lawsuit genre, is utilized and repurposed in various places in the book of Revelation. So what he does in his dissertation is he begins with discussing all the literature that has gone before, the work that has been put into the prophetic lawsuit genre, and then noting specifically writers as well that dip into the book of Revelation for this here and there. And then his work's really going to expand on the theme and really give it concerted attention specifically in the book of Revelation. So he goes through, in his introduction, lots of different approaches to this. So it's very evident that there's some kind of covenant or treaty or lawsuit background. Like when you hear lawsuit, think a courtroom scene. All right. Bandy points out, scholars have noticed this for a very long time. The only question is, well, which genre or which ancient Near Eastern, genre or examples are the best ones, to really understand what's going on here. So he goes through all these different options in his early chapter, and he notes, strengths and weaknesses of a bunch of them. For instance, when he veers into Revelation, he refers to David Chilton's work. Chilton, I don't know if I presume he's still living. His book that Bandy spends a lot of time on is Days of Vengeance, an exposition of the book of Revelation, which was 1987, so it's not that old. But anyway, Chilton is sort of in the Christian theological arena. He's eschatologically, he's a preterist. In that arena, Christians who do eschatology, he's one of the few that really spent a lot of time on this covenant framework for the book of Revelation. So he spends a lot of time, Bandy does, talking about Chilton and, again, strengths and weaknesses, some critiques here and there. One of his critiques of Chilton is he depends a lot on Meredith Klein's articulation of covenant elements that we should be paying attention to. And, Klein wrote earlier, than the 1980s. And so, some of that work is going to suffer because it hasn't been brought up to date. Again, this is just a chronological issue. But, to be more specific, on page 38, Bandy writes this. He says, the 5 points of the covenant structure, this according to Chilton, include 1, a preamble to identify the king, a historical prologue. That's number 2. Number 3 is ethical stipulations. In other words, the terms of the covenant. 4, sanctions outlining blessings and cursings. And 5, succession arrangements dealing with future generations. And so he talks about how, Chilton views the backdrop of the book of Revelation as essentially a lawsuit against Israel, against Jerusalem, and so on and so forth. And that's going to lead him in a certain direction in interpreting the book that, fits really nicely in the preterist camp. Bandy writes, Chilton views the covenant lawsuit describing the last days of the covenantal nation of Israel, which was fulfilled with the destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70. And then he writes, Chilton's approach, however, differs from most scholars in that he arrives at the lawsuit through his covenant framework for Revelation instead of through the occurrences of juridical language and imagery. This results in part from the fact that his commentary is an exposition of the English text rather than the Greek. Likewise, Chilton argues that Revelation does not contain a prophetic lawsuit, but it is a lawsuit based on the 5-point structure of ancient Near Eastern covenants. And he gets that from Klein. The problem with this thesis is that he overstates his case for the covenant framework serving as the structure for Revelation. And then elsewhere he says, to say that the entire book of Revelation intentionally follows the structure of ancient Near Eastern vassal treaties proves difficult to validate. Let me just stop there. So what Bandy's going to do is he's going to say, look, there's a better option than what Klein was doing. Not all the book of Revelation is a covenant or belongs in the covenant structure, but various parts of the book of Revelation do construct scenes like their lawsuit scenes, again, courtroom scenes. Revelation 4 and 5 is the most prominent of these. So he's going to say, an approach like Chilton's a bit exaggerated. So I bring up Chilton because, again, he is in the Christian orbit. We're going to have listeners who are familiar with Chilton, and they're going to think that covenant lawsuit backdrop to the book of Revelation is Chilton. It's not really the case. What Chilton was doing is something a little bit different. And again, Bandy's going through a whole bunch of people, but again, I picked Chilton because he's going to be familiar to a lot of people in the audience. So pluses and minuses, just like everything else. Again, one of the things he likes about Chilton is that, for instance, his insight that the 4 series of 7 judgments in the book of Revelation are based on Leviticus 26 warrants serious consideration. Again, that's going to show up later in the book and in some of the specific things we see in the book of Revelation. So again, there are important things here that a writer like Chilton and those who follow him are going to be tracking on, but that is not what we're going to do today. That is not what we mean by the covenant lawsuit genre. It's bigger than what Meredith Klein wrote. It's bigger than what Chilton wrote, and it's also different in some respects. So the observation, let's just take as our point of departure here this 4 series of 7 judgments based on Leviticus 26. That's going to factor into Bandy's own contribution, that the sections of the book of Revelation, various sections, are framed by, again, this prophetic courtroom, this prophetic drama sort of scene. If you think back to Leviticus 26 and passages like Deuteronomy 28 and 29, where God lays out, again, these basically the stipulations for blessing, and then if those are violated, then you're cursed. Those passages, Leviticus 26, Deuteronomy 28, 29, are often used in the Old Testament in other places as the basis for the prosecution. In other words, God is upset at Israel's apostasy, and then a prophet will put Israel in a courtroom scene, and God begins to build a case against his people Israel. And in this is going to in part explain why the Assyrians are going to come and conquer you, or why the Babylonians are going to come and conquer you. So these cursings, again, that come from these earlier chapters, these violations of the covenant. I mean, Leviticus 26 is Torah. Deuteronomy 28 and 29 is Torah, okay? As part of the covenant, God makes with Israel. These violations are going to become the basis for God's judgment. And articulating the case against Israel is going to be part of the covenant lawsuit genre. So all of that's legit. Again, where Bandy would say Chilton goes too far is to try to make like the whole book of Revelation somehow following these covenantal structures and whatnot. It's an exaggeration of the case, but the case itself in parts of the book is legit. And Revelation 4 and 5 is a big place where this is very evident. Plus, it takes place in the divine courtroom, so it's a divine council scene. Now, Bandy again, summarizes all this, and he gets to the part of his dissertation where he gets into R. Dean Davis's dissertation, which is one of the 3 sources I mentioned at the beginning. So part of Davis's dissertation deals with the divine council specifically as a deliberative body. Again, think of a courtroom, sort of like God as judge. Okay, and the council is the jury, or at least they're participating jurors in concert with God, who in many cases God is also the jury. He's the judge and the jury and the prosecutor in some of these scenes. And Bandy writes of Davis's study, again, here's how he summarizes it. He says, Davis's thematic analysis of Revelation 4 and 5 attempts to portray, 1, a covenant context within a temple setting. Think of God's throne room here. 2, a heavenly court scene involving a divine council. And 3, an investigative type judgment of the Lamb in corporate solidarity with his people. Davis isolates 5 themes evident in chapters 4 and 5, which includes A, temple theology, B, ontological cosmic unity, C, judgment, D, covenant and royal theology, and E, Trinitarian involvement in salvation. The subsequent chapters attempt to explicate these themes as they relate to the Old Testament and Revelation. Now, some of that language, especially investigative judgment, is going to sound like Seventh-day Adventist theological stuff. And that's correct, because Davis is an Adventist. And Andrews University, where he did this dissertation, is an Adventist school. And Bandy's well aware of this, and so he's gonna push back on some of that kind of content. But the important thing about Davis's work for us, and really from what Bandy's doing, is again bringing the divine council sort of front and center into this. And so he writes elsewhere about Davis. He says a major corollary to Davis's analysis of the heavenly courtroom scene is the presence of the divine council. In chapter 4, Davis reviews 1 Kings 22, Isaiah 6, Ezekiel 1 through 11, and Daniel 7 as significant Old Testament passages for interpreting the role of the divine council, heavenly beings, in Revelation 4 and 5. After a summary of each passage, he provides an analysis of what those passages reveal about the divine council. Davis also discusses the terms, location, members, and decisions of the divine council in an integrative summary. He argues that in the covenant lawsuit, Yahweh functions as both the prosecutor and judge, whereas a member of the divine council functions, in other words, like the Son of Man or somebody like that. Members of the divine council function as a witness, Job 16:19, a vindicator, Job 19:25, a mediator, Job 33:23 and 24, an intercessor, Isaiah 53:11 and 12, Hebrews 7:25, and an advocate before God, Daniel 7:13, Daniel 7:27. In these Old Testament passages, the council convenes before divine actions are taken, suggesting that its primary function is executive or judicial decision-making. The council passes judgment within the context of the covenant, and on that basis, a verdict is followed by subsequent actions. I'll just stop there. Again, we've talked before, and I talked about this in Unseen Realm, about there are certainly some passages where you see divine counsel participation in the decision-making process of God. And in other places, it's nuanced a different way, that the council carries out a decision made. In 1 Kings 22, again, this is a classic text, 1 Kings 22, 19 through 23, it's time for Ahab to die. God has already decreed, that Ahab needs to go. And so, the council is called together, and God says, hey, how are we going to do that? Let's hear what you propose. So he lets them participate. And then, the spirits, go back and forth, and the spirit steps forward. So I got a great idea. I'll be a lying spirit in the mouth of all these prophets. And God says, yep, that'll work. I know Ahab pretty well. That he's going to be toast, when you try that on him. So, there's this participatory element. So I wanted to read that paragraph specifically, even though it's a summary, it doesn't get into the nuts and bolts, so that, again, this audience knows that when you hear this kind of stuff about a divine counsel and participating in God's, judgment and working for God, and again, God allowing them, again, some input, this kind of thing. It's not just crazy Mike, okay? It's not that Heiser guy. This is just mainstream scholarship, okay? This is Old Testament scholarship. I'm just letting you know it's there. And again, in Unseen Realm, it becomes part of Unseen Realm. This is what I do in Unseen Realm is try to make biblical scholarship about, the flow of biblical theology decipherable and digestible to, normal people who aren't going to go out and get degrees, but they already know that the way scholars talk and think about the scriptures is a lot different than what you hear in church. Okay, so we're filling in lots of gaps here, and I'm exposing you. My views on things are not idiosyncratic. This is why I clutter my books with resource references, footnotes, okay? I do that for a reason, because I want you to know this other work is out there. You just didn't know it was out there. Here's where to find it. Buy the book, get the journal article, whatever it is, and away you go. I want to sort of empower the audience to do the research. So I wanted to include that passage, about, Dean's study here. What Dean does from that point on is he has like a mini commentary on Revelation 4 and 5 in his dissertation, again, from the divine counsel perspective. So let's just move on a little bit here. Davis, again, R. Dean Davis, again, is the one that focuses on counsel a lot. And also the third dissertation source, Kensky's dissertation, they have chapters in their respective dissertations overviewing sort of how the heavenly court or the heavenly council works. Some of it's speculative. Kensky takes how can I describe her? Bandy's an evangelical. Davis is in the Adventist context. Kensky is Jewish, but I think her writing's a little bit more cynical too. But it's still really good stuff. Lots of good data. But they, every writer sort of has to. They go off on trajectories and speculate here and there about, how the council would actually work or not. But Davis and Kensky both attempt to do this, and I'm going to give you a little sample of what Kensky says here and try to read between the lines a little bit, because I actually kind of like, what she does in the beginning of her dissertation here. She says, throughout the Hebrew Bible, there are images of God holding trial and acting in a judicial capacity. Sometimes these images appear in narrative presentations, such as the visions of Micaiah bar Imlah, it's 1 Kings 22, Zechariah 3, and the prologue to Job 1 and 2. At other points, as in Psalm 50, the framework is poetic, leaving the reader to fill out the narrative setting. Still, other texts are legal in nature and imagine God's courtroom not only as occurring in some heavenly realm, but also as intersecting with the human courtroom on the ground. All these texts bear witness to the flexibility of this scene for different rhetorical and religious purposes. Sometimes the courtroom imagery is found for purposes of consolation, and comfort, and hope. At other points, the courtroom framework is used to provoke shame or regret and repentance. Often these reasons coincide, as more than one is intended at any given moment. Then I'll skip a little bit. The divine courtroom in the Hebrew Bible is not always visible to the naked eye. Often the texts which become most central to later interpreters, even later interpreters within the canon itself, are not prima facie instances of the divine courtroom. Only an understanding of the divine courtroom as a deeply ingrained feature of the religious imagination of ancient Israel can reveal the importance of these texts. And she gives an example. One such example occurs on Mount Sinai. Having displayed extraordinary boldness before God, advocating for Israel after the golden calf, Moses insists that God show him his ways, so that he may know him. Exodus 33:13. The request to know your ways, quote unquote, is nothing less than a desire to penetrate the workings of the divine mind and to understand the process of divine decision making, to perceive how God functions. And she goes on and talks about God's response to Moses and whatnot. Again, I use the word, maybe she's a little bit cynical in places, because I think she, well, on the one, let me put it this way. I'll just kind of summarize my thought here. On one hand, it's true that God's decisions and actions can be perceived by the reader as being unjust or a bit nasty. Okay, that's true on the surface, but in the context of covenant violation, it's really hard, again, for me to say that God is being unjust, because essentially they had fair warning here, So, she riffs on that sometimes, and I think a little bit too negatively. Again, she drifts into what she perceives as some moral ambiguities about God's decision making and so on and so forth. But again, it's kind of I don't want to call it a secular reading. I mean, because she's Jewish, and I can't make any other assumptions beyond that. But maybe she's filtering a little bit of this through the Jewish experience and whatnot. I don't know. It's a good dissertation. There's a lot of good material here, good data, and it's wonderful that she's paying attention, to this whole theme. But if you read all three of these, hers is going to feel a little bit different. Again, because of the way she takes certain things about what God is doing or God's behavior, so to speak, in the courtroom. Stacking the deck against the one under trial. Well, okay, if God really knows the heart, well then, is that the proper way to characterize God, as stacking the deck? God either knows or he doesn't, and his knowledge of the person or the people is not going to be fallible. So anyway, I just thought I'd throw that in case we have people go out and read either hers or all three of them. This one's going to feel a little bit different, but it's pretty thorough, in terms of the passages that pertain. And what I just read there, she says, look, if you know the court setting, if you know how ingrained this was in the religious and cultural understanding of people in ancient Israel, you're going to read other passages where a courtroom setting is not spelled out, and you'll just sense that's what's going on. So she, her dissertation, I think, is pretty thorough and well worth having as a resource. She has sections on God as judge, handing down decisions. She gets into covenants there. For instance, this is unique to her. You're not going to find this in the other two. She has commentary about the use of divination and mediators like the Urim and the Thummim and the high priest. How they function in God's decision making capacities. She talks about there's a hope of individuals in certain passages that are on trial, whether it's the Israelites or some specific person, that they hope that God will not be impartial. They don't want God to be impartial. They want him to favor Israel versus the nations, for example. So, she'll say, well, is that really fair? Well, yeah, it is. It is fair. Again, based upon all the history that's gone before this. She has a lot of these little rabbit trails that are just kind of interesting. She has a section on how God is to be approached. And here she gets into Abraham and Moses about how they negotiate with God for in regard to a decision. Again, she sees in these scenes. Let's just use those as an example. Abraham and Moses. She sees not only what's happening on the ground. Okay, as this is God's divine decision making. And Moses and Abraham, they're allowed to dicker with God and negotiate and whatnot. But she will say by analogy, this also happens in the divine council, or you actually have here, because you also have two other witnesses, these two angels, okay, that in the scene with Abraham anyway. And you could argue by extension the one with Moses, whether it's it's not just the burning bush, it's the whole scene at Sinai where the law is given by the hand of angels. I mean, there are other witnesses here. She's saying, when Moses has these conversations with God and when Abraham has these conversations with God, they're actually part of the courtroom scene. They're actually part of the council decision, looping humans in. Again, that's unique to her dissertation. So this is why I say it's pretty thorough. It's very interesting. But again, it's going to be different than the other two. So anyway, on page 37, she gets into what this is Hebrew terminology, the Riv, that's R-I-B, but you'd pronounce it Riv like it's R-I-V. The Riv pattern. Riv is the word for dispute or lawsuit or quarrel or any one of those. This is the covenant lawsuit idea, the Riv pattern, the Riv genre. And she writes this: one of the most important ways in which the divine courtroom appears in the Hebrew Bible is through its invocation of the so-called prophetic lawsuit or Riv pattern form of prophetic speech. Throughout the prophetic literature, the prophets indict the people of Israel for various crimes against God, all of which ultimately lead up to the breach of covenant. For the prophets, this justifies God's intention to punish the people for their misdeeds. This form of prophetic address, therefore, is an explanation of why God's actions are just. The prophets use the legal language as a means of expressing God's formal complaints and rights as a litigant, an injured party, and show through the mechanisms of human justice how God's actions are themselves functions of divine justice, even though on the surface they may not seem so. Now, she uses as a template example Micah 6:1-8. I'm not going to read it because I'm just going to give you the sort of the bullet points here. You'll get some translation here. I'm not sure this is Kenske's own translation or if she's using maybe the JPS Torah translation. I don't know. But she's going to go through Micah 6:8, where Micah indicts the southern kingdom of Judah for social injustice and ethical improprieties. Now, this isn't a divine council scene, but this gives you the elements of a typical courtroom scene where God is putting Israel on trial, in this case, putting the southern kingdom, Judah, on trial, and sort of how these scenes function. So this is pages 37 and 38 in her dissertation. Hear what Yahweh is saying. Arise, contend with the mountains. Now, the word contend there is Riv. Okay, so it's a legal term. So when you see that as an Israelite, a Hebrew reader, okay, this is a lawsuit. This is lawsuit terminology. God's going to bring a case here. Arise, contend with the mountains, and let the hills hear your voice. Hear, mountains, the case, Riv, of Yahweh, and everlasting foundations of the earth. For Yahweh has a case against his people. He has a Riv, there it is again, against his people, and he will reprove his people. My people, what have I done to you, and with what have I wearied you? Answer me. For I brought you out from the land of Egypt, and from the house of slavery I redeemed you. And I sent before you Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. My people, remember what Balak, the king of Moab, devised, and what Balaam, son of Beor, answered him. From Shittim to Gilgal, in order to know the justices of Yahweh. How shall I come before Yahweh? Bow down before the God of heights. Shall I come before him with burnt offerings? This is the prophet's voice now. Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with year-old calves? Will Yahweh be pleased with thousands of rams, with tens of thousands of rivers of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgressions, the fruit of my belly for the sin of my soul? He has told you, man, what is good, and what does Yahweh seek from you but to do justice, to love chesed, and humbly walk with your God. So we have a case, there's charges given by Yahweh against the people. Like, I haven't done bad things to you, and I've done all these good things to you. And again, in the context, Micah 6, we have all these abuses happening in Judah. And so it's like, what does God really want? What does God consider just? I mean, what's he really after here? Does he want you to bring sacrifices and bow down with calves and your firstborn and rams? And no. What he wants, he's told you what to do, what is good. To do justice, to love chesed, this loving loyalty idea, and to walk humbly with your God. So Micah 6, 1-8 lays out this case against the people. It's done with legal language. So the language used in here, in the Israelite context, this was courtroom, jargon, okay? And you've seen court cases on TV, or whether it's fictional portrayals or something else. That how things get discussed in a court of law are different than just a normal conversation. Well, when you hit, again, the terminology used here, the reader will instantly know Judah's on trial. And the point here is that this language and the trappings of the scene, the prosecutorial stance, the witness is called, to bear witness against whoever's the defendant for their crimes and all this stuff. Sometimes these sorts of settings occur specifically in, divine council scenes where God is enthroned in his, heavenly temple, his house. Okay, this is where the divine council meets, all that stuff. So these elements, again, play out in a lot of these scenes where God is, prosecutor and judge, in some cases even jury. Divine council members play different roles. And I'm going to go back to Davis here. Davis, again, summarizes some of this. He says, an examination of the activities of the members of the divine council reveals that they fulfill several different functions, including some specific roles. They surround the head of the council as attendants, 1 Kings 22:19, Ezekiel 1:12-14, Daniel 7:10. Again, Daniel 7 is a big deal here. And I want you to hold on to that from this point forward, because Daniel 7 is going to be the backdrop, specifically the passage that John uses when he writes Revelation 4 and 5. Daniel 7 is a divine council scene. Daniel 7, 9, 10, really 9-13. That's why Revelation 4 and 5 is very clearly a divine council courtroom scene. All right? Back to Dean. It says, again, the council members support the divine throne for the head of the council. And he gives various references. I'm not just going to list out all the references here. They praise and adore the head of the council. Job 38 is a classic. Psalm 29, 1-2. Psalm 89, 5-6. Again, this is all divine council stuff. Isaiah 6:3. They participate in the council proceedings. 1 Kings 22:20. They give counsel. Isaiah 44:26. They're there to promote justice among the peoples. Psalm 82. That's what they're supposed to be doing. And serve as guardians or watchers. Daniel 4. And several references in there. After the council decision has been made and announced, they serve as messengers of the decision. Exodus 14:19, Numbers 22:31, 1 Kings 22:21-22, Isaiah 6, 8-9. Individually, Gabriel appears to be a specially named messenger in some of these contexts. Daniel 8:16, for instance. A special role appears to be taken by one who is an intercessor, witness, or advocate for the faithful on earth before the head of the council. He brings up Psalm 89 here, which we've talked about before on the podcast. In Daniel 7:13 and 14, the one like a son of man appears to serve as the witness or intercessor on behalf of the saints, the holy ones of the Most High, and the people of the saints of the Most High. Daniel 7:25-27. And from that point on, Dean quotes Mullen's classic study of the Divine Council. Again, this is from Mullen's book, page 228. It's very hard to find this, but you can get it. You can still find it in PDF here and there. Theodore Mullen writes, in Hebrew thought, Yahweh functions as both prosecutor and judge when a negative judgment is rendered in the infrequent Old Testament divine reeve lawsuit contexts. Again, Mullen's all over the same set of information. I'm not going to read it because it's repetitious. And Davis goes through Mullen's work, and then he observes that in all major council scenes, all the big ones, the ones that are most familiar, 1 Kings 22, Isaiah 6, Ezekiel 1-11, and Daniel 7, all of them have the head of the council seated on a throne. God, the king judge, is attended to by various members of the heavenly host. And sometimes those members, at least some of them, are also seated. Daniel 7, the thrones were placed, plural. Isaiah and Ezekiel situate the throne inside the temple. So there's a temple setting implied for these judgment scenes. The temple, of course, is where God abides and the place from which he rules, so that makes sense. There is evidence, Daniel 4, Daniel 7, 1 Kings 22, of participation in decision-making in council, so on and so forth. Now, what Bandy's going to do, again, he goes through, Dean's work and some of this other stuff and so on and so forth. What Bandy's going to do is say, okay, if you have all that in your head, and you look at Revelation 4 and 5, you're going to notice some things right away. He summarizes the parallels, and so I'm going to use his summary to sort of head towards setting up the next episode here for us. He writes on this is pages 44 and 45. Again, if you go get his dissertation, he says, first, God is described as the head of the divine council in terms drawn directly from the Old Testament. You look at how God is described in Revelation 4 and 5. It's going to come out of the Old Testament in these scenes. Second, the 24 elders function in a capacity similar to the divine council in the Old Testament. And he actually cites here Isaiah 24:23, Yahweh, among his elders. In Israel, elders traditionally served as community leaders or royal officials who participated in council sessions and sat as judges. Third, Davis contends that other beings like the seven spirits of God, the four living creatures, John, a strong angel, the Lamb, the myriad of angels, all these characters, even every creature in the cosmos could all be classified as members of the divine council in these scenes. Okay. Fourth, the issue before the council is the worthiness of the Lamb to open the sealed scroll. The final evidence that Davis cites is that of the judicial nature of the scroll itself. He states that the seals were used to provide legal validity to the document that Davis maintains is the Lamb's Book of Life. Now, that's Davis's interpretation of the scroll. But again, you get this courtroom trapping sort of feel, this context. Bandy, again, he's very positive of what Davis is writing. He tweaks it here and there because what he's going to do in his own work is sort of improve the council elements here. The fourth chapter of Bandy's dissertation is entitled An Exegetical Survey of the Prophetic Lawsuit in the Second Vision of Revelation. It's Revelation 4:1 through 16:21. So he takes it all the way to chapter 16, chapters 4 through 16. We're only focused here, at least at this point, on Revelation 4 and 5. So I want to get into, again, some of the things in 4 and 5 here just as setup. But I can't exclude what Bandy writes about the first three chapters. We've already been through the first three chapters, and we've done this drill down thing. But now that we're at chapters 4 and 5, there's stuff in Revelation 1 through 3 that contributes to or is in some way involved with this covenant lawsuit, divine council, courtroom thing that you're going to get hit in the face with, when you get out of chapter 3 and into chapter 4. So Bandy summarizes it this way. He says, the letters to the seven churches constitute lawsuit speeches whereby Jesus conducts a forensic examination of his covenant people. Let me just think about the content of Revelation 1 through 3, these letters to the churches, okay? Back to Bandy. He says, the form of the letters generally distinguishes them as prophetic oracles, similar to the Old Testament prophets, and more specifically, as covenant lawsuit speeches. As such, the book of Revelation follows the pattern of the Old Testament prophetic lawsuit that begins with the people of God. The judgments and promises announced for the churches in the seven letters remain contingent upon what they do in response to these oracles. In this sense, the remaining vision, especially the interludes, relates to how the churches respond. In other words, whether they faithfully endure as witnesses during the heightened state of persecution. Once the Lord deals with his people, he turns his attention to the surrounding nations with oracles of judgment. This pattern is established by the Song of Moses in Deuteronomy 32. There's Deuteronomy 32 again. Once the covenant people repent and obey, Yahweh promises to exact vengeance on Israel's pagan enemies. That's actually a reference to Deuteronomy 32:43. If you read through Deuteronomy 32, I'm just going to break in here. We get verses 8 and 9, which this audience knows well, the disinheritance of the nations, and Yahweh takes Israel as his own, okay? But then you keep reading all the way up to like verse 17, when they worship the Shadim, quote unquote demons. They worship, gods that they had not known. Deuteronomy 32 shifts from the Babel event to an indictment of Israel for apostasy as you keep reading. And what Bandy's saying is, look, this notion of, like in the book of Revelation, you get these oracles, these letters to the churches, where the people of God are being evaluated and judged, and in some cases commended. Okay? And that's going to carry all the way through the rest of the book of Revelation. How do God's people respond to what happens in the first 3 chapters, these letters? Do they hold fast under persecution? Do they refuse, again, to be disloyal, to Yahweh? I mean, all these different sort of themes. And then once God's people get dealt with, then all of a sudden the attention in the book of Revelation shifts to the judgment of the nations. And of course, at the end, the nations are going to be, God is going to, there's going to be healing of the nations ultimately. Okay, so if you know the whole flow here, and if you go to Deuteronomy 32 again, it begins, with here's the way the situation was with Israel, and then Israel apostatized, and then God deals with Israel, and then eventually you get to verse 43 in Deuteronomy 32, where God is taking revenge against the gods, okay, gods of the nations, and so on and so forth. So Bandy's saying, this is the pattern of Deuteronomy 32. It just, this is the lawsuit of Deuteronomy 32, and it's played out. It's tracked on in the book of Revelation. So back to Bandy, he says the book of Revelation likewise sounds similar note of judgment pertaining to the churches, but then the remaining contents of the vision pertains to the judgment of the nations. Significantly, the judgment of the nations is closely tied to the theme of revenge, vengeance for their treatment of the saints, which is, again, Deuteronomy 32:43. So I would summarize it this way. In essence, Revelation 1 through 3 is both a lawsuit dealing with the followers of Jesus. They get warnings, and in some cases indictment, and again, they get commended as well. It's a lawsuit, kind of a courtroom drama, a courtroom evaluation of the followers of Jesus. But at the same time, it's also building a case against the nations, because some of the churches that are the recipients of the letters have been faithful. They have endured under persecution, and they're suffering at the hands of the nations. So it's both evaluative, and all of that testimony is going to be used later to indict the nations. Now, Beale and Carson, if you think, I don't know, that's I'm not sure about Revelation 4 and 5 and all this divine counsel stuff. Okay, let's go to some familiar evangelical voices here, other than me. Beale and Carson's commentary on the Old Testament used in the New Testament lays this out in 14 steps. Okay. They lay it out. They lay out the courtroom setting of Revelation 4 and 5 really nicely. Basically, they move from the divine council courtroom scene in Daniel 7 over to Revelation 4 and 5. So here's what they write. An overview of the 2 chapters together, in Revelation 4 and 5, reveals that they exhibit a unified structure that corresponds to the structure of Daniel 7. It corresponds more to the structure of Daniel 7 than any other vision of the Old Testament. If we begin with Daniel 7, 9 through 28, and observe the elements, in that passage, and the order of their presentation in that passage, if we look at all that and say, well, what about Daniel 7, 9 through 28 is in common with Revelation 45? This is their words. A striking resemblance is discernible. I'm just going to go through the list. 1, introductory vision phraseology. Daniel 7, align Daniel 7, verse 9, and then they loop in verse 2 and verses 6 and 7 with Revelation 4:1. It's going to look a lot alike. Setting of the thrones, or thrones in heaven, Daniel 7:9a, Revelation 4:2a, and 4:4a. God sitting on a throne, Daniel 7:9b, Revelation 4:2b. Description of God's appearance on the throne. John even borrows the description. You have Daniel 7:9c and Revelation 4:3a. Fire before the throne, Daniel 7:9 and 10, Revelation 4:5. Heavenly servants surrounding the throne, Daniel 7:10b, Revelation 4:4b, so on and so forth. I mean, maybe it's a little too much detail, but 14 specific parallels between Daniel 7 When we do the transcript, we'll just include the rest of them. But there are 14 specific parallels between Daniel 7 and Revelation 4 and 5, and they're in the same order. It's completely obvious, A, that Daniel 7 is a divine council scene, and B, John is riffing off of it in Revelation 4 and 5. He could not be any more explicit and detailed and thorough in the alignment. And Daniel 7, again, is a courtroom scene. It is part of this covenant lawsuit thing going on. In Daniel 7's case, of course, the four beasts, the nations are going to be judged. That they're the ones sitting under the under indictment. Okay, in that scene. Here again, you're going to have Daniel 7 also loops into people of God too, but here you're going to have in I'll just pull out number 10 here, Beal and Carson. There's a reference to the kingdom, which includes all peoples, nations, and tongues. It's not just Israel. Okay, so you have, it's this full orb thing. The kingdom of that is talked about in Daniel 7 isn't just the kingdom of Israel. Okay, the Son of Man is Lord of the nations. And over in Revelation 4:5, the nations are going to be in view too. You're going to have both believers. Are they enduring? Are they holding up? Are they sustaining their belief, their faith? And what about the nations? We are nearing, we are approaching. We're really in the process of the nations now coming under judgment. So you get the whole mix. It's very deliberate tracking between Revelation 4:5 and Daniel 7. Just on and on and on it goes. I think that's actually a good place to stop. And it's a good setup for part 2, our next episode, because we can just conclude it this way. There is a solid consensus of scholarship, and there is an indisputable relationship between Revelation 4:5 and Daniel 7. And Daniel 7 is firmly part of what we call the covenant lawsuit genre in the Old Testament, this divine, and even more specifically, a divine council lawsuit scenes. Daniel 7 is right smack dab in the middle of that. It is a classic example, and Revelation 4 and 5 uses it 14 points, even in order. It's unmistakable. So there's a solid consensus of scholarship and data here that utilize all of this stuff. Again, this is the Old Testament context for the larger picture of Revelation 4 and 5. And with that as a backdrop, when we return in the next episode, we're going to drill down. We're going to start to drill down. I may be able to cover Revelation 4 in one more episode. We'll see. Once I get my head into the material, maybe we'd have a part 3. I don't know yet. But we're going to be reading Revelation 4 against the backdrop of a divine council courtroom. Okay. And then within that, John is going to be bringing other Old Testament data in to articulate specific things, specific points, and illustrate specific things and specific points. So John has set the table. His readers know, if they know Daniel 7, which is a really fundamentally important passage, okay? If they know Daniel 7, they know just what the scene is in Revelation 4 and 5. And they're going to be reading with John this court proceeding. And as John goes through the courtroom drama, he's going to be drawing in other things to make the case and explain what's going on, or the things that are and things that are going to happen, and so on and so forth. So that's, I think, a good place to stop and set up the next episode. So lots of Old Testament stuff going on here, both at the macro level and then, as we'll see next time, in very specific ways. So this is the backdrop to Revelation 4 and 5. Bandy, I'll just take a little slice of what we closed with him. He says, the letters to the 7 churches constitute lawsuit speeches whereby Jesus conducts a forensic examination of his covenant people. So even in the first 3 chapters, you have this sort of lawsuit or courtroom kind of challenge where there's an indictment being issued. And do the people that are being spoken to, do they do well? Are they vindicated, or do they have something to change or to fix here? Bandy says the form of the letters generally distinguishes them as prophetic oracles similar to the Old Testament prophets. So again, these letters themselves pattern themselves after things that you'll find in the prophets. And then he goes on and he says the book of Revelation generally, follows the pattern of the Old Testament prophetic lawsuit that begins with the people of God. You have judgments and promises announced for the churches in the 7 letters, and they remain contingent upon what they do in response to those oracles. So he describes this a little bit, but he makes the point toward the end of this quotation that we ended part 1 with, that the first 3 chapters you have this dialogue between Jesus, the one telling John to write, the exalted Ancient of Days, Son of Man figure, okay, and it sounds like that's the only thing happening in the dialogue. But later, Bandy points out that the proceedings here and the content of some of these things, is going to be transferred over or carry over into an indictment of the nations. Not God's people per se, but their enemies as well. And so that's, where Revelation is going to be heading. So Bandy says, look, this covenant lawsuit thing begins with the letters to the churches, and it's going to be found throughout the book. But Revelation 4 and 5 is really sort of the big one. And I mentioned at the end of the last episode, Beale and Carson. It was actually Beale and I think McDonough, the ones who actually wrote this part of that Old Testament in the New Testament commentary that's edited by Beale and Carson. They look at Daniel 7, which is a very famous and indisputable divine council, divine courtroom scene. And there are 14 features of Daniel 7 that occur in Revelation 4 and 5 in the same order. So it's very clear that John is tracking on Daniel 7. And I'm going to use that as a segue because I didn't quote this in the first episode, but one of the other sources that I introduced to the audience in the introductory episode to this series, which is the use of the Old Testament Revelation, by Steve, and I always wonder if I pronounce his name correctly, Moyse, that's Moyise, and his book is The Old Testament in the Book of Revelation. It's an edited volume. He actually, references Daniel 7 too, and he has a chart in his book, actually a series of charts where he'll map over parts of Daniel 7 over to Revelation 4. So I'm just going to give a few examples here in the first 10 verses of Revelation 4. What parts of Daniel 7 show up? Well, in Revelation 4:2a, the first part of the verse, that references throne in heaven, which is Daniel 7:9a. 4:2b references God on the throne. That's 7:9b. And Revelation 4:3a, the first part of 4:3, you have an appearance of the deity, appearance of God. That's also Daniel 7:9. Again, the third part of that verse. Revelation 4:5, you have fire before the throne. And again, that's in Daniel 7:9 and 10. You have throne attendants. Again, here you get in the heavenly host language in Revelation 4:4b, and then 6 through 10. Again, that's Daniel 7, second part of that verse. So you could track all the way through Revelation 4 and 5 and find these elements from Daniel 7. It's very easy. Now, for what we're going to do in this part, we need to add some things because we're going to go in a few different directions here. But again, tied back into these scenes, the divine council courtroom scenes. To these items in Daniel 7, it could be added when you get into Revelation 4, Ezekiel 1 cherubim imagery, and Isaiah 6 seraphim imagery. You get fire again, which you could go to Isaiah 6 and see that. You go to Ezekiel 1 and see that. What will become evident is that John is effectively casting the throne room scene in Revelation 4 and 5 with elements from Daniel 7 and Ezekiel 1 and Isaiah 6, 3 divine council scenes. And each one of those scenes reinforces, again, the idea of God's sovereign rule and his oversight. He is ultimately the judge of all things. And that's going to be a theme that will emerge in Revelation 4 pretty quickly. But I'm going to read, for the sake of our episode here, I'm going to read a few verses from Revelation 4 so that you can sort of mentally go back and catch some of these images. Again, in these 3 major passages, Daniel 7, Ezekiel 1, Isaiah 6. There's going to be others, but those are the 3 main ones, and they're all divine council scenes. So why don't I'll just start in verse 1 here again, and we'll read maybe well, maybe through verse 10. Again, some of these things we've talked about a little bit before. You're going to hear references to white garments and crowns, and we had those in earlier chapters of Revelation and earlier episodes. But a lot of new stuff here. So John writes, "After this I looked, and behold, a door standing open in heaven. And the first voice which I heard speaking to me like a trumpet said, 'Come up here, and I will show you what must take place after this.' At once I was in the Spirit, and behold, a throne stood in heaven, with one seated on the throne. And he who sat there had the appearance of jasper and carnelian, and around the throne was a rainbow that had the appearance of an emerald. Around the throne were 24 thrones, and seated on the thrones were 24 elders, clothed in white garments with golden crowns on their heads. From the throne came flashes of lightning, and rumblings, and peals of thunder, and before the throne were burning 7 torches of fire, which are the 7 spirits of God. And before the throne there was, as it were, a sea of glass, like crystal. And around the throne, on each side of the throne, are 4 living creatures, full of eyes in front and behind. The first living creature like a lion, the second living creature like an ox, the third living creature with the face of a man, and the fourth living creature like an eagle in flight. And the 4 living creatures, each of them with 6 wings, are full of eyes all around and within. And day and night they never cease to say, 'Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come.' And whenever the living creatures give glory and honor and thanks to him who is seated on the throne, who lives forever and ever, the 24 elders fall down before him who is seated on the throne and worship him who lives forever and ever. And they cast their crowns before the throne, saying, 'Worthy are you, O Lord and God, our Lord and God, to receive glory and honor and power, for you created all things, and by your will they existed and were created.'" So that's actually the entirety of chapter 4. We won't go into chapter 5, but you can see right away, how parts of Ezekiel 1, parts of Isaiah 6, of course, we've already tracked, with the Daniel 7 thing in the last episode a little bit here. You have an amalgamation of very obvious and noteworthy divine throne room, divine council scenes, God with his attendants and so on and so forth. Of course, Daniel 7 is really capturing a courtroom imagery because it uses, it has references to multiple thrones being there. The court sat and the books were opened. Again, Daniel 7. So the context for this is pretty clear. And these all are going to provide some input into how we parse some of the elements here in chapter 4. So let's just start in verse 1. We'll work our way through as to what's going on here. Again, it's not only these 3 passages, but there's going to be some others here, but these are the primary ones. Now, as we do this, just think about, and for people in this audience who are familiar with Unseen Realm, my book, I mean, you're a lot of this you've already probably mentally looped in because, heavenly courtroom, heavenly throne room, well, those aren't really separable from where God, lives, his house, these sorts of images, because they all tend to overlap in Old Testament thought. And if you can sort of, remember that point, then you could ask yourself, well, where else does God live? In the Old Testament, well, he lives in mountains and gardens, and, cosmic mountain is a big theme in Unseen Realm. We're gonna draw on all of that here. So Revelation 4:1, the first voice, which I had heard speaking to me like a trumpet. Let me just stop right there. I'm going to take a little bit of a rabbit trail, and I'm going to do a little bit of end times systems here, just a spasm. Just a note. It does not say, the verse does not say that a trumpet sounded. It's not what it says. A voice. He hears a voice speaking to him, and the voice sounds like a trumpet. Okay, it's not a trumpet, it's a voice. So we must be talking about something like volume here, something really loud. That's the point. And this has an Old Testament, precedent, which we'll get to in a moment. The text clearly has John hearing a voice that came to him like a trumpet. It has some point of similarity to a trumpet. It's not a trumpet, just some point of similarity. So the verse actually provides no connection to presumed rapture passages. Other passages in the New Testament that people are either going to interpret as a rapture or second coming or something else. It doesn't really have a specific connection when when it's just a trumpet, because this is a voice. Now, another sidebar. Those who hold to a pre-trib rapture add this thought to Revelation 4, verse 1. They say, well, this must be the rapture, again, because they're on one hand they're thinking trumpet, but they're going to add this. This must be the rapture because the church, they argue, is absent from the rest of the book. In other words, what they mean by that is that the word translated church, ecclesia, does not appear in the rest of the book of Revelation. That's actually a little bit of careless thinking. While, ecclesia does not occur the rest of the way, guess what does occur? The term holy ones, hagioi, it gets translated saints in the New Testament. That occurs 13 times. And that is a frequent designation of the church elsewhere in the New Testament, like Paul's letters. So it's really a misguided thought to say, well, after Revelation 4:1, with this trumpet, the church is gone, so this must indicate the rapture, the church is taken off the earth. Well, no. The fact that ecclesia doesn't occur doesn't mean anything, because hagioi, holy ones, saints, occurs 13 times. So that's not a good argument for that. I mean, if you're going to adopt a pre-trib rapture position, you need to rely on something else other than this, because that's really a terrible argument. It's something explicitly contradicted by the text later on. Lastly, I would say this is the same voice trumpet language we find in Revelation 1:10. Let's go back to Revelation 1:10. Again, just a suggestion here. I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, and I heard behind me a loud voice like a trumpet. It's the same language that we just read in Revelation 4. I heard behind me a loud voice like a trumpet saying, write what you see in a book and send it to the 7 churches, to Ephesus and to Smyrna and to Pergamum, to Thyatira, to Sardis, to Philadelphia, and to Laodicea. Keep reading. Then I turned to see the voice that was speaking to me. And on turning, I saw, here you get the 7 golden lampstands. In the midst of the lampstand, one like a son of man, clothed with a long robe. And then you get the Ancient of Days image. I mean, this is the deity Christ figure. That's whose voice this is. So if you go to 1:10 when you're in 4:1 and think about there, think about, well, what's the possible relationship here? Back in 1:10, you have the same thing. We don't have a rapture there. So why would we have a rapture in 4:1? And of course, the argument is going to be circular here. Well, we don't have a rapture in 1:10 because the churches are being addressed. There's still the church on earth. And again, the assumption being the church is off earth after chapter 4, verse 1, which is not true because holy ones again appears 13 times later on. So again, I wanted to get that spasm out because you do have an Old Testament image here, but it has no relationship. I mean, the point of the image does nothing to prop up a specific point of a specific system of end times thinking. Again, that's not the direction it goes. So before getting into where it does come from the Old Testament, I think we needed to say something there. So let's get away from the eschatological systems and go to the text. I think that's a good idea. That's what we try to do here. So On, in his Revelation commentary, writes of the trumpet metaphor, and he's going to loop in some things here, and you'll see what we're angling for. He says that a number of different metaphors are used in Revelation to capture the loudness of the voices heard by John. The sound of these voices is compared to the blast of a trumpet, as here. It's also compared to the sound of thunder, to the sound of roaring water. The sound of a trumpet or shofar was part of the Sinai theophany, according to Exodus 19:16 and Exodus 20:18. Again, what's happening in Exodus 19 and 20? It's the encounter with God on Mount Sinai after the Exodus when they're going to receive the law and of course, enter into the covenant with God. So back to On, he says, the motif of the sound of the trumpet continued to be used in theophanic contexts, theophanies. You'd often get this language when there's a theophany in view or in the context. Let me give some examples. Isaiah 18:3, Joel 2:1, Zechariah 9:14. For instance, he said, you also see it used in the Israelite cult, that is, during certain rituals or certain festival events. 2 Samuel 6:15, Isaiah 27:13, Joel 2:15, and so on. The use of the shofar in cultic settings could therefore be considered an imitation of the voice of Yahweh. I think that's an interesting point. Let me just stop there for a moment. Why would they use trumpets, at certain rituals associated with the temple or the gathering of the people? Because that was designed to make people think of the voice of God at Sinai that sounded like a trumpet in terms of its volumes. That was the way they imitated it or mimicked it. Again, to call to their minds a recollection of, hey, we're Israel, and hey, God entered into covenant with us, and hey, there's this thing, the law that we should be following. Again, it was all designed to take the people back, to sort of set the scene or remind them of the original, context for this stuff, which was, their, God making them anew and entering into this covenant at Sinai. So again, I thought that was kind of interesting. He adds a point here. He says the voice of Athena in Greco-Roman religious texts is compared to a trumpet in the introductory theophanic scene in Sophocles, his writings Ajax, number 17. And thunder is called the trumpet of Zeus, in another text. So you probably most definitely have a hearkening back to Sinai, with this trumpet. In other words, the point is not that the voice in Revelation 4 is calling people back into the old covenant. This is Jesus. Okay, this is the Son of Man, the risen Son of Man, who is portrayed also as the Ancient of Days in Revelation 1. This is the risen Christ, okay, the Lord, the one on the throne. And he's not saying, all that new covenant stuff that I accomplished on the cross and through my resurrection and ascension, let's forget about all that and go back to the law. That's not the point. The point is that God is speaking. That's why the trumpet imagery is used. And if you're Greco-Roman and you're thinking of Athena and Zeus, it's like, no, that isn't the voice here to pay attention to. It's the God of Israel. It's the risen Christ, who is God in the flesh, who was and is to come. Okay? This is the voice of Christ the Lord, who is God, who is identified with God. That's what the trumpet imagery serves to do, to put people on alert as to whose voice this actually is. This is Jesus speaking as God and with the authority of God. He is God's word. Okay, so just as God's word to Moses at Sinai was precipitated by the sound of a trumpet, okay, from the glory cloud. It's Exodus 19:13, 19:16, 19:19, Exodus 20:18. I mean, it happens several times there. You get this trumpet sound from the glory cloud, and it is precipitating the dialogue that God has with Moses. Okay, just as it announces that. Okay, this is supposed to take our minds back, and since in 1:10, again, it's the resurrected Christ who is alive forevermore, who has the keys, to death and Hades, all the stuff we've covered before. He is the one who's going to judge the living and the dead. All this. Listen up. Okay, this is the word of God. That's the whole point. It's not terribly complicated, and you miss all of that if you see the word trumpet and you think, oh, that's the rapture. No, it actually isn't. And if you're going to take that position in terms of end time stuff, you really need to go somewhere else. This is not a good support for it. Let's move on to verses 2 and 3. John writes, "At once I was in the Spirit, and behold, a throne stood in heaven, with one seated on the throne. He who sat there had the appearance of jasper," the Greek is iaspis, "and carnelian," the Greek is sardion. And around the throne was a rainbow that had the appearance of an emerald, that's smaragdinos. Again, the throne and its occupant are pretty obvious, as is their correlation with Daniel 7, Isaiah 6, Ezekiel 1. 1 Kings 22, we could throw that in there. It's a famous divine council scene. Again, all the stuff we talked about in part 1. I want to spend a little time, though, on the gemstones. That's new information. The first two are also found in descriptions of the New Jerusalem, which is the dwelling place of God and his council, and of course, believers in the end, okay, the end of the story, which would make sense because we have a throne in heaven. Where would we expect the throne to be? Well, God's house. Okay, that no surprise there. They're also used in the Septuagint, these first two terms, for the tabernacle. Again, it creates a link back into other sacred spaces, other houses of God, that sort of thing. The first one of the three is also used in the description of Eden, okay, when Eden gets its geography in Genesis 2:12. So again, you have these connections back to other cosmic, abodes of God. Now, Owen, again, has some comment here about the gemstones. I'm just going to read what he has in his commentary again. Throne scenes in Jewish apocalyptic literature do not usually use precious stones as metaphors for describing the throne of God. However, the throne vision in Ezekiel 1 mentions several precious stones and metals. Again, Ezekiel 1, there we go again. So some of this vocabulary you'll find in Ezekiel 1. In some angelic epiphanies, he continues, precious stones can be used in the description. For instance, Daniel 10:5 and 6. And that's going to describe the girdle, the body, and the legs of the angel. To a certain extent, John uses the precious stones drawn from the description of the heavenly Jerusalem in describing God and his throne. 3 precious stones are used in the throne scene and in the description of the New Jerusalem. That would be jasper, carnelian, and crystal is another one. Sapphire, mentioned in the description of the throne in Ezekiel 1:26, occurs in Revelation only in 21:19. So again, he makes the point that we just sort of summarized before we got into his little section, that this gemstone imagery is often going to be described the place where God lives. Okay, and if you've read Unseen Realm and if you've read the Demons book, I use this very obvious fact to point out that we should not be looking at the stones in Ezekiel 28 as the stuff on the high priest's breastplate. The list does not match, but the list does match the divine abode language, specifically, in where God lives, specifically in the book of Revelation. So this Ezekiel 28, that the language there is not about the high priest, it's about the dwelling place of God, which of course in Ezekiel 28, that would make sense because the context is Eden, the garden mountain of God. Okay. So let's segue out of that. We don't want to spend any more time on Ezekiel 28. We've done that a lot on the podcast. The rainbow, let's talk about that. That also has Old Testament precedent. On comments briefly that the rainbow is based on an allusion to the throne vision in Ezekiel 1:27 and 28. So let's read Ezekiel 1:27 because that's probably not the place that you would think about when you hear rainbow. It says here, upward from what had the appearance of his waist. This is the divine man on the throne in Ezekiel 1, the weird wheels vision. Upward from what had the appearance of his waist, I saw as it were gleaming metal like the appearance of fire enclosed all around. And downward from what had the appearance of his waist, I saw as it were the appearance of fire, and there was brightness around him. So this is this idea of brightness around the one seated on the throne, like think of an arc. Okay, Owen says that there's possibly an allusion. This kind of language might be a reference back again, like all this other stuff is with the gemstones, to Ezekiel 1:27 and 28. Now, for sure, John has the God and has God enthroned as a man. That vision in Ezekiel 1 in view, because we get this other vocabulary from Ezekiel 1 in Revelation 4. So, what Owen is saying is that's legit. But there's a little more to it. The Septuagint word for rainbow in Ezekiel 1:28, which is taxon, is not the word in Revelation. But the reiteration of the cherubim throne vision in Ezekiel 10 does use this word. So, again, the connection back to Ezekiel's vision is legit. That's certainly, again, arguably part of what John is doing here. We do get the terminology in the weird throne, wheels, chariot vision in chapter 10. We do get the word that John uses in Revelation 4 here in the Septuagint of Ezekiel 10. We don't get it in Ezekiel 1, but we do get it in 10. But again, the description in Ezekiel 1 about this being surrounded by brightness. Okay, if you interpret that as there's like a brightness encircling the one seated on the throne, well, okay, that could be rainbow imagery. So Ezekiel 1 is in play here. But you're probably thinking of the bow, the rainbow, as it's taken in Genesis 9:13 after the flood. This is a famously difficult passage. There's some oddities in it. I think that's also on the table. And again, this isn't unique to me, but this could also be a reference point for John, but in a different way. Maybe not so much textually as, again, a teaching point. So Beale, in his New International Greek Text Commentary on the Book of Revelation, suggests that, quote, in general, in view of the judgments introduced by Revelation 4 and 5, there's lots of judgment going on, and later in the book too, obviously. The rainbow shows that it is important from the beginning that God bear witness that even as judge, he will be gracious to his true people, unquote. Again, like just as the rainbow was, sort of was the sign of the promise that I'm not going to destroy all the life on the earth again. So Beale's saying, well, this bow idea here, this rainbow idea might signal to the readers of Revelation it's going to be really bad, but God isn't going to destroy everyone. Okay, the righteous will be saved, and so on and so forth. It takes their minds back to the flood, Genesis, and gives them some hope as well. I think this point is expressed a little better, though, by Gallas in his study of the throne motif in Revelation. I referenced this source. I think it was last episode, but Laszlo Gallas, throne motif in the Book of Revelation, that book. He writes this. He says, in Ezekiel 1:28, the divine splendor is likened to the mere appearance of a rainbow. So he's looping that in. While in Revelation 4:3, John sees a rainbow encircling the throne, which is compared to an emerald in appearance. As Bauckham concludes, so he's going to quote Bauckham here, the rainbow imagery, quote, moves from simile to reality. Though in John's vision, his throne vision, it primarily evokes the idea of God's glory, at the same time, it introduces the theme of covenant that is developed later in the book. Now just think about that. The rainbow as a theme or sign of covenant. That's essentially what Beale was talking about in referencing back to Genesis 9, because God makes a covenant with Noah. Okay? So you have the same sort of thematic overlap. This is Revelation 4. If we think in these terms, in a divine council courtroom scene that parallels Daniel 7 in over a dozen ways. In Daniel 7, it is God and his council that decrees and executes the fate of empires opposed to his people. In Revelation, God is going to judge empires as well. And John's going to use the Daniel 7 beast imagery in several passages for God's enemy. Yet the people of God are also going to be under severe persecution as things move toward a climactic end. And again, here's where your end time systems, I'll say get in the way, but they also have a way of coping with this. Your pre-trib rapture, although those are Christians saved during the tribulation, fine. If you don't have a rapture, it's just believers, okay, that are still left, suffering, sort of in the pathway of God's judgment here. So either way, this is an element. The people of God are under severe persecution as things move toward a climactic end. The heavens and earth themselves will melt away. It's an apocalypse, and people get hurt. They get harmed and killed. But the sign of the rainbow is a reminder that God will not destroy all flesh. There will be a surviving remnant. He has made a covenant to that effect and will not forget it. The council will judge rightly in the end. God's enemies will be destroyed forever, ultimately, when you get to the end of the book of Revelation, again, either into everlasting torment or annihilation. Again, we've talked about those two options in Q&As. Either one is forever. God's enemies will be destroyed forever, but his children will not. They will become citizens and rulers at the end of days in God's house, in the New Eden. So the rainbow imagery, again, has some theological importance, and it would offer to readers, hey, go back and remember, God said he would never, that it's not going to be a total annihilation. It's going to be bad, but it's not going to be total. The Lord will remember his people. Even those who die, as we find out later in the book of Revelation, even those, who wind up dead are going to be raised to life, and they will not, again, That isn't their death here is not the end of them. They will be raised to life, and they will live forever with the Lord in his house. So, God's going to remember his promises. He's going to remember the covenant. Now, let's read verses 4 through 8 again. Around the throne were 24 thrones, and seated on the thrones were 24 elders, clothed in white garments with golden crowns on their heads. From the throne came flashes of lightning and rumblings and peals of thunder, and before the throne were 7 torches of fire, which are the 7 spirits of God. And before the throne there was, as it were, a sea of glass like crystal. And around the throne, on each side of the throne, there are 4 living creatures, full of eyes, in front and behind. First one's like a lion, second like an ox, third one like a face of a man, fourth living creature had an eagle and like an eagle in flight. Okay, so we'll just again pick up with that language that we had read earlier, and then of course we get the holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, right out of Isaiah 6. Again, the contexts here are familiar. Most of these items, though, are not only going to be familiar, but a good number of them we've already seen and already discussed in earlier episodes because they appear or were relevant back in earlier discussions. So, for instance, the white garments and the crowns, again, we discussed those earlier in relation to Revelation 2:17 and Revelation 3:4 and 5 and Revelation 3:18. So we're not going to add anything to those. Lightning and thunder take us back to the Sinai theophany, which we just commented on in relation to the trumpet sound. So again, that's repetition in that sense. We also get those storm and earthquake elements. And they're found not only here in Revelation 4:5, but found in other passages in Revelation, basically 4 passages in total. So Revelation 4:5, we get from the throne came lightning and rumbling and thunder. Revelation 8:5, there's a reference to thunder and rumbling and lightning and an earthquake. Revelation 11:19, there was lightning and rumbling and thunder and an earthquake and great hail. Get the hail added. And Revelation 16:18 through 21, then there were lightning and rumbling and thunder, and there was a great earthquake and great hail. Now, On has a comment on these lists, these 4 passages. He says, there's several things we can observe about these lists. Storm phenomena form the core of all 4 lists. 2 lists in 11:19 and 16:18 through 21 are virtually identical. The theophanic use of storm phenomena. Storm phenomena are often associated with the theophany, an appearance of God in the Old Testament. So these storm phenomena, such as lightning, rumblings, and thunder, grew out of the narrative of the Sinai theophany in Exodus 19:16 through 18, where 5 phenomena are actually mentioned: thunder, lightning, a thick cloud, a loud trumpet blast, and an earthquake. So again, it's pretty clear where this is going back to and where it's deriving from. Revelation 4:5, the 7 spirits of fire identified with torches of fire. Again, you get the fire imagery at Sinai as well. Again, the dwelling place of God. To be broader about it, fire is sort of a stock element of the divine presence. I mentioned this in passing in Unseen Realm. I can't remember what chapter, but you will often see fire associated with an appearance of God. I mean, the most obvious one's like the burning bush. Okay, that's pretty easy, but it's actually again a stock element. Owen writes here again. This is an interesting quote. Since the view is frequently found in early Judaism that angels are made of fire, it is possible that 7 angelic beings are referred to here. Again, as the allegorical interpretation in verse 5c, the last part of verse 5 makes clear. Again, and this is all part of the 7 spirits before the throne of God and the eyes of the Lord stuff that we've talked about before. On points out, some other people say that the 7 blazing torches represent the menorah, but again, that would take us back to Zechariah 4 anyway. And you get into the 7 spirits, the eyes of the Lord, who turn out to be supernatural beings. So again, this connection of the fire image with, again, he's using the word angels because that's sort of the throwaway word here, but again, supernatural beings around the throne, the seraphim, throne guardians, okay? That there's something really to be said for that in this language. It's not just isolated to this. He quotes a couple, passages from some pseudepigrapha text, some Second Temple material that mentions countless beings constitute a flame of fire who stand around the throne of God. So that's in the second apocalypse of Baruch, 21:6, and fourth Ezra 8:21-22 speaks of hosts of angels who stand before God's throne and at his command are changed to wind and fire, and so on and so forth. Now, again, this is a way that supernatural beings, particularly those who guard the throne, are described, in the Bible. And again, this imagery is drawn, from different places. Sometimes the context is Babylonian, sometimes the context is Egyptian. Again, if you've read Unseen Realm, this is going to be familiar territory to you. If you've read the Angels book, it's going to be familiar. As I noted in Unseen Realm, those seraphim in Isaiah 6 could also likely be serpentine in appearance from the noun seraph. It just depends what does seraph come from. Is it the noun? That would be a serpent. Is it the verb, to burn? Then it would be a fiery one. Well, you can have them both if you're talking about spitting cobras, and I bring this up in the Unseen Realm, and I draw on an article by Provencal. His study of the seraph is the most extensive one, and I quote that in the Unseen Realm about this point. And it's language drawn from Egyptian religion, where spitting cobras that would has had this fiery venom, would guard the throne of the deity, and again you get the seraphim idea of throne guardians that protecting the sacred space of the deity from defilement and all this sort of stuff. Again, both of these things can be true. It's probably best to see the imagery here as a both and not an either or. But you actually don't need Isaiah 6 for the notion that supernatural beings can manifest as fire or be described in those terms, or that fire is a stock element of God's presence. You get those ideas in other passages like Exodus 3, burning bush, pillar of fire, Exodus wanderings, Deuteronomy 33:2, even though there's a textual issue there. We get this either a fiery law or fire associated with a multitude, of the heavenly host at Sinai giving the law. Again, I discussed that in Unseen Realm as well. You have the fact that God sends fire from heaven, Sodom and Gomorrah. Okay, Psalm 104:4 says he makes his messengers winds and his ministers a flaming fire. And there's a lot of Old Testament imagery that uses fire. And again, that's not to the exclusion of serpentine imagery. It's in my view, it's a both and. It's not an either or. But this is where again this thinking sort of comes from. And look at what we have. We've got all these elements here in Revelation 4, and they can all be found with God's presence at Sinai. And you say, well, not the serpentine thing. Well, okay, that's true, but you still get myriads of angels there. Again, just go back to Unseen Realm and read the section about where does this idea that the law was dispensed by angels come from? Okay, that's where we discussed it in the book. So you actually do have all the elements here, maybe not in every facet or from every angle, but this is very clearly an association with Sinai, because Sinai is where God lives. That doesn't mean, though, that it's not associated with Ezekiel 1, because Ezekiel 1, again, has all this imagery too, and more that you get looped into Revelation 4. Again, I'm going to stop here and remind you, this is what John does. He doesn't just go to one passage. I'm going to write about this, and I want you to go look at this Old Testament passage because I'm going to take some things from that Old Testament passage and teach you something. No, what John does is, I want to say something here, or this is what I saw, and I'm going to relate what I saw. And he winds up drawing the information from 4 or 5 passages. And you're just supposed to know how to parse all that out. He combines things. He amalgamates things. This is why, again, it's messy. It's not just a clean citation of one thing. He puts them all in a blender, and that's what you get. And that's what he's doing here. So, when we do all this talk about Sinai and God's appearance there, doesn't mean we're not talking about Ezekiel 1, Isaiah 6. We're talking about all of it. Okay? If you look at the creatures that surround the throne in Revelation 4, 6-8, on the surface, they're the cherubim from Ezekiel 1. But the fact that their wings are numbered at 6 is a detail not found in Ezekiel 1. There, the cherubim have 4 wings. The 6 count comes from Isaiah 6 and the seraphim. So again, we have this blending of sources. John is combining the descriptions. There's also an interesting modification. It's a combination, but I'm going to use the word modification because of the way John puts the two together. In Ezekiel 1 and Ezekiel 10, the cherubim are not said to have eyes or be full of eyes. The eyes and the things full of eyes are the wheels. The wheels have the eyes. The wheels are full of eyes, not the cherubim. And Ezekiel 10:12, actually, I'm just a sidebar here, is not inconsistent with that. It just depends how that verse is translated in English versions, so I'm not going to rabbit trail on that. But in Revelation 4, the term is living creatures. Okay, he doesn't actually call them cherubim. I mean, John could have done that. But it's interesting, he calls them living creatures. He doesn't call them cherubim or seraphim, and it's the living creatures who are full of eyes. And the point is not that they have eyes, but that they are filled with eyes. They are full of eyes. So why does John blend these things and then sort of mix the data points from those things in the way he describes the throne scene in Revelation 4 and 5? I think what he's doing here is actually conceptually consistent with Ezekiel 1. This is where you don't really so much see this in Isaiah 6. But, Isaiah 6 has some elements. Again, God does have throne guardians. They're just described differently because we have an Egyptian context there. But let's just track on Ezekiel 1 because that's where the eyes imagery comes from. So I think for sure, John has something to communicate here in the context of Revelation 4 and 5, in the context of an apocalypse, that God's enemies are going to get judged. The nations are going to get judged. All the wicked are going to get judged. God is sovereign. That is a conceptual point that is conveyed in Ezekiel 1 using astrological or astronomical imagery from Babylonian religion. Okay, those of you who have followed my content for a while, I have a blog post on this, on my website about how we have things in Ezekiel 1 that very clearly point to the Babylonian zodiac and astral imagery that are used to make a very specific point about who controls time and history. It is not Marduk of Babylon. It is the God of Israel. And even though in Ezekiel 1, the Jews are sitting there, they're captives, they're in a foreign land. They've been thrown out because of their apostasy. God, their God, is the one still on the throne. That's the whole point of Ezekiel 1, and it's communicated through this astral imagery. I'm going to try to summarize it here. John wants to communicate the same thing. All hell is going to break loose on earth. It's going to be terrible. The righteous will suffer. Yes, there will be a remnant. Remember, what the flood was like. God did save a remnant. He promised he would not annihilate everyone. There will always be a remnant. And even if the righteous die, they will be resurrected and be with the Lord at the end. We find that out at the end of the book of Revelation when all this comes full circle. So he's reminding them of that, but he's also reminding them of what the teaching point of Ezekiel 1 is. The God of Israel is the one in control of the cycles of time and history. Nobody else is. So here in Revelation 4 and 5, the context is a divine council meeting. The council meets to begin unleashing God's judgment on the earth, and the wicked will be punished, the righteous will be vindicated, martyrs will be avenged, supernatural powers will be destroyed, the nations will ultimately be healed, but in the course of doing all that, it's going to be really bad. And finally, Eden will return to earth. It is the day of the Lord time. And just as Ezekiel's imagery conveys cosmic sovereignty, so does John's. That's the conceptual overlap. John is consistent here. He's just throwing lots of things into the blender. I think for new listeners, I probably ought to rabbit trail a little bit as to explain why I take this tack that I do on Ezekiel 1. And so I'm just going to quote from some stuff I've been working on in terms of writing. This book that I've been working on for years, and maybe I'll never have an end. The book is about the use of and abuse of astronomy and sacred calendar in end times thinking. And here's what I write about Ezekiel 1 and Revelation 4. So I have a little section on this. It is well known that Ezekiel's vision included wheels within wheels, whose rims were tall and awesome and full of eyes. That's Ezekiel 1:17 through 18. Again, that's important about the rims, the observation with the rims. That the eyes, again, are within the heavenly throne creatures in Revelation 4 is interesting. It's important. And of course, the eyes on the rims that are full of eyes in Ezekiel 1, what are these things? What are these things? So just to draw a little bit more, from this thing I've been writing, working on, I write this. Old Testament scholar Daniel Block notes that the word translated eyes, okay, the word for eyes is ayin, in Ezekiel 1:17 and 18, had been used earlier for sparkle or gleam in the same chapter of Ezekiel, Ezekiel 1:4 and Ezekiel 1:16. So the same word is used for eyes and for sparkling and gleaming. And this may point the way to its interpretation here. Sparkling and gleaming are, of course, familiar descriptions for what? Stars. Throughout ancient literature, by the way, Block elsewhere makes the important observation that the four faces of the cherubim in Ezekiel's vision correspond to the four signs for the cardinal direction points. Okay? We could get in a little footnote here where, what about the difference between the four faces between Ezekiel 1 and 10? And again, Block has a nice explanation for that. Basically, it depends on which way the things are oriented. And I'm not going to rabbit trail there, but the two visions are actually consistent here. There's not a contradiction. So we have here Block, making the point that, hey, if you look at the faces of the cherubim in Ezekiel's vision, lo and behold, they correspond to the four cardinal points of the zodiac in Babylon. They just do. These compass points, these cardinal points, in turn had correspondence, again, to what the Babylonians were thinking, what they thought, in what they were trying to communicate by having a zodiac. Now, just to go a little bit more, these points are noteworthy. They were not overlooked by the Apostle John in the New Testament. The heavenly throne scene in Revelation 4 and 5 borrows this terminology and other elements in Ezekiel 1. We've seen a bunch of those today. He borrows them to describe heavenly creatures this time, full of eyes in front and behind. Revelation 4:6. And here I quote another scholar, Pilch, in a Revelation commentary. As Pilch notes, this is one of the ways that the ancients describe stars, and specifically constellations. Animals, creatures, full of eyes. And again, the terminology for eyes also being used for gleaming and sparkling in the same chapter of Ezekiel 1. You say, well, in Ezekiel 1, they're in the rims. Right. Rims are what? Things that go in circles. Wheels go in circles, and the zodiac goes in a circle. Okay? The ancients called stars eyes and thought them to be living entities. Constellated stars made full of eyes were perceived as animate beings like persons or animals. Since Ezekiel uses all four constellations moving at once, his vantage point was high above the entire cosmos. Ezekiel is describing the heavenly throne chariot of Yahweh. This is a stock description of God's throne chariot. The divine throne in biblical days was just what Ezekiel described, supported by, cherubim, these winged, creatures. It had wheels. I mean, all the elements are there. And you could go out on the web and find my blog post on this. You'd probably find a few, pictures as well. Again, this is just the way you describe the throne of a king or the throne of a deity. This is the throne in Ezekiel 1 of Yahweh. The Hebrew term often translated chariot is Merkavah. The plural is Merkavot. And you'll find it in Joel 2:5, Zechariah 6:1, for example. Like typical ancient throne chariots known from scripture and other art, Yahweh's Merkavah is surrounded and supported by cherubim. Since Yahweh's Merkavah is in the heavens, those cherubim are quite naturally part of the visual sky. Consequently, Ezekiel's comments about the stars being in both the wheels and, again, factoring in the cherubim images, it's consistent. It's consistent. He is seeing the constellations move through the heavens in their regular cyclic path, which forms a wheel. Wheels are circular. The wheels within wheels is a way of symbolically describing the stars, constellations in their courses. Stars and constellations do what? They mark time. The messaging of Ezekiel 1 has a very specific aim. Ezekiel's vision proclaims to the captives from Judah exiled in Babylon that the heavenly king who controls the cycles of time and history is not Marduk, the chief deity of Babylon at the time, but Yahweh of Israel. That John uses the cherubim imagery and describes living creatures filled with eyes is significant. In his context, not of the eyes of Ezekiel earlier, it seems pretty clear he's describing constellations in heaven, or the heavens, which of course is where God lives and is enthroned. The messaging would be the same. God is in control of time and history. He and his council are about to make that quite clear as they render judgment throughout the rest of the book of Revelation. So this is why John does what he does. He's trying to communicate the same message. God is on the throne, and it's going to be the Lamb, okay? The Lamb's going to be part of this. We have the risen Christ described as the Ancient of Days, who in Daniel 7 is on the throne. I mean, all of these things just sort of converge and merge together. Voice like a trumpet, the fire, the jewels, the white clothes. I mean, all of this stuff is drawn from divine council imagery. It's drawn from the place where God lives. It's drawn from the throne of God, which is in the heavens. And up, if we look at the heavens, we see creatures that move in circles, cycles of time. Who's in control of time and history? Well, this is part of the illustration, the complex, the understanding of the throne of God. God, and who sits on thrones but kings, okay? So who is the king of time and the passage of time and history? And who how does history, play out? It plays out with nations, geopolitical entities, and people. Okay, who is in control of all that? God, Christ, the Lamb, the Son of Man. I mean, the Ancient of Days. The answer is yes, okay? This is why John is doing what he's doing. He's trying to communicate the same theological messaging. Now you ask logically, well, what's up with the 24 elders? What's up with the 24 elders? And that, at least, is a good place to stop, for this episode. We're going to have a part 3. Yeah, this is part 3. As it worked out, this is just the way things fell. I didn't want to loop chapter 5 in here. So we're going to do a discrete episode on chapter 5 to wrap up these two that are, this divine council throne room scene. We're going to spend today really just covering a couple of verses that deal with one item, and that is the 24 elders. So I'm going to just read where they show up in chapter 4. I mean, they're going to pop up in chapter 5 too, but by then we'll already have covered it. So Revelation 4:4 says, around the throne were 24 thrones, and seated on the thrones were 24 elders, clothed in white garments with golden crowns on their heads. Then if you skip ahead a little bit, you hit verses 9 and 10, first part of verse 10, which read, and whenever the living creatures give glory and honor and thanks to him who is seated on the throne, who lives forever and ever, the 24 elders fall down before him who is seated on the throne and worship him who lives forever and ever. So the question is kind of obvious here. Who or what are the 24 elders? And there are two possible trajectories in the Old Testament for the language here, the elder language, though not really the number, at least in terms of being explicit. So I'm going to quote here, just to sort of summarize the two trajectories, or at least, get us into this part. I'm going to quote On's commentary again, in Revelation 1-5, his first of 3 volumes in the Word Biblical Commentary series. He says, there are 2 Old Testament passages in which a group of elders is depicted as present before Yahweh. Number 1, Isaiah 24:23, which describes an eschatological event. And then he quotes it, for the Lord of hosts will reign on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem, and before his elders he will manifest his glory. And secondly, Exodus 24:9 and 10. That's the narrative of the 70 elders who accompanied Moses up to Mount Sinai, where they had a vision of God. And On says the author may have derived his conception of 24 elders surrounding the heavenly throne of God from these 2 passages, or may at least be alluding to them. And that's the end of his quote. Now, again, those are the 2 sort of directions you could go. Obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but if you've read Unseen Realm, you know that I take Isaiah 24:23 as describing celestial elders, supernatural beings, divine council, not humans. And of course, Exodus 24, you do have humans. We have Moses and Aaron and Nadav and Abihu and the 70 elders. They go up Mount Sinai and they see the God of Israel and have a feast, have a meal. So we have sort of a celestial, divine, and a human trajectory, one of each. And these are the two paths you could go. Now, just a heads up, I'm going to suggest at one point here, when we go through the material, that you don't really need the dichotomy. The dichotomy is a bit of a false dichotomy, but for the sake of starting off, there you go. Now, the identity of the elders, Beale writes, this is not Beale, this is Baumgarten. I brought in an article, Joseph Baumgarten, who wrote an article called The Duodecimal Courts. Duodecimal was a term that refers to 12 themes. The duodecimal courts of Qumran, Revelation, and the Sanhedrin. It's from the Journal of Biblical Literature. That's a 1976 article. So he makes the comment that the identity of the elders, quote, has been one of the long-standing and still unresolved problems in the interpretation of Revelation, unquote. So Beale, sort of building off that, summarizes the interpretive options adduced by scholars. Now, again, you have these two trajectories, but the two trajectories have produced a number of interpretive, approaches to this. So Beale writes, now a heavenly entourage around the throne is pictured in Revelation 4. The elders have been variously identified as 1, stars from an astrological background, 2, angels, 3, Old Testament saints, that would be people, the righteous, 4, angelic heavenly representatives of all saints, both Old and New Testament. 5, patriarchs and apostles representing the Old Testament and New Testament saints, again, the righteous together. And 6, representatives of the prophetic revelation of the 24 books of the Old Testament. Of course, that would be according to the Hebrew arrangement and canon and all that. Now, nobody really spends much attention on that last one, and I'm not going to either, because the other ones are so much better options. Baumgarten observes that the church fathers and ancient commentators generally took the 24 elders to be glorified saints, again, glorified righteous people. Some modern exegetes have tried to advance the view that they were angels. Recently, there has been a return to the former option, again, the glorified righteous saints, but no adequate rationale for the number 24 has been offered. So, unquote. Again, Baumgarten basically saying we got problems here. Now, consequently, most of the discussion about the 24 elders has been oriented to really the second through the fifth options. Angels, Old Testament saints, angelic representatives of all the saints in both testaments, or patriarchs and apostles, again, also representing Old and New Testament saints. So those options 2 through 5, so 4 options there. And that's really where the discussion lives. And at times, the distinctions between them are pretty blurred. Now, each of those options has some connection to the Old Testament. After all, this series is the book of Revelation's use of the Old Testament. All of these have some connection to the Old Testament. And Beale sort of is illustrative where he kind of lands. You're going to see that the lines are blurred in the list that he himself gave. He writes, the elders certainly include reference to Old Testament and New Testament saints. So he's going that way. They are either angels representing all saints or the heads of the 12 tribes together with the 12 apostles, representing thus all the people of God. So he kind of merges 2 or 3 of these options. Beale, supports his reasoning in this regard by noting that earlier in the book, a close relationship between angels and the people of God is suggested via the lampstand imagery, which applies to the churches and in its Old Testament source, Zechariah 4, divine beings in the presence of God. He also notes, again, Beale also notes the white garments and crowns worn by the elders. Okay, that's what they're wearing. These are items associated with human believers who keep their faith until the end. And again, this is well-traveled turf in the last few episodes, but the allusion here specifically is to Revelation 2:10, Revelation 3:4, and 3:11. And then, again, to follow that, he writes this. Beale says, the readers are given a look into heaven to see that the saints of old, together with the deceased Christians who have persevered, again, think of the white robes and crowns here. That's how he's tying in the martyrs here. The readers are given a look into heaven to see that the saints of old, together with deceased Christians who have persevered, have received the heavenly reward of crowns, white clothing, and kingship. The readers can be assured that they too will receive a like reward if they are faithful to the end. In Revelation, angels never wear crowns or white clothing or sit on thrones. That one's debatable because, again, if that's where you fall with the 24 elders, that he would not be correct there. But what he's saying is that you'll never see the word angel, sitting on a throne. Okay, that much is fair, but it's a bit of a misdirection. So back up here. In Revelation, he says, angels never wear crowns or white clothing or sit on thrones. But such descriptions are predicated only of saints, again, the righteous, who are in heaven. He cites Revelation 7, 13 through 15, 19, 7 through 8, and 19, 14. So they're predicated only of saints who are in heaven or of the saints' reward after death as a result of their perseverance. And here he cites Revelation 2:10, Revelation 3, 4, and 5, 3:21, and chapter 20, verse 4. So that's where Beale lands. A little bit of a blurring of distinction, but he's definitely, I'd say it's fair to say, the majority of his thinking is sort of on the human trajectory, or at least the glorified human trajectory. Now, other scholars have opted for 12 representatives of Israel's original tribes and the 12 apostles by analogy to the 2 12s of Revelation 21. So let's not forget about this 12 and 12 thing in Beale's list. And, so some say, well, hey, look at Revelation 21, where the gates of the New Jerusalem correspond to the 12 tribes of Israel, but the foundations correspond to the apostles. So you got 12 and 12, obviously equaling 24. So the reasoning is that the New Jerusalem symbolizes the new Israel, comprised of the first people of God, Old Testament Israel, and the new Israel, the church. Okay, so this is, again, another notion that is sort of, is on the human trajectory, but it's more symbolic, the 12 and 12, the tribes and the apostles. Now, what Beale says and what these other scholars would say, again, the predominantly human trajectory, all that is true, but there are outliers in the data. For example, members of God's council may lack crowns, but they do sit on thrones. That's Daniel 7, 9 through 10. And if we've learned anything about Revelation 4 up to this point, it tracks Daniel 7 like 14 points in the same order. And the celestial heavenly host in Daniel 7 is meeting. It's a divine council meeting. It's a divine courtroom. And they have some participatory role in God making a decision here. They open the books, all of these motifs that we've talked about before. So, yeah, okay, they don't have crowns, but they do have some authority here. They do have a participatory role. They participate in his governance, in God's governance. Further, Isaiah 24:23, let me make sure I get that number right. Isaiah 24:23, references Yahweh's elders. Again, this is a passage I talk about in Unseen Realm. And I suggested there, and will continue to suggest, that the most plausible interpretation of that passage is Yahweh's celestial supernatural council, not human beings. Okay? Now, I reference an article in Unseen Realm by Timothy Willis in this regard. The title of it is Yahweh's Elders, Isaiah 24:23. Subtitle, Senior Officials of the Divine Court. Okay, that's a 1991 article. So I'm going to drift back into that just a little bit here. While there are Old Testament passages that suggest the eventuality of believers being glorified as members of the heavenly family council, okay, while that idea is foreshadowed, that in the end, believers will, just to quote Genesis 15, and this will take your minds back, if you're a longtime podcast listener, to our conversations with David Burnett about the star seed in Genesis 15:6. When God takes Abraham out, shows him the stars of the sky, and it says, your descendants, your offspring, are going to be like the stars of heaven. and how that's not only a quantitative statement, but in Second Temple Judaism, and of course also suggested in the New Testament, it's also a qualitative statement. That eventually your seed, those who are the seed of Abraham, i.e. believers, are going to be like the stars of heaven, which were considered, again, the sons of God, angels, okay, if you want to use that term. So, that's true. There's this foreshadowing, but despite that, there's no explicit Old Testament reference to the idea sort of being current, like happening now, or in the past, or something that's already going on, like you get in the New Testament. I mean, you get this language in Revelation, 4 and 5, with the martyrs. You get it in Hebrews 12, the cloud of witnesses. They're enrolled in the, among the celestial group in heaven there. Let me just quote Hebrews 12 here. We recently did an episode on this, but just to capture the wording again, the whole cloud of witnesses episode. But I think what's really important in that passage are verses 22 through 23. So verse 1, everybody knows, therefore, since we're surrounded by so great a cloud of witnesses, blah, 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 blah. And we talked in that episode about what the cloud of witnesses means. And I think key to understanding it are verses 22 and 23 in the same chapter. But you, again, he's talking to believers, have come to Mount Zion and to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, and to innumerable angels in festal gathering, and to the assembly of the firstborn who are enrolled in heaven, and to God, the judge of all, the spirits of the righteous made perfect. Of course, this is the same book, Hebrews, back in Hebrews 2, where believers are introduced to God and God to believers in the midst of the congregation, the midst of the council. So we get the book of Hebrews, and we get other New Testament books that sort of have this already but not quite yet feel to it. But that goes beyond the Old Testament. Now, why am I belaboring this point? Because if the concept goes beyond the Old Testament, if all the Old Testament really offers here is a foreshadowing that's going to be associated in the future with the Messiah, with the kingdom, the new Jerusalem, let's even throw a new covenant in there. Okay, that's what Daniel 12 would be talking about, the end of days. Okay, all the Old Testament can do is foreshadow this. Then, by definition, Yahweh's elders in Isaiah 24:23 are not humans. That's the divine council, made up of celestial beings only. That's the point. That's why I'm belaboring it. Isaiah 24:23 is prior to these New Testament passages and prior to Second Temple material, which makes it all the more likely a reference to the heavenly host council. Now, I might as well just quote, I think I have a little bit here from Willis. Make sure. Now, this is what I said about Willis in Unseen Realm. So let me throw this out here. I wrote in Unseen Realm, the inclusion of martyrs in the scene in Revelation 6:9 through 11, a little bit later, seems to require that the elders are also distinct from glorified believers. Okay, if you actually go and look at Revelation 6:9 through 11, let's take a peek there. Revelation 6:9. We're talking about outliers to Beale's. These are glorified righteous. Okay, again, okay. What he said, how he defends that is okay, but again, he doesn't address the outliers. So in Revelation 6:9, we read, when he opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of those who had been slain for the word of God and for the witness they had borne. Okay, there's the martyred righteous. They cried out with a loud voice, O sovereign Lord, holy and true, how long before you will judge and avenge our blood on those who dwell on the earth? Then they were each given a white robe and told to rest a little longer until the number of the fellow servants and their brothers should be complete, and who were to be killed as they themselves had been. Now, these souls of those under the altar, this shows up in the Revelation 4 and 5 scene, and they have to be distinct from the elders is the point. So that mars the neatness of what Beale is arguing for in terms of the human trajectory. I'll say one more thing before moving on. The whole notion about the Old Testament foreshadowing, the glorification of human beings, again, this qualitative concept that believers will be made like the stars and so on and so forth. This is actually really important because in Second Temple Jewish literature, this is a significant theme. Burnett, again, Dave Burnett, when we had him on, we talked about a little bit about this, but if you really want the detail, you should go to my website, drmsh.com, and there's actually a blog series written by David Burnett on Paul's use of Genesis 15:5. 15:5. I think he's pretty restricted to 15:5, not 6. But Paul's use of Genesis 15:5 in Romans 4:18, in light of early Jewish deification traditions. So if you want, the detail to this, how the promise given to Abraham is not just quantitative but qualitative. It speaks of believers being glorified and being, numbered among the stars of the divine council. But anyway, this is important. It's an important idea, because what it does is it blurs both of those Old Testament trajectories. So where I'm going to wind up here is that there's no reason to pick. That we have to pick. Oh, is it the glorified righteous, or is it the divine council members? And the answer is yeah, because we are going to be members of the council, and the cloud of witnesses suggests that that's an already reality, but not yet. I mean, we're not at the end of days. We're not at ultimate glorification. Again, but these two things merge, and they get merged before the New Testament. The New Testament has this talk, partakers of the divine nature. You're already partakers of the divine nature. That's a passage in Peter. But yet we're not yet glorified. 1 John talks about our glorification. We have this already aspect and the not yet. And it's associated with, again, being members in God's heavenly family council. We are children and partners. Okay, this is what God wanted from the very beginning. So in Second Temple literature, this idea, because people are looking back at Genesis 15:5, people are looking at other passages, and they come up with the development of this concept. Now, On points out that Second Temple Jewish literature, again, has a lot of precedent for this, has precedent for seeing the elders that occupy thrones around God himself as being members of the heavenly host. And again, that's going to turn into, again, this sort of merging or including glorified human believers in it. So, but let's just start with, again, picking up on my slant here, because I think Isaiah 24:23 does speak of non-human, celestial divine council members. And so somebody like On would say, yeah, there's good evidence for that too in Second Temple literature. It's not just, the human trajectory, although, again, we're going to loop that in. But On writes, a more conventional conception of the arrangement of heavenly beings who surround God on his heavenly throne is for them to flank the throne on the right and the left, as in 1 Kings 22. And very familiar divine council passage. There can be no doubt, however, that the author understands the 24 elders as encircling the throne, so he's just commenting on the posture here and the arrangement. For the location of many thrones near the throne of God, see Daniel 7:9. Again, we already cited that. And for the conception of one or more thrones in each of a series of heavens, apparently occupied by an angelic leader, see, and then he lists some passages. Most of them are from the Ascension of Isaiah. 7:14, 7:19, 7:24, 7:20. I mean, basically read Ascension of Isaiah 7 and 8. A little bit in chapter 9, a little bit in chapter 24, or chapter 11, excuse me. So it's there. Now, where you get more of it, again, is when the human sort of, the idea that human righteous are part of an angelic priesthood. That's at Qumran. We'll get to that in a moment. But that's where humans are looped into this. But the point here is that there are good reasons to take Isaiah 24:23 as not including humans. And if that's the case, then why can't that idea be what John is thinking of in Revelation 4 and 5? He's thinking of, again, the celestial heavenly host in Isaiah 24, and he calls them elders. We've got Daniel 7, where God meets with his celestial council, and that is the model. That is the, that's the well from which Revelation 4 comes. So why do we have to go all of a sudden and say, well, these must be people, glorified people? Why can't they be just divine council members? So that's the other side of this. So Beale leans toward the human, and lots of people do. There's this other argument for the divine, the celestial divine council. But again, as I've already hinted, these two things are, maybe they're just not a necessary choice. Again, We don't have to really opt for one or the other. Again, does it really matter? I mean, because you're going to have plenty of data for both. Are the 24 elders of Yahweh's council human believers in heaven or celestial members of the heavenly host? In biblical thought, the question really seems like a moot one, because human believers are destined to be glorified and joined to the divine council. Now, this is a familiar idea to those of you who are familiar with my content, Unseen Realm, have listened to the podcast before. But I want to track through some of what I wrote and then go into the Qumran material just to show you how these things get merged or can be merged, or at least in the Second Temple period on in toward the first century that this is happening. So in the book of Revelation, let's just start there. Jesus is not only referred to as the morning star, but he grants the morning star to believers. This is one thread. The implications are noteworthy. I wrote in Unseen Realm that the morning star phrase takes us back once more to the Old Testament, which at times uses astral terminology to describe divine beings. Job 38 is the best example. The morning stars were singing together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Stars were bright and in the worldview of the ancients, living divine beings, since they moved in the sky and were beyond the human realm. The morning star language in Revelation 2:28 is messianic. It refers to a divine being who would come from Judah. We know this by considering two other passages in tandem. In Numbers 24:17, we read the prophecy that, quote, a star will go out from Jacob and a scepter will rise from Israel. Okay, that is not a reference to the birth star, okay, because the star goes out from Jacob. Okay, the birth star didn't. It's not a reference to the thing in the sky, because Jacob, the tribe of Jacob, isn't in the sky. Okay, this is tribal talk. The word star is used to say essentially that a divine being, specifically a divine king, because it's from Judah, okay, will arise. A scepter will rise from Israel. Numbers 24:17, back to the quote, was considered messianic in Judaism, completely apart from the New Testament writers. In other words, literate readers of John's writing would have known the morning star reference was not about literal brightness. It was about the dawning of the returned kingdom of God under its Messiah. Later in the book of Revelation, Jesus himself refers to his messianic standing with the morning star language. Revelation 22:16, I am the root and the descendant of David, the bright morning star. Later I wrote, as Daniel says, the righteous, here's where we get the righteous looped in again. The righteous will shine like the brightness of the sky above, like the stars forever and ever. Daniel 12:2 and 3. Our inheritance of the nations with Jesus at the end of days, Revelation 3:21, is in a glorified, resurrected, i.e. divine state. The star language of Genesis 15, again, has this eschatological connotation. Now that thinking in Revelation, where you have celestial being and glorified human being spoken of in the same way, in this case, authority in the kingdom. Think of the council. Think councils have authority, all right? Where you blur, or at least merge is the better word, the deity divine, okay, Jesus with human, glorified believers. They're members of the same body. Jesus, says that he'll grant to the one that overcomes to sit on his throne with him in Revelation 3. And he will share with them the morning star, Revelation 2. Again, this is inclusion in the council, and it's inclusion in authority. Both sides, start to, again, be blended here. This line of thinking is consistent with wider Second Temple Jewish thought that human believers, when glorified, will become members of God's heavenly entourage. This point of theology is well known from Second Temple Jewish sources and the literature of Qumran, especially, whose occupants saw themselves as an angelic priesthood. This belief in a presumed symbiosis between the earthly and heavenly priesthood servants of God may provide a point of connection to the number of the elders as well, which some suggest derives from the 24 priestly courses described in 1 Chronicles 23 and 24. Maybe that's where we get the 24. Maybe it's about a heavenly priesthood that is both divine, but also earthly. We've got, again, this merging going on. Consider the elements. Just think about the elements of the scene. Revelation 4 and 5 is based on Daniel 7. A council scene in which all authority is given to the Son of Man. Remember how Daniel 7 ends? All the authority is given to the Son of Man. The Son of Man, Jesus, is the morning star who shares his authority with human believers, specifically sharing his throne in Revelation 3:21. And he sets believers over the nations being judged in Revelation 2:26. To this we could add the description in the book of Hebrews again, where believers are part of a great cloud of witnesses, which is language drawn from celestial court imagery in ancient covenants. These believers have come to Mount Zion and to the city of the living God. Oh, isn't that what's described in the book of Revelation? The New Jerusalem, the heavenly Jerusalem. Hebrews 12 has believers coming to Mount Zion, to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, to innumerable angels in festal gathering, and to the assembly of the firstborn who are enrolled. They are enrolled in heaven. And those believers will, as Paul says, judge angels. 1 Corinthians 6:3. And the point here is that a choice between glorified humans and celestial agents of the heavenly divine council isn't really necessary. The categories overlap. That's the point. So this is where, at this point, in the episode, this is where I'd say this, I think, is a really good way to look at it. At the 24 elders, okay, you got 12 and 12, 24. I'm not bothered by the whole symbolic attempt here, but I think wherever you land on how you talk about the 24 elders, you need to affirm that the divine council, in terms of the supernatural character of it, is not denied. In other words, the humans don't squeeze out the divine elements here of the council. Rather, humans are included in the council. So however you want to talk about that, and again, you go back to Beale's 5 or 6 options, all the elements are there, both the celestial, again, if you want to use the word angelic element to the council, along with glorified humans. Yeah, they're all that stuff is there. So we need to find a way to talk about the 24 elders that includes both sides of the coin without squeezing one out of the other. Now here's the wild card. What about the astral interpretation of the 24 elders? That was the first thing Beale listed. And I've mentioned this before. Now I'm gonna again more or less just tell you where I'm going with this. The divine council in the Old Testament is described in very explicit astral language, and believers, glorified believers who will join the council, are described in very explicit astral language. Daniel 12 will shine as the stars. Genesis 15. You'll be as the stars of the sky. Again, just go back and read through the Burnett series, and you get all the primary source data from the Second Temple period about this. In other words, Mike isn't making it up, and neither is Dave Burnett. This is how they were thinking about this kind of stuff, this star language associated with the divine council. So would it really be inconsistent if we also looked at the 24 elders astrally, as astral talk? The short answer is no, it wouldn't. In fact, that would sort of lend another perspective to the same things we're talking about. Divine council, in this case, made up of supernatural beings and glorified humans. And the way we telegraph this idea is the astral talk from the Old Testament. Okay. Now, obviously we're not going to take time on this episode to go through all the astral talk of the Old Testament. I've just given you a few, passages, to think about. There are, of course, more. We've hit Daniel 12 here. We've hit Genesis 15:5. We've hit, what was Job 38, the stars, Isaiah 14 you could throw in there. I mean, there's plenty of this astral talk, in the Old Testament. So let's just go down that trajectory a little bit and talk about, what about the astral approach? Now, Owen and Beale are skeptical of the approach generally. They don't really seem to connect the dots here between glorified humans and the celestial star language stuff. I don't know why, because it's not hard to see. Maybe it's just they're not used to looking at things that way. But again, it's not hard to see. And if you want the primary source data, go to the blog series by Burnett. And you'll get references there too in bibliography. So Owen and Beale are a little skeptical of the approach. They presume, maybe this is why, They presume the imagery must come from the Babylonian zodiac and that Old Testament correlations are more likely. Now, wait a minute. Are you suggesting then, professors, that astral imagery in the Old Testament doesn't have a connection to Babylonian stuff? If you're suggesting that, you would be incorrect. Ezekiel 1. Okay? We'll get there in a moment. Now, it is true that the zodiacal system would have its point of origin in Mesopotamia. Okay, everybody sort of knows that. But all cultures of the Mediterranean region, including that of ancient Israel, the Second Temple Jews, they all utilize the zodiac for observing the celestial sky. So big deal if it comes from Babylon. Everybody used it. It's kind of like a meaningless objection. Plus, if you throw Ezekiel 1 in there, it's kind of a misguided objection. Now, there's a good deal of evidence for Jewish astrological beliefs in Second Temple Jewish texts. And this evidence should not, let me emphasize this evidence should not be interpreted as a concession to heterodox pagan religion. Rather, Judaism held to its theological orthodoxy, parsing astronomical phenomena and astrological concepts through a belief in Yahweh as the ruler of the cosmos. And this blend actually gets visible representation by zodiac mosaics in ancient synagogues. Yes, there are zodiac mosaics in ancient synagogues. Now, if you want, again, some sources here, just generally something that's accessible online, I would say probably the best thing to look up on using Google is author's name is Lester Ness, LesterNess. Lester Ness, and you'll find his book, Written in the Stars, Ancient Zodiac Mosaics. It's his dissertation. He did his dissertation at the Miami University of Ohio under Edwin Yamauchi, who is an evangelical. And so is Lester Ness. But it's a really good dissertation. I think he teaches, I don't know if he still teaches, but he taught for many years in China. Lester Ness did. But he put his dissertation online. So there you go. You can have it. It's also been published in hard copy form too. I mean, there are other sources that you can just use Google Scholar for this sort of thing. Zodiac mosaics, Judaism. You're going to find lots of stuff. But anyway, that one's free and accessible. So back to the point here, the fact that you could have zodiac imagery. Who cares if it comes from Babylon? That's where astronomy stuff came from, and everybody's using it. Number two, well, so does Ezekiel 1. We don't look at Ezekiel 1 askance, for that. And third, we have primary source data, let's put it that way, that Jews did have zodiacal thinking as in their theology, that it didn't steer them away from Orthodox Yahwism, because Yahweh was the one who created these objects, wasn't he? And he is their master. What Jews and later Christians rejected in terms of astrology stuff is the idea that the objects in the sky could dictate and control individual fate. That was theologically anathema, because only God is sovereign. Period. Okay? These things do not decree individual fate. They serve God. They serve their Creator. Anyway, let's go back to the whole approach. Scholars who have championed the astral zodiac approach are few. There aren't many of these. The most notable contemporary scholar is the late Bruce Malina. Dr. Malin passed away a few years ago. He was a New Testament scholar specializing in applying the social sciences to New Testament culture and interpretation. And Malina argued for the astral view based on several textual considerations that were then parsed according to ancient astronomical or astrological thought. If you want to get sort of his whole commentary on Revelation, it's published in a book. It's still, available on Amazon. It's called The Genre and Message of the Book of Revelation. And the subtitle is something about star journeys and visions or whatever. Okay. Now, I've said before on the podcast that the book has, I think, rightly been reviewed negatively in that Malina neglects to connect this stuff to Old Testament material. I think that's a legitimate criticism. In other words, he sees the astral road and gets on it and never departs, and never bothers to sort of try to marry it to Old Testament material. That's That's a legitimate criticism. However, he has a lot of data. That really makes sense. So the last sentence a few seconds ago, I said something like, what Malin is arguing for is he's looking at the text. There are certain features of the Revelation 4 and 5 vision that John has. And he pulls those out, he observes those things, and then he interprets them according to ancient astrological thought. Here, let me give you some examples of how this approach would sort of work. First, the throne of Revelation 4 and 5 is, drumroll please, heavenly. In other words, it's said to be in the heavens. Revelation 4, 1 and 2, it just says that point blank. So Malin is like, well, why don't we consider the heavens then? If that's where the vision, is sort of situated. Number 2, God's throne is situated above the firmament. We know this from the Old Testament. And the firmament was conceived as this solid dome over the earth in ancient cosmology. We're talking about the firmament created in Genesis 1:6 that separated the waters below it from the waters above it. And Genesis 1:6 is your verse. You could compare that to Proverbs 8:27 and 28, Job 37:18, which has the firmament being solid and hard as brass, and this kind of language, okay? God, in the Old Testament, quote, walks upon the vault in this firmament, the vault of heaven. He walks on it, Job 22:14. Psalm 29:10 says the Lord sits enthroned over the flood. In other words, over these waters up there above the firmament. God builds, quote, he builds his upper chambers in the heavens and founds his vault upon the earth. Amos 9:6. The dome rests upon the earth and God lives above it. In Revelation 4:5, meteorological phenomena emanate from the throne. Malin says, hey, have you read verse 5 in Revelation 4? You get flashes of lightning, peals of thunder. That's like sky stuff, okay? Up there. So consequently, Malin says the sea of glass before the throne, and really under the throne, is likely to be understood as the firmament. Malin would say, well, let's try that out. Let's just put that one away and consider it. Third, given that the cherubim imagery of Ezekiel 1, repurposed in Revelation 4, corresponds to the 4 points of the Babylonian zodiac, an astral significance to John's throne description and 24 elders seems to make sense. Now, we talked about this before as far as the Ezekiel 1 imagery. We've spent some time before on the podcast in that material. And if you remember, I cited Dan Block, his commentary on Ezekiel. In Ezekiel 1, he makes this point. The 4 faces of the cherubim are the 4 cardinal points of the Babylonian zodiac. And the theology is significant. You have the eyes and the wheels, okay? The wheel is a circuit. It goes around, okay? And you've got eyes in the wheels, and depending on how you take chapter 10, verse 12, you could have the eyes in, the creatures. You certainly have the eyes in the creatures in Revelation. And eyes in the creatures and the wheels, and they all have eyes. This is constellations, and constellations go around. They have cycles. Again, this is astronomical/astrological imagery that Ezekiel is using in chapter 1 of his vision. This is what he sees. And what does it communicate? Okay, what do constellations and stars and rotating cycles in the heavens do? They map time. And why is that important? Because history proceeds through time. And the messaging is all of this is controlled. The passage of time and history and human destiny is controlled by whoever sits on the throne in the midst of all this. And in Ezekiel's vision, it's not a Babylonian deity like Marduk. It's Yahweh. So there they are, the exiles. Ezekiel has this vision, and the point of the vision is to say, like preachers like to say, God is still on the throne. Yeah, we're kicked out of the land. We're apostates. We violated the covenant, but God is still with us. He still has a plan. He is still in control. Now, I would suggest that John knows that. He understands Ezekiel 1. He understands the astral imagery. He understands the theological teaching point, and he uses that material or again, God providentially gives him the material by virtue of the vision. It's probably a little bit of both, to communicate the same idea. Revelation is what? It's an apocalypse. Bad stuff is coming down the road. It's the end of days. Who's in control of all that? Who's going to make sure that the righteous are vindicated? Who's going to make sure that the nations are judged? And of course, they're God's. Why, that would be Yahweh's counsel. Okay, God is still on the throne. He is still ruling with his counsel like he did, frankly, in the book of Ezekiel, but also, all these other passages we've cited, Isaiah, Daniel 7. Again, it is God. Think of Daniel 7. It is God who decides the flow of history and the destiny of empires, including his enemies. So I think John is trying to communicate the same things. Now let's go back a little more detail with the whole astral approach to Revelation 4. A little bit of ancient astronomy talk here. Egypt and Babylon. Okay, they're both going to factor in here because of some terminology and the way they understood things. So what Malina does is he makes these sort of observations, and I just sort of create a paraphrase list from his material. And again, he's suggesting, look, you got all this stuff to consider from an astral perspective. Maybe we ought to do that. And he moves from the textual observations to arguing that the elders specifically were decans. That's D-E-C-A-N-S. Decans are groups of stars that ancient cultures used to mark out specific phases or portions of the night sky. To be more technical, decan comes from the Greek word deka, 10, and the word, quote, is a creation of the Hellenistic period to designate the astral deities who dominate over every 10 degrees of the circle of the zodiac. That's Mal on the page 94. So a decan is a portion of the sky, by virtue of the terminology of 10 degrees. Now, Egypt and Babylon had a decan system of 36. 36 times 10, 360 degrees is a circle. It makes good sense. So Egypt and Babylon had 36 decans, dividing the sky into 36 sections of 10 degrees for their 360-degree system. The book of Revelation, is a product of a little bit of a later period, Hellenistic period. And the Hellenistic sort of approach to this differed from the older, 36. Okay, it opted for the number 24. Malina writes this. He says, Herodotus records that, quote, the Greeks learned about the sundial and the gnomon. Again, this is time and measurement stuff. And the 12-fold division of the day from the Babylonians. So Babylon did use 12 to chop up the day. Okay, so Herodotus records that the Greeks learned that from them. And he says, Malina continues, he says, by the 5th century BC, the civilized world from Babylon to Greece knew of 12 lunar months of 30 days. Then on the analogy of the year, the day, daylight plus nighttime, was divided into 12 larger, what they call double hours, and 360 smaller units. Does this sound familiar? We have a 24-hour day, and the 360 is 60, divisible by 60 minutes. Okay, so we inherit parts of this too. All right. So on analogy of the year, the day, daylight plus nighttime, was divided into 12 larger double hours and 360 smaller units. These time units were connected with the circular course of the sun, the moon, and the stars in terms of the same procedure. A circle's circumference consisted of 12 equal double segments and 360 lesser units in the Hellenistic system. Thus, by the time of John's Gospel, now pay attention to this, first century, by the time of John's Gospel, it is no surprise when Jesus asks, theoretically, are there not 12 hours in the day? It's John 11:9. It shows they're using this system. These 12 hours, Malina writes, corresponding to the 12 divisions of the celestial circle, are in fact double hours, hence 24 in all. Consequently, our seer, John, of the Apocalypse, book of Revelation, our seer could see 24 elders about the central throne of God. In a number of Israelite inscriptions from around the Mediterranean, a council of elders was called a Gerousia, or a deconia, while a member of this council was called presbytes or presbyteros, which is the term translated in Revelation 4 for elder. Presbytes, presbyteros, these were synonyms for the Latin decurio and the Greek decanos. There you go. So, it's the end of the Malina quote. For Malina, the fact that the elders surrounded the throne of God, was also visually significant. To him, it was an interpretive clue, along with all this other stuff. This description, Malina points out, and he's right, is unique in divine council scenes where the members of the council typically stand either before the Lord, like Job 1, Job 1:6, Job 2:1, Daniel 7:10 has that language, or they stand to the left and the right. That's 1 Kings 22. Divine council members are, of course, the members of the heavenly host, the stars of God. This unique encircling, now catch what Malin is angling for with the circle thing, surrounding the throne. This unique encircling of the celestial council members, therefore, refers to stars encircling the throne of God in the heavens. For Malina, this arrangement depicted the rotating cycle of the zodiac signs that encompass the decans, which were the elders. Now, he goes on. Malina cites comments of classical writer Diodorus Siculus. It's 2.31.4 for those who want to look it up, whose writings date to just before the Christian era. So he cites Diodorus in favor of his approach. He says, Diodorus wrote, "Beyond the circle of the zodiac, the Babylonians designate 24 other stars, of which one half, they say, there's your 12 and 12, are situated in the northern parts and one half in the southern. And of these, those which are visible, Babylonians assign to the world of the living, while those which are invisible, they regard as being adjacent to the dead. And so they call them judges of the universe." So he said, look, the Babylonian 12 and 12 thing, they're collectively called the judges of the universe. Dikastas ton holon. Now, the wording here, judges, pretty obviously fits the context of Revelation 4 and 5, because this is the divine council scene that is convened to render justice in the last days. Now, again, you could get Malina's book if you want more of this kind of stuff, but that's really fascinating. Okay, it's really fascinating, and I think it's worth consideration and worth looping into this whole question of who are the 24 elders. Are they supernatural beings? Are they glorified righteous? Are they the stars? Yeah, I think all of these things are in play. It's really difficult to imagine that all of this stuff, all of these data, just take what we just went through with Malin. It's really hard to imagine that it's all coincidental or irrelevant to John's description in Revelation 4 and 5. In light of the use of astral language and metaphor for the divine council in biblical thought generally, particularly in light of Ezekiel's vision and its zodiacal correspondence, which John uses quite a bit. We got the cherubim right in here. That was the last episode of the podcast. We talked about the cherubim. It's right there. In light of astral language, metaphor, Ezekiel's vision, it seems best to include the astral approach alongside the motifs that identify the elders with both supernatural members of the council and glorified believers in the council. In other words, I don't see an obvious need to pick one of these three possibilities. The Old Testament council language employs astral terminology, suggests a glorified destiny for believers in that council. The New Testament solidifies the latter concept. A passage like Daniel 12:3, in fact, merges the ideas, again, in its foreshadowing. Quote, "Those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the sky above, and those who turn many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever." By the way, that's day and night right there. Brightness of the sky above, and like the stars forever and ever. 12 and 12. Okay, the grand idea is that God and his council control the flow of history and destiny. And these images communicate that truth. And John's doing the same thing Ezekiel's trying to do. It's going to get bad on earth. This is an apocalypse. This is the end of days. Who is in control? Is our destiny, is your destiny as a believer secure when basically the whole thing explodes? And the answer is, yeah, it is. In fact, on the other side of it, you're going to emerge as glorified children and co-rulers with God. And again, he's trying to communicate these ideas using all of this imagery. So I think, who are the 24 elders? What are they? I think it's all three. I think all three are in play.
All right. Well, switching gears now, I know we've been talking about Revelation 5 over the last 3 episodes, but now we really are Revelation 5.
Yeah. And for those who might just be tuning into this one, I've mentioned Revelation 4 and 5 in the last 3 episodes because the chapters do go together, but the episodes have really been only about Revelation 4. But this one, the fourth in a series, technically, this one is going to be about just Revelation 5. So don't get disoriented by the references to Revelation 5 in this one. And you think, well, it was 4 and 5 up until this point. What's this chapter 5 doing? That's why. So, the 2 chapters go together. 3 prior episodes really zeroed in on Revelation 4, and now we're going to mop up with chapter 5. So let's get started. This is probably, again, Revelation 4 is pretty familiar, but I was going to say that this one might even be even more familiar to the average Christian. Again, reading through Revelation or hearing preaching about it, especially. I mean, because this is the chapter that has the Lamb, again, the appearance of the Lamb of God standing before the throne. And, I think maybe for good reasons and maybe some contrived reasons, this makes good preaching. So people dip into Revelation, and, this tends to be one of the chapters, this one, and there's the second coming, and maybe, the lake of fire or something like that. People tend to cherry pick Revelation. This is going to be one of the more familiar passages. And on the surface, it seems pretty transparent as far as what's going on here. So it's not that long. I'm going to read the whole thing. And I think right away you're going to notice maybe some familiar things, or if you're really paying attention, you might be jarred a little bit by what you expect to hear in the passage, but actually isn't there. So I'm going to read it first, and then we'll jump back into, kind of doing a little bit of a backdrop to the chapter. But John writes, "Then I saw in the right hand of him who was seated on the throne a scroll written within and on the back, sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a mighty angel proclaiming with a loud voice, 'Who is worthy to open the scroll and break its seals?' And no one in heaven or on earth or under the earth was able to open the scroll or to look into it. And I began to weep loudly, because no one was found worthy to open the scroll or to look into it. And one of the elders said to me, 'Weep no more. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Root of David, has conquered, so that he can open the scroll and its 7 seals.' And between the throne and the 4 living creatures and among the elders, I saw a lamb standing as though it had been slain, with 7 horns and with 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent out into all the earth. And he went and took the scroll from the right hand of him who was seated on the throne. And when he had taken the scroll, the 4 living creatures and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, each holding a harp and golden bowls of incense, which are the prayers of the saints. And they sang a new song, saying, 'Worthy are you to take the scroll and to open its seals. For you were slain, and by your blood you ransomed people for God, from every tribe and language and people and nation. And you have made them a kingdom and priests to our God, and they shall reign on the earth.' Then I looked and heard around the throne, and the living creatures and the elders the voice of many angels, numbering myriads of myriads and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, 'Worthy is the Lamb who was slain, to receive power and wealth and wisdom and might and honor and glory and blessing.' And I heard every creature in heaven and on earth and under the earth and in the sea and all that is in them saying, 'To him who sits on the throne and to the Lamb be blessing and honor and glory and might forever and ever.' And the 4 living creatures said, 'Amen.' And the elders fell down and worshipped." Now, the assumption, again, just the average assumption, if you got into a conversation about Revelation 5 and you ran into somebody that actually remembered parts of it, many people presume it is some sort of enthronement scene or ceremony. The one seated on the throne, God, has a scroll in his right hand sealed with 7 seals. and only the Lamb of God standing before the throne who is risen. He is the risen Messiah, the Lion of Judah, the root of David. Only he is worthy to open the seals. But if we look closely, we see incongruities with that assumption, this idea that it's about the enthronement of the Lamb. It's actually not. The Lamb never occupies the throne, nor is he later in the book seated on the throne as the seals are opened. In fact, only after everything plays out in the apocalypse, in the book of Revelation, only then do we have a hint that the Lamb is also enthroned. And that's Revelation 22, verse 1. Let me just read it to you. Revelation 22:1 says, "Then the angel showed me the river of the water of life, bright as crystal, flowing from the throne of God and of the Lamb." So there you have this shared throne idea. But that's it. That's the end of the book. The Lamb does not occupy the throne in Revelation 5 or anywhere until you hit the end of the book. So that's, one sort of oddity. Further, the authority given to the Lamb is dispensed by the Lamb, to believers. This is Revelation 5, 9, and 10. You may have caught it as I was reading. So the 4 living creatures, 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, and they sang a new song saying, "Worthy are you to take the scroll." Again, there's really speaking, singing to the Lamb. "Worthy are you to take the scroll and to open its seals. For you were slain, and by your blood you ransomed people for God from every tribe and language and people and nation. And you have made them," these ransomed people, "a kingdom and priests to our God. And they shall reign on the earth." So he even hands off or shares the authority that's given to him. So we're therefore confronted with some unexpected elements if we assume outright that Revelation 5 is about the Lamb's enthronement, because that never happens. So these incongruities have led scholars in different directions, as they read the text closely. And on in his Revelation commentary, still in the first volume, that's chapters 1 through 5, he writes this, and he sort of sketches the options. Revelation 5 is often interpreted as depicting the enthronement of the Lamb, based on the assumption that the text reflects the pattern of ancient enthronement ritual. Others have argued that Revelation 5 is modeled after the tradition of a commission in the heavenly court, or council, sometimes combining the two patterns. The view argued in this commentary, this is Owen's take, is that it is more appropriate to understand Revelation 5 as depicting the investiture of the Lamb based not on ancient enthronement customs and procedures, but rather on the literary adaptation of Daniel 7 and Ezekiel 1 and 2. So right away you ask, well, what's the difference? What's the difference between enthronement or commission? When you hear commission, think like Isaiah 6. There's Isaiah in the divine council, room, the throne room, and said, here am I, send me, and then they commission him, and so on and so forth. So that's what that's talking about. So what's the difference between enthronement, commission, and Owen's word, investiture? So in most basic terms, enthronement speaks of the coronation of a new ruler. Commission is a term associated with the appointment to a task, and investiture describes the establishment of someone in an office that person already holds informally. The terms are therefore synonyms whose meanings have points of overlap, but they also retain some nuancing that distinguishes them. So what leads scholars to opt for one choice over another? Again, this is all backdrop to Revelation 5, and we're going to incorporate it into what we've talked about before with Revelation 4 and the divine council setting and all that. Well, those who opt for enthronement, again, still, even though the Lamb never occupies the throne, you're still going to have people that are in this category. Those who opt for enthronement will point to the earlier instance in Revelation 3:21, where the exalted Jesus, who is obviously the Lamb, speaks of having already conquered and taking his seat with God on the ruling throne. Okay, we've referenced that verse a lot in earlier episodes. They might also appeal to Revelation 7:17, where the Lamb, and this is, I think, pretty ambiguous, but the Lamb is said to be in the midst of the throne. So that's going to get interpreted as he's on the throne or something. Well, Doesn't actually say on the throne, he says in the midst of the throne. But anyway, that would be part of the appeal. The threefold process of Israelite coronation or king-making is also a factor. And this is something we've covered in a previous podcast when we talked about the Old Testament. I believe this is the one, the Old Testament in Luke, but I'm not quite sure. But anyway, how the Gospels present Jesus as king. Well, I think, let me just go on because I'll give you the source for that. If you remember that episode, there were three factors of how an Israelite man became king. First, there was the designation of the candidate for kingship. And that's usually something done to that candidate to make him a candidate, like anointing. That's typically the procedure, anointing. Not always, but most of the time. Second, the designated candidate has to prove himself kingly by doing some heroic act. And third, the successful candidate is exalted to the throne. Now, as Shelton has thrown, this is an article I use in that earlier episode. As Shelton has thrown, all three of these steps play out in the life of Jesus in the Gospels. Consequently, enthronement seems to make sense. However, the incongruities mentioned above mar the picture. Well, if Jesus is already enthroned, like what does that mean? Because the Lamb is not on the throne in Revelation 5, and there's no clear reference to him being on the throne until Revelation 22. So what about what happens in the Gospels? What about Revelation 3? I've conquered. I'm sitting on the throne of my Father, and then to him that overcomes, I will let him also sit on the seat. And all this stuff. How do we put all this together so that it makes sense? Because it seems inconsistent. Other scholars view Revelation 5, again, as I mentioned, through the lens of other divine council scenes where a spirit, that's 1 Kings 22, or a prophet, Isaiah 6, is commissioned for a specific task. The problem with that approach here is fundamentally twofold. Number one, the task of the Lamb is already accomplished. He doesn't need to be appointed to a task. He's already done the task. He has been faithful unto death and is now raised from to new life. He's standing here. So you have a lamb that looks like it was slain, but it's standing up. Again, it's a resurrection picture. And secondly, the divine council in Revelation 5 is clearly meeting to dispense judgment, not hand out an assignment. So the commission view doesn't really work, and frankly, it doesn't have many adherents. Still others, like On, see the best option as their term, or his term, investiture. So this approach views the incongruities of enthronement in Revelation 5 through the lens of the already accomplished kingly accession in the Gospels. So investiture is actually going to be one of these already but not yet approaches, which to me makes more sense. The crucifixion, the resurrection, and the ascension are acknowledged as the actual transition to rulership of Jesus. So Jesus has gone through the three-step, process of kingship. Okay, so the investiture view acknowledges that Jesus is, he is the ruler, while simultaneously acknowledging that the ultimate goal of God is not yet accomplished, and that is the reconciliation of the entire cosmos to Himself, and the restoration of Eden in consummated form. That hasn't happened yet. And when that happens, you're going to need a king, and that king is going to be Jesus. But that's the not yet. We have the already, but the not yet. Now that final form happens in Revelation 22, where the Lamb is described as enthroned. Revelation 22:1. So consequently, scholars like On opt for understanding Revelation 5 as investiture, not enthronement. It is the formal transition or display to all the world of what has informally been the case for quite some time, when Jesus rose from the dead and ascended. Investiture thus views enthronement as an already not yet point, and this in turn doesn't impose a new commissioning on the Lamb, okay, so we don't have the commission problem, and retains the progression of the apocalypse to the end of all things when Eden is restored and God, the Lamb, and the children of God are partnered in rule of that new global Eden. So On goes on to describe the idea this way. He says, the argument that Revelation 5 should be construed as the investiture of the Lamb is based on an analysis of the text of Revelation 5 as an adaptation of Daniel 7 and Ezekiel 1 and 2. The narrative in Revelation 5 centers on the recognition of the Lamb as the only one worthy to open the scroll sealed with 7 seals. The investiture scene in Revelation 5 appears to have been adapted from Daniel 7, 9 through 14. Let me just stop there. Remember, earlier when we talked about Revelation 4, we made the point in the first episode when we jumped into that chapter that there's like 14 points of Daniel 7 that Revelation 4 follows in the same order. Okay, so it's very obvious that John is tracking on Daniel 7. So back to on. So the investiture scene in Revelation 5 appears to have been adapted from Daniel 7, 9 through 14, which centers on the investiture of, quote, one like a son of man, unquote, and not his enthronement. Even though enthronement is not mentioned in Daniel 7. Let me stop there. Did you realize that? I mean, in Daniel 7, the Son of Man is given everlasting kingship, but he never sits down. He's never enthroned. So it's this, yes, he has the authority, but he hasn't yet been installed, okay, over the kingdom. And the kingdom, I'm saying it that way to point to this not yet idea of when the whole thing is complete, when God gets what he wants, when we have a new Eden, all this stuff, that's the not yet part, which On and others are going to argue this is why the Lamb isn't described as being on a throne until you hit Revelation 22:1. But anyway, back to On. He says, even though enthronement is not mentioned in Daniel 7, however, scholars frequently assume that it is suggested or implied. The author has applied the language of Daniel 7, 14, and 18 to the redemptive death of Christ, which has enthroned, quote unquote, Christians as kings and priests. The author has overlaid the existing kingship language in Daniel 7, 14, and 18 with the kingdom and priest language from Exodus 19:6, which he also used earlier in Revelation 1:7, and he's going to use it later in Revelation 20, verse 6. So the author of Revelation 4 and 5 has taken the basic framework of Daniel 7, 9 through 18, and freely adapted it for a new purpose, the presentation of the one like a son of man before the enthroned Ancient of Days in Daniel 7:13 results in his investiture. John has grounded that investiture on the sacrificial death of Christ, which now becomes the very basis for investiture. The motif of the sealed scroll does not occur in Daniel 7. There is only the reference to the books being opened in Revelation 20:12 also. But again, this sealed scroll idea, it's imported from Ezekiel 2, 9, and 10 to serve as a symbol of investiture. Let me just reference Ezekiel 2, 9, and 10 because that's less familiar than Daniel 7. Behold, again, Ezekiel describing what he sees here. Behold, when I looked, behold, a hand was stretched out to me, and behold, a scroll of a book was in it. And he spread it out before me, and it had writing on the front and on the back, and there was written on it words of lamentation and mourning and woe. So the description of the scroll here is the same that you see in Revelation 5 here with John. That's On's point. So John is using that description of the scroll, which is going to have something to do with, the doom of Judah in Ezekiel. And he's repurposing it here in an apocalyptic scene that's going to unfold in judgment, not on Judah this time, but on the whole earth. Okay, wicked Jew and wicked Gentile, unbelieving Jew, unbelieving Gentile, the whole thing. So John is adapting that image of the scroll, and he's also, adapting the scene from Daniel 7, 9 through 14 to, and think about what he's already done in Revelation with the Son of Man imagery and the Ancient of Days. I mean, he fuses those two things together to identify Jesus with God or as God. Okay, that much is clear. But again, even in Daniel 7, the Son of Man is not on a throne yet. He does inherit, rulership. He is the legitimate rightful ruler, and God is giving him this authority. And so the argument is that God gave Jesus this authority when he rose from the dead and ascended to the Father. This is long before Revelation 5 was experienced by John and written down. And in that scene, it's a hearkening back to the death and resurrection of the Lamb, of Christ. That's what gave him his authority. Okay, that's what gives the Son of Man his authority. But he's not yet seated. The job is not yet complete in terms of everything coming full circle to a new Eden, God returning to earth among his people, so on and so forth. So it's an already but not yet idea that we're seeing here again. I mean, this is a familiar theme in Scripture, already but not yet. It happens all over the place in different areas of theology. So On draws attention to the fact that the Son of Man in Daniel 7, of course, is not enthroned in the passage, even though it's clear that he has everlasting kingship and dominion. But again, this is not his rule alone, by his own choice. The kingdom is shared with or given to the holy ones in Daniel 7 and the people of the holy ones. Isn't that interesting? Because, most commentators are going to say, oh, holy ones, people of the holy ones. It refers to the same thing. It refers to human followers of God, okay, of the Son of Man or whatever. And I don't agree with that. I'm with those scholars that say these are actual different categories. One is a reference to the holy ones of the divine council, the heavenly host that is loyal to God, and the other one are human believers, and they are together. They are fused together. They are given the same authority. Okay, the two become one. Right, just we've talked before when we had the Cloud of Witnesses episode, and other things, and Unseen Realm. Of course, I talk about this, how believers are going to be the reconstituted council. We are going to replace that which has been lost through rebellion in the council. I mean, Daniel 7 gives you a glimpse of that, and so does Revelation 5, because the authority is given over to, again, those glorified believers that are sort of in the scene as a kingdom of priests. And I think they're focused on, because the rulership is going to be on earth. Okay, this new Eden idea, the new glorified global Eden. So again, Revelation 5:9-10 is the passage that makes this point, when the 24 elders sing that the Lamb has made all these ransomed people from every tribe and language and people and nation. You've made them kingdom and priests to our God. And by the way, there you go again with this one body, one man. Okay, the Jew and the Gentile are not distinguished here. There's one kingdom of priests. And it's from, to quote John, every tribe, every language, every people, every nation. And again, this is by design, because if you go back to Daniel 7, let's just go there real quickly. Not like a new idea, a new invention here. If you go back to Daniel 7:18, let's just pick up with 18. The saints of the Most High, the holy ones of the Most High, shall receive the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever and ever. Then you get to 24, actually 27 here. Let's go back to verse 26. The court shall sit in judgment, his dominion, the beast, will be taken away to be consumed and destroyed at the end. And the kingdom and the dominion and the greatness of the kingdoms, plural, under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints, people of the holy ones of the Most High. And his kingdom shall be an everlasting kingdom, and his dominions, plural, shall serve and obey him. So, I mean, you get this notion, again, that the kingdom is bigger than just Israel. Right? It's the whole earth. You go back up to 14, Daniel 7:14. To him, the Son of Man, was given dominion and glory and a kingdom, that all peoples, nations, languages should serve him. Okay, so what John is saying is he's taken that passage and he's equating that language with the redeemed. Okay, the redeemed from every tribe, language, nation, so on and so forth. This is how John views the outcome of Daniel 7. And it's important, again, because we have to recognize the unity of the people of God. It's not just Israel; it's everybody. This is by design. This is the original intention, because Eden, which is what we're going back to, this is the way the book of Revelation ends, with the global Eden. Eden didn't have these distinctions. We didn't have Jews and Gentiles in Eden. We were just people, okay, human believers, so on and so forth. So, again, by way of summary, let's just think about what we have in the first 5 chapters. So let's just expand this a little bit, this theme. What do we have in Revelation 1:5? Well, we have the Lamb who was slain now stands before the throne of God. Okay, that he's resurrected. That's chapter 5. The Lamb is Jesus, who is depicted in Revelation 1 as the Ancient of Days and Son of Man from Daniel 7, who was described earlier in Revelation 1, who was dead but is now alive. Revelation 3:21 looks forward to both Revelation 5 and Revelation 22. So it's not that Jesus has been installed as king in Revelation 3:21. Basically, it's to the one who overcomes. This is what's going to happen. This is your destiny. I will at some point, when I'm enthroned, I will grant to that person to sit with me on my throne and rule the nations, and so on and so forth. So Revelation 5, again, is the, to use Owen's term, the investiture of that. It is sort of rolling into, not reality, because Jesus is a real ruler, but Revelation is designed to sort of start the wheels grinding toward the end. It's a description of, okay, God is acting now. The end of days is approaching. The wheels are set in motion. And we have here, again, the transition in the book of Revelation. The book of Revelation is supposed to transition our thinking from the already to the not yet. Okay, this is the progression. It's going to progress from already to not yet. And this is how things are going to play out. We see the present and the future going on in the book. So this is why scholars can say Revelation 3:21 is looking forward to Revelation 5, and then that's looking forward to Revelation 22. It's just a progression. It's not moment in time observation that's already complete. It's not complete. It's partial. It's already but not yet. So in some way, the Lamb's rulership, Jesus' rulership, is a reality, though the Lamb is not pictured yet as being enthroned until the end. Again, and the enthronement there is we're done now. I can sit down, okay, and to borrow Sabbath terminology, and rest. Okay, when the king sits, the job is complete. Kings don't really sit around on their behinds, while there's work to be done here. But when the king is enthroned at the end in Revelation 22, then the job is over and things have come full circle. So despite not yet being enthroned, the Lamb alone has the status of being worthy to open the scroll that will unleash the apocalypse and start to propel things toward the consummation of his rule. With God as his Father and with those whose believing loyalty remain true, it's all one picture. In short, through Jesus' faithfulness to his mission, he has already achieved the means by which God will ultimately get what he's always wanted, to have a human family with whom to share rule of the earth. So that's, again, an overall perspective of what's going on in Revelation 5. I want to drill down on a few things, though, that have specific reference to certain parts of the Old Testament for the rest of the episode. So let's just go back and start at the beginning. Revelation 5:1 and 2, we have a reference to a scroll written within and on the back, sealed with 7 seals. Okay, now Beale and McDonough, this is in the Beale and Carson big commentary on the use of the Old Testament and the New. Beale and McDonough write the Revelation portion of that, and they write this. They say most interpreters have rightly identified the phrase of 5:1b, quote, a scroll or book written on the front and back, unquote, as evoking the image of Ezekiel 2:9 and 10. John's scroll, like Ezekiel's, will contain lamentations, mourning, and woe. That was the description in Ezekiel 2:10. Well, you better believe that this is what you're going to see in Revelation, because it's an apocalypse. Back to the quote. The Biblion, that's the Greek word translated book, is further described by the phrase having been sealed with 7 seals, which appears to be a merging of Daniel 12:1, 4, and 9 with Isaiah 29:11. Let me just look those up, just so that you have those fixed in your head. So Daniel 12, you get some of this terminology. At that time shall arise Michael, the great prince who has charge of your people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never has been since there was a nation till that time. But at that time, your people shall be delivered, everyone whose name shall be found written in the book. Verse 4, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end. Verse 6, I think, was it verse 6 or verse 9? Go back here and look quick. Verse 9 says, he said, go your way, Daniel, for the words are shut up and sealed until the time of the end. So you have a reference to a book that's sealed, again, so on and so forth. So Beale and McDonough are saying, John is, looks like he's borrowing some of this language from Daniel, again, because Daniel is about a lot of the same stuff. So this is the other side of the coin, the book of Revelation. Isaiah 29:11 is going to be far less familiar. The vision of all this has become to you like words of a book that is sealed. When men give it to one who can read, saying, read this, he says, I can't, for it is sealed. And that, gives you a certain feel that Beale and McDonough and some others that we'll look at are going to, play off on. Back to the quote, they say, the phrase to loose the seals in 5:2 reveals more inspiration from the sealing of Daniel 12 and 29, Isaiah 29. The idea of sealing, here's the point, and opening books in connection with end time happenings is unique in the Old Testament to Daniel 12, 1 through 13, specifically as it's related to times of the end. That's Daniel 12. Daniel 12, 8, and 9 implies the future unsealing of the book in the latter day period. This is yet another indication that John's prophecy contains the fulfillment of the latter day prophecies of Daniel. Okay, so John's book of Revelation is going to be the fulfillment of these things. Beale adds in another place, in another book, he adds some other thoughts about the passage. He writes, it should be recalled that Revelation 4:1 through 5:1 follows a structural outline that is identical to that of Daniel 7:9, and following, and Ezekiel 1 and 2. The following analysis of Revelation 5:2 through 14, again, this is his commentary, will show that the outline of Daniel 7 continues to be followed. Okay, instead of Ezekiel 1 and 2. So he said, we're in Daniel 7. John's going to keep tracking through here. And now he's going to repurpose some stuff in Daniel 12, so on and so forth. So he wants to just make the point that John is really fixed on Daniel in these chapters. Okay, while allusions to Ezekiel 1 and 2 do not disappear in Revelation 5, 2 through 14, there are more numerous allusions to Daniel 7. The presence of all these Old Testament backgrounds enhances further the notion of judgment with which this vision is saturated. So that's the end of Beale's quote. Now, what about the description? We can presume the scroll is rolled up. That's typically how we would think about this. Though the word is biblion. Now, the technical term for this idea of a biblion, a document, okay, rolled up, is opistograph. An opistograph is a rolled document. Well, it's not always a rolled document, but most of the time it's a rolled document that's written on both sides. A codex is possible. Remember, a codex is when somebody got the idea, instead of using scrolls, we're going to cut a scroll or the material for a scroll in squares. We can write on both sides, and then we're going to bind the edge. We create a book, codex. Okay, that's possible as that form of written material came into use in the late 1st century. Okay, that's what On postulates anyway. So he's saying, well, maybe it's not. Maybe the biblion isn't a scroll. Maybe it's a codex. Because you can still write on both sides, and these would have come into use probably around when Revelation is written. Again, a scroll is considered more likely, though, by most scholars, perhaps because of iconography. If you look at Greco-Roman iconography of rulers from John's period, they often are holding scrolls. They're not holding codices, okay? They're holding scrolls in their hand, and often it's the right hand, just like it is, here in Revelation 5. So he reflects the majority opinion that it's a scroll. He says there are two major arguments for regarding the biblion as an opistograph, again, a scroll written on both sides. One, the allusion to Ezekiel 2, 9, and 10. That certainly predates the codex, and that's where the description's taken from. So again, it's probably a scroll. And two, the original reading on the inside and on the back. In other words, on the obverse and reverse, which is appropriate for describing a closed or rolled up opistograph, a scroll. So again, there's no reason to depart from the typical understanding here. But I thought you might find it interesting that some people want to still argue for a codex, but it's more likely a scroll. And I agree because of the allusion to Ezekiel 2. That pretty much seals it for me, pardon the pun. Some scholars have wondered whether the language might point to something else, though. There's a third option, something called, scholars call a double written document, and Owen describes this option. The basic rationale for a doubly written document is to provide a sealed document that cannot be altered, with an unsealed copy that can be read. It is written within, quote unquote, and without, quote unquote, in the sense that it consists of two copies of a legal document, one sealed, that's the one within, and one unsealed, that's the one, quote unquote, without. The earliest evidence for doubly written document is Old Testament. It's Jeremiah 32, 9-15 actually describes this. That describes a sealed deed and an open or unsealed deed, both of which are placed in a clay jar. The procedure was to write 2 copies of the same legal document separated by a short space. The upper document was rolled together and sealed, while the lower document was simply folded together but could be read, publicly. Again, it's kind of interesting, but most people don't find it persuasive, again, because of Ezekiel 2 and all that sort of stuff. It doesn't seem to be the right trajectory since the seals are broken. As Revelation continues, the seals get broken, so it kind of mars the double written document idea. But again, as a passing point, it's kind of interesting. On doesn't consider it compelling. I don't either. And I think we're better off with a rolled scroll. Now, if it is a rolled scroll, it would look cylinder-shaped. We can surmise that the written within and on the back description means that John can see the exterior script, but not the interior. He can see little maybe a few lines or a little portion of it. So he knows it's written, but he can't see what's inside because it's rolled and sealed. That the scroll is in the right hand of God implies its authority due to the right hand motif in the Old Testament that signifies power and authority. Exodus 15:6, Exodus 15:12, a bunch of references here. But again, just the fact of how it's presented conveys the idea that whatever's in that scroll is authoritative. In other words, it's not going to change. This is the world's destiny right here, okay? It ain't going to change. It has the authority of God because he's the one holding it. The content of the scroll is obviously of interest. Again, here's another thing that you think you know, but you really don't. But the content is never actually revealed in the book of Revelation. We're never actually told what's in it. There's no specific reason to assume that Revelation 6-8 is a transcript of the scroll. There's no reason to believe that. It's never presented that way. On writes this. He says, although there's been a great deal of speculation about the contents of the sealed scroll, the text of Revelation 5-8, which is the section dealing explicitly with the sealed scroll and the breaking of the 7 seals by the Lamb, that section contains no explicit indication of the contents of the scroll. If the scroll of Revelation 5 is regarded as identical with the open scroll of Revelation 10, which On doesn't consider likely, but again, think back to that double written document thing. But, again, most scholars just think, that's not what's going on here because the seals are broken, in chapters 5-8, whereas the double written document, that's not what you would do with it. But anyway, just something to think about. But he says, if the scroll of Revelation 5 is regarded as identical with the open scroll of Revelation 10, which isn't likely, more clues to its character are found in that chapter. An important clue for the contents of the scroll is, though, found in Ezekiel 2:9 and 10, which is the model for this passage, in which the contents of the scroll shown to Ezekiel are described as, quote, words of mourning, lamentation, and woe, unquote. In other words, it's the message of divine judgment that the prophet will announce. But again, that doesn't give us specifics. It gives us the general character. So there's actually a wide range of options in scholarship as to the content of the scroll. Because it's not explicitly spelled out, people have speculated lots of things. Is the content of the scroll initiated by the breaking of the first seal? Revelation 6:1, allowing us to surmise that the series of seals gives us the content, or is the content of the scroll only actually revealed when all the seals are broken? And then that's the point. When the last seal is broken, that's the point when the scroll is actually open. You see the difference there. People, again, assume, if they're assuming that Revelation 6-8 is the contents of the scroll, well, think of this in your mind. Think of a rolled document. It's got 7 seals on it. We tend to think that when the first seal is broken, that, they're reading, what happens now is what's in the scroll. But it can't be, because it's still sealed 6 times. Think about that. This is another thing we assume that if you actually acted it out, here's a rolled, document where it's sealed 7 times. Go ahead and break one. Okay, it's broken. Now read it. Well, I can't because it's still got 6 on it. Well, exactly. So Revelation 6-8 can't be the content of the scroll. That's the whole point. So the question is, well, when you get to the end, when the last seal is broken, are we getting the content now? Again, we're never told. The heavenly books motif also, is another speculation. Does that have anything to do with what's in the scroll? Okay, now we've done a whole episode on heavenly books, and I've referenced it a number of times in podcast episodes. It's episode 89. Again, there's whole monographs, scholarly books, scholarly discussions in book form, talking about the heavenly books of both Old and New Testament and ancient literature. So some have speculated that, okay, got a scroll here, and is that scroll possibly the book of life? Because that's also mentioned too. When the last seal's broken, where does that put us in the book? Is it a precursor to opening this and finding out who's in the book of life and who isn't? It's an interesting idea, but we're never told. So, these are just some options that scholars discuss, well, can we actually read it after 1 or 2 or 5? No, you can't. You got to wait till the 7. Well, then what about, what are the contents of Revelation 6 to 8? That can't correspond to the scroll. So what's going on? There's lots of questions here that the book of Revelation never actually answers for us. And these questions derive from both the nature of the object held, and also, again, this reference to heavenly books in the book elsewhere, and even up to this point. But again, we're just not told. The best we've got is Ezekiel 2. Whatever's in the scroll is going to be bad, which isn't terribly satisfying, but woe and lamentation and judgment. Yeah, we get it. As we read the book, it's pretty evident that's what's happening here, but that's about the best you can do for specifics. So returning again to that whole theme, Ezekiel 2, 9, and 10, the scroll is described as the words of mourning, lamentation, and woe. That description doesn't specifically target Judah or the Gentile nations. I'm talking about Ezekiel now. If this is the model, if John is repurposing Ezekiel 2, 9, and 10, and he wants his readers, when they hear the description or read the description of the scroll, they're going to, oh yeah, it's Ezekiel 2. Yeah, that's just the same description. If you go back and look at Ezekiel 2, and we got, oh man, words of warning and lamentation and woe. But guess what? That doesn't specifically target any one group, Judah or Gentile nations, which really undermines. A couple of weeks ago we were talking, I think it was about Chilton, about how the book of Revelation is all about the judgment of Jerusalem or something like that. Well, not if you're paying attention to Ezekiel 2, 9, and 10, which John was. You're sort of misreading the book. And this one point establishes that it's a misreading. But anyway, if you look at Ezekiel's preaching more widely, book of Ezekiel, you realize that he does hit both targets in the book. So you have Israel or Judah is the target of judgment in Ezekiel 4 through 24, all those chapters. And after chapter 24, it transitions to the nations, Ezekiel 25 through 32. So in light of the analogy of the scroll in Revelation 5 to that of Ezekiel, it seems reasonable to surmise that the text of the scroll detailed judgments on the unrighteous among both Jews and Gentiles of the world in opposition to the Lamb and his followers, not just one, but both. And again, we're not doing end time scheme analysis here in this series, but I'll tell you what, just that one observation is going to influence how you read the book. I'm just saying, just that one thing. Let's go to Isaiah 29:11. Again, we mentioned this briefly. This is the passage where we get this sealing language. Okay, I'm going to read it again. Isaiah 29:11. The vision of all this has become to you like the words of a book that is sealed. When men give it to one who can read, saying, read this, he says, I cannot, for it's sealed. Duh. Okay, how am I supposed to read it? It's sealed up. And when they give the book to the one who cannot read, saying, read this, he says, I cannot read. So then, Isaiah is going to go on and use this metaphor to talk unfavorably. I'm trying to be generous, to those who are the points of reference of the language here. But if we go back to Isaiah 29:11 with the sealing notion there, it's interesting. The sealed book can be read as a metaphor for spiritual blindness. The person who can read can't read the scroll because it's sealed. Well, again, you don't know. You don't have eyes to see. Remember, the recurring phrase in the book of Revelation, him that has ears to hear. So you also get eyes to see, and this kind of thing. Well, we can't because it's sealed. God doesn't want us to know. Maybe we're being punished. Remember Isaiah 6, which is also a divine council scene where God judges the wicked. They have ears, but they're not going to be able to hear. They have eyes, but they're not going to be able to see. I mean, some scholars take Isaiah 29:11 as a commentary on why the book is sealed here in Revelation 5. Again, it's obviously a judgment context in one sense, but is God punishing those who are spiritually blind? Can we read that into it? Again, that's an item for discussion. I don't know that that's clear, or I think it might be possible. I just don't know that it's clear. On the other hand, the referent may also be to Daniel 12:4 and 9, where a book is deliberately sealed to prevent its content from being known. It's not really a commentary on spiritual blindness. It's just preventative. Depending on which trajectory is in view in Revelation 5, the point of the sealed book is either that the blind, the wicked, are about to be hit by a judgment that they will not see coming, or that God has chosen to reveal to the righteous what portends for the future. In other words, the people who are reading the book here, the book of Revelation, and they're the righteous and they will understand. Could be either way, or maybe both. Now, a contemporary text, 1 Enoch, is an apocalypse. That's what 1 Enoch is. The book of Enoch is an apocalypse, designed to inform the righteous that they are about to be vindicated and the wicked judged. And so On picks up on this, and he writes of one portion in 1 Enoch. He says, 1 Enoch 89:71 refers to a book containing the deeds of the shepherds, written by an archangel scribe covering the first historical period, from chapter 89, verses 72 to 77, which God himself sealed after it was read out to him. The unsealing and reading of this book in chapter 89, 76, and 77 involves the punishment of the shepherds for what they had destroyed. So again, Owen's saying maybe this is how we should look at Revelation. Again, it's the wicked are going to get blindsided, pardon the pun, and the righteous are going to know. They're going to know, what's happening, what's coming down the pipe. Let's go to Revelation 5:3. It says, "No one in heaven or on earth or under the earth was able to open the scroll or to look into it." Did you notice the three-tiered cosmology? It's also in chapter 5, verse 13. Owen writes, the emphasis is on the beings who populate. Now just listen to this. Three-tiered cosmology: heaven, earth, under the earth. Again, if those of you who are familiar with my content, this should be, old news by now. The three-tiered cosmology of the Old and New Testament. And Owen writes, the emphasis is here in Revelation 5 is on the beings who populate each of these three zones. The comprehensive way of referring to each of the three major zones of the cosmos is a way of saying nowhere in the entire universe, nowhere in the entire universe could be found one that was able to open the scroll or to look into it. No supernatural being in the heavens, no earthly being on the earth, and no supernatural being or disembodied dead under the earth. Nobody. Interestingly, Owen writes this as well. In the Testament of Solomon, chapter 16, verse 3, Beelzebul is referred to as the ruler of the spirits of the air, which again sounds very New Testament. Ruler of the spirits of the air and the earth and beneath the earth. So Beelzebul is given credit over the spiritual beings in all three zones who are allied with him. And if that's the case, if that's what John intends the reader to think of, basically he's saying none of the spiritual bad guys know what's in this scroll. They're going to get blindsided too, and they are unable to open it and read it. And it's in God's right hand, and only the Lamb can open it. In other words, we have some interesting things in store. God has some interesting things in store for the powers of darkness, and they don't know. Again, just an interesting thought. Revelation 5, 5, and 6. Again, I'll read it again. One of the elders said to me, "Weep no more. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has conquered, so that he can open the scroll and its 7 seals. And between the throne, the 4 living creatures, and among the elders, I saw a lamb standing as though it had been slain, with 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent out into all the earth." These are clear messianic titles, from the Old Testament. They serve as the means to identify the Lamb in the next verse. Again, 5 and 6 is tribe of Judah, root of David, then we get the Lamb. So they define who the Lamb is. On draws attention to the wording "has conquered." That's in verse 5, Revelation 5:5. He writes, the use of the term Nikan in Greek for the salvific death of Jesus has partial parallels in Paul's allusion to Isaiah 25:8 in 1 Corinthians 15:54, which says, death is swallowed up in victory. Victory is nikos. It's a related term to nikon. It's also in John 16:33 on writes, where the saying is attributed to Jesus, quote, I have conquered, nenikeka, the world. And the root is the same for all three of these. Revelation 5:5, 1 Corinthians 15:54, John 16:33. Back to On, he says, the atoning death of Christ, conceptualized as conflict resulting in victory, reflects the classic idea of the atonement in which Christ fights against and triumphs over all the evil powers in the world, under whom human beings were in bondage and suffering, and decisively triumphs over them, thereby reconciling the world to himself. Now, here's why I think this is important. We've gotten Q&A questions about, what's Mike's view of the atonement? Is it the ransom? Is it Christus Victor? And my answer is always the same. I don't see any reason that the atonement must be understood in only one perspective or from only one perspective. Usually people want to argue for other views of the atonement just to get away from substitutionary atonement. That is a mistake. It is a theological mistake and a theological error. How can I say that with confidence here? Because this is the Lamb, who was slain and now is standing. It's resurrection imagery. It's death and resurrection. Death and resurrection are linked to has conquered. And the has conquered is linked to, again, victory over, not only victory over supernatural darkness, but the reconciliation of the cosmos to God. You can't have that with other views of the atonement. In other words, you can't exclude the idea of the death from the atonement concept. You can't do it, so why are you trying so desperately to do it? Because it's culturally offensive or something like that? Well, sorry, it's in the text. It's not just here, it's in the text in other places. So, again, I think this debate over the atonement is kind of useless. It's a distraction. We can learn something about the atonement from all of the possible perspectives. They all have a contribution to make. That's all I'm saying. We don't need to embrace some other one just to get rid of substitutionary atonement. That's deeply flawed thinking. Why does the imagery of the Lamb appear here? Move on to another topic. The term used here, arnion, occurs 29 times in the book of Revelation, all of which are references to Jesus, except for Revelation 13:11. The only other New Testament occurrence is John 21:15. So, think arnion, the word for lamb here in Revelation 5, occurs 29 times in the book of Revelation. They all refer to Jesus except the one in Revelation 13:11. That's really about the beast and it's drawing on Daniel with the ram and all that stuff. The only other occurrence is John 21:15. Now, the word used in John 1:29, because a lot of you are thinking, well, what about John 1:29, the Lamb of God, which takes away the sin of the world? That's a different word. That's amnos. It's also in John 1:36, Acts 8:32, 1 Peter 1:19. So On really gets into this. He devotes 7 pages of discussion to the Greek terminology for lamb found in the New Testament and the Septuagint, as well as Aramaic equivalents. So, I'm not going to go through all that. But just a few of his observations here I think are interesting. He writes, the term arnion, lamb, occurs 29 times again in Revelation. Only in 13:11 does the term not refer to Jesus. Rather, it refers there to the beast from the land or the false prophet, with the first occurrence of arnion being in Revelation 5:6. The only other New Testament occurrence of the term is John 21:15, where the plural form ta arnia is a metaphor referring to the Christian community. Lambs. Many commentators have observed that arnion is the term preferred in Revelation, while amnos is preferred in the Gospel of John, where it occurs just twice, John 1:29, John 1:36. There are 2 primary ways of interpreting the lamb metaphor in Revelation, either as a metaphor for a leader or ruler, or as a sacrificial metaphor. So it's either the lamb terminology can either be metaphorically speaking of a leader or ruler, or of a sacrificial victim. While this is back to On now. While the designation lamb is in some respects synonymous with the term Messiah in Revelation, there's only one single disputed instance in which the figure of the Lamb is used of the Messiah in early Jewish literature. Testament of Joseph 9:3. I would actually disagree with that, but anyway, I'm not going to worry about that too much. We may be having an episode of the podcast later on where we get into this issue again with the Josephite Messiah thing. We may get an opportunity to do that. It would be an interview, but anyway, back to the quote. Apart from this one text, there's no convincing evidence that the Messiah was symbolized by a lamb in Second Temple Judaism. Again, I would disagree with that, but moving on. The first mention of the lamb in Revelation follows his introduction as the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, in Revelation 5:5, both clearly messianic designations. The Lamb is depicted as a mighty warrior able to conquer those who make war against him, 17:14. All who oppose the Lamb, regardless of station, fear his wrath, Revelation 6:16. The role of the Lamb in judgment is suggested by the mention of the Lamb's Book of Life, 13:8, 21:27. It is clear that the sacrificial associations of the Lamb have no obvious connection with these more violent and powerful activities of the Lamb. Sheep were often used in the ancient Near East as ways of depicting the gods. Isn't that interesting? Or as symbols for the gods. This is especially true in Egypt, but I'm skipping all that stuff. On gets into it, but it's just too long. Back to On. He says, some of the references to the Lamb in Revelation clearly point to the sacrificial death of Jesus. So again, here he's saying, look, sometimes, this metaphor in the ancient world refers to deities, conquering heroes, and sometimes it's very obviously a sacrificial thing, a sacrificial animal. And he says some of the references clearly point to the sacrificial death of Jesus in Revelation. The Lamb who is standing and has 7 horns and 7 eyes looks as though it had been slain. The consequence of the slaughter of the Lamb, doubtless referring to the crucifixion of Jesus, was the redemption by means of his blood. In other words, his death, Revelation 5:9 and 7:14. In Revelation 12:11, it is said that the people of God conquered Satan by the blood of the Lamb. Okay, there we go again with the atonement thing. This is just me breaking in here. It is deeply flawed to try to exclude substitutionary atonement from the picture of the atonement, the work of Christ. Every perspective of the atonement has something to contribute. Okay, John is very obviously has his head in the sacrificial aspect here, but that's not the only aspect. Again, that's the point I'm trying to make clear here. Back to On. He says, Jesus is referred to under the metaphor of a sacrificial sheep or lamb in a number of other New Testament and early Christian texts. The earliest reference is found in 1 Corinthians 5:7. In John 1:29, Jesus is referred to as the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. The phrase Lamb of God is applied to Jesus again in John 1:36, a title taken by most scholars to refer to the Paschal, the Passover lamb, even though the expiation of sin was not linked to the Passover sacrifice. Hope you realize that as well. Passover was not about the forgiveness of sin. It was about saving the Israelites from death, from the destroyer. Other scholars have observed the Aramaic term for lamb, talia. Remember the passage, Talitha? Okay, talia. Talia can mean child or servant. It can also mean lamb. And it was interpreted in the latter sense in John 1:29-36, based on Isaiah 53:7. That's the end. I mean, like I said, he goes on for 7 pages of this. And, I just wanted to give you a little bit of a taste of it. But the lamb metaphor, here's the bottom line. The lamb metaphor can work 2 ways. Not only one way. Okay, the sacrificial aspect of the metaphor, which is linked to the atonement, which is linked to victory over, Satan in Revelation 12. Okay, all these things, okay, that's one side of the metaphor, and they cannot be excluded. The other side, again, there are passages that talk about talia, servant. When you hear servant, and in Aramaic, the word for lamb can also mean servant. That should make you think of Jesus in yet another way, the servant, servant songs, Isaiah, metaphors are like this. They're multivalent. There's your academic word for the day. Multivalent means they can have more than one meaning, different aspects to it. And this is a good example of it, this whole lamb thing. It includes sacrifice. It includes servant. It includes, even deity, okay, because of the wider ancient Near East, where gods were given this terminology. rulership. It includes all these things. And John, again, the suggestion is, John uses it in more than one way. So we need to be thinking about this when we read through the book. So I would say, again, just in summary here, it is likely secure, at least, to say that the lamb metaphor pointing to rulership is in view for John, but that does not exclude the sacrificial, particularly since John portrays the lamb as slain. So he's doing both. We should not then think only of a lamb being led to slaughter in its weakness. When you read through the book of Revelation about the lamb, and you get this, sort of pathetic description of the lamb who was slain, and, don't think of it as an object of weakness. Okay, yes, it's a sacrificial victim, but at the same time, it's a conquering ruler. And that is actually bound up in the metaphor, believe it or not. So let's try to not read it one way. Okay, further, while the Passover lamb reference for Jesus is clear in Paul's letter to the Corinthians, it's not as clear in John's writings, at least the specific Passover connection. Lambs were used in a wide range of sacrifices in the Old Testament. It could be some other sacrifice to loop in as far as the meaning of it. Consequently, without a specific reference to Passover by John, the options for why John might be drawing on the language are wide open. The two trajectories merge in the two aspects of Christ's mission broadly, to bring humanity back into relationship with God, and more narrowly in prospect, to judge the world. The lamb, as a metaphor, is appropriate for both sides of that. Some of these things are going to be, familiar from chapter 5, but the new stuff, put in here, we're going to be able to do it. So I'm going to read, to start off here, the first, Revelation 6, 1 through 8, and that'll, get us into what we need to do, at least as far as, our beginning point, just to refresh everybody's memory. Now I watched when the Lamb opened one of the 7 seals, and I heard one of the 4 living creatures say with a voice like thunder, "Come." And I looked, and behold, a white horse, and its rider had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he came out conquering and to conquer. When he opened the 2nd seal, I heard the 2nd living creature say, "Come." And out came another horse, bright red. Its rider was permitted to take peace from the earth, so that people should slay one another, and he was given a great sword. When he opened the 3rd seal, I heard the 3rd living creature say, "Come." And I looked, and behold, a black horse, and its rider had a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the 4 living creatures saying, "A quart of wheat for a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the oil and the wine." When he opened the 4th seal, I heard the voice of the 4th living creature say, "Come." And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and its rider's name was Death, and Hades followed him. And they were given authority over 1/4 of the earth to kill with sword, and with famine, and with pestilence, and by wild beasts of the earth. So that's the first 8 verses. Obviously, there's some familiar things here. We've got the Lamb. We've got the living creatures. Again, these cherubim sort of figures, from earlier Revelation 4 and 5. We've got the reference to death and Hades. Again, that's back in Revelation 1 and Revelation 3. So there are a few familiar things here, but there's going to be, at least one case we're going to note kind of a bit of a twist in what John is getting us to think about. But let's just start again with the obvious. The Lamb opened one of the seals in the first verse. Now, Owen in his commentary observes something kind of obvious at the beginning here. He says, since it's obviously very difficult to imagine a lamb opening a sealed scroll, like how would he do that without fingers and thumbs? It is possible, Owen says, that the figure of the lamb has subsequently been superimposed on an originally anthropomorphic figure. The group of 4 visions in 6, 1 through 8 is structured by using the 4 cherubim, each of whom summons one of the 4 horsemen, which afflict the world with a variety of plagues, unquote. Now, this raises an interesting, but, to be honest with you, it's not terribly important point about when John describes the lamb, is he actually looking at a lamb, or is he using the word lamb to describe Jesus? Okay, like I looked in the lamb that was slain, and he's standing before God. Okay, this Revelation 5 language. I mean, it is possible. I would agree with On. It is possible that what John's actually looking at is Jesus, but he uses the language of the Lamb because John does that elsewhere. Again, if we have the same author here as in the Gospel, and we've sort of presumed that, we have references to Jesus as the Lamb of God, okay, that takes away the sin of the world. When John says that in John chapter 1, at the Jordan there while he's baptizing, behold, the Lamb of God, which takes away the sin of the world. Okay, obviously he's referring to Jesus, and it's equally as obvious it's not a vision. I mean, that's a real-time, boots on the ground event. But it does create this question, especially when the Lamb, is doing things that, in this case, require fingers and thumbs. At least you would think that that's what's going on here. How else do you open a sealed scroll? Maybe the Lamb just looked at it. Who knows? I mean, we're not told. But it at least opens the door, and commentators have, gone back and forth like, okay, what's John actually looking at? And as I just read in the On quote, maybe the figure of the Lamb has been subsequently superimposed on an originally anthropomorphic figure. The ultimate answer is who knows, okay? Because all we do have is the verbiage, the vocabulary. We have things that seem incongruent with the vocabulary, but hey, it's an apocalyptic vision. Kind of like dreams, don't need to really conform to reality as we experience it. All right, so, an apocalyptic vision may not need, these sort of niceties either, but I thought I'd mention it because it is part of the discussion. Again, I don't think it's terribly important either way, but just, we run into it right away. Now, Beale, when he opens his discussion of the chapter, he writes this. It's similar, but a few differences here. Revelation 6:1 through 8 is intended to show that Christ rules over such an apparently chaotic world and that suffering does not occur indiscriminately or by chance. That's actually going to be a fairly important thought, because who holds the keys to death and Hades? That would be Jesus. It would be the risen Christ. We've had that in a previous episode. So keep that in the back of your mind. We'll get back to it. Beale writes, this section reveals, in fact, that destructive events are brought about by Christ for both redemptive and judicial purposes. The command for each of the 4 destructive horses and riders originates from the throne room where Christ, i.e. the Lamb, opens each seal. The cherubim around the throne issue commands to the horsemen in response to the opening of each seal. Only then do the horsemen wreak their havoc. So what Beale is doing here is he's linking the release of the apocalypse to the command by virtue of the opening of the seals of the Lamb. Jesus is the one that launches the war here. That's the bottom line. Okay, and we often, we don't think of Jesus like this. We don't think of the Lamb like this, frankly. And if you remember back in chapter 5 when we talked about the Lamb, the imagery works 2 ways. We think of a lamb as, cute and harmless and skipping around the field and, we think of the ewe lamb, from the parable with Nathan and David and how pathetic that is and so on and so forth. And the lamb was a sacrificial victim, in Old Testament culture, Jewish culture. But lamb imagery was also used of the gods and of rule and of power and of might. So the metaphor, there's 2 sides to it. And here, very obviously, we're not seeing the passive victim side. We're seeing the other side. Now, other scholars, again, have noted as they proceed through this that the most obvious Old Testament source for these first 8 verses is Zechariah 6:1 through 8. So I'm going to read that because, again, once I read through it, you'll see again that this is where the obvious points of connection are. Not the only ones, but this is the most obvious. So Zechariah 6 begins this way. Again, I lifted my eyes and saw, and behold, 4 chariots. It's not 4 horsemen, it's 4 chariots. Come out from between 2 mountains, and the mountains were mountains of bronze. The first chariot had red horses, the second black horses, the third white horses, and the 4th chariot dappled horses, all of them strong. Then I answered and said to the angel who talked with me, what are these, my Lord? And the angel answered and said to me, these are going out to the 4 winds of heaven, after presenting themselves before the Lord of all the earth. The chariot with the black horses goes toward the north country, the white ones go after them, and the dappled ones go toward the south country. And the strong horses came out, and they were impatient to go and patrol the earth. And he said, go, patrol the earth. So they patrolled the earth. Then he cried to me, behold, those who go toward the north country have set my spirit at rest in the north country. It's the end of verses 1 through 8, Zechariah 6. So this is a bit more obscure. If I can use that word. I mean, how can anything be more obscure than the book of Revelation? Well, okay, let's try Zechariah on for size. And we've seen, John repurpose passages in Zechariah already. And here he is again. And virtually all Old Testament scholars acknowledge some relationship between the 4 horses of Zechariah 6, or the 4 chariots, teams of horses. So they're going to look at those 4 chariot teams, and they're going to link them back to the teams of horses in Zechariah 1. So the steps go this way. I'm reading Revelation 6. That takes my mind back to Zechariah 6. And Zechariah 6, the precedent for that was Zechariah 1, because there's also chariot teams of horses there. The problem is, all Old Testament scholars are going to notice these things. And again, New Testament scholars are going to notice these things too, because the references are, at least on the surface, are pretty obvious. The question is, what's the nature of the relationship between Revelation 6, Zechariah 6, and of course, looping in Zechariah 1? And that is, hotly debated. Ultimately, sort of aligning all 3 of these passages, Revelation 6, Zechariah 6, Zechariah 1, is peripheral to what we're doing here in the podcast. You can read long sections, pages and pages and pages of how do we reconcile the colors precisely in Revelation 6 with the ones in Zechariah 6? Does dappled mean gray? All this sort of stuff. How do we go from 3 chariot teams to 4, and then to the 4 individual Look, for our purposes, we don't really need to care about this. There are ways that commentators fix or resolve these issues. They fix these problems. If you want the mathematical resolution to these things, and the color palette resolution to these things, again, you can go consult a good exegetical commentary. I would think, though, for our purposes, some general conclusions are more relevant, more germane. So I'm just going to give you 4 of them here. The scenes in Zechariah 1 and 6 include an angel figure that may be the angel of Yahweh. Now, we ran into this when we discussed Revelation 1:4. So we might have the angel of the Lord in Zechariah 1 and 6. Can't be completely certain that that's the case, but you can make a case for it. And that's going to matter, when we're looking at Revelation here. In Revelation 6, the 4 horsemen are unleashed from God's throne, which is an integral element of the divine council scene in Revelation 4 and 5. So let's not lose sight of that. Third, the 4 horses correspond to the 4 corners of the earth. In other words, all the earth is under patrol, or is going to be affected, in the case of Revelation, negatively. All 4 corners of the earth, the whole earth there's going to be an impact here. And that, again, back to the language of Zechariah 6, they're patrolling again. And there are commentators that some of them would see that as a neutral term. Others would see, well, they're going out with more of a purpose than that. And what John says about the purpose, these plagues and whatnot, and warfare and death, and all, is not inconsistent with Zechariah 6. Okay, wonderful. All right. We're not going to drill down, we'd have 3 or 4 parts, just looking at each horse individually. I don't want to spend an episode on a horse, 4 times. There are ways to reconcile these things. But again, we've got possibly the angel of the Lord. We've got the divine council element with God's throne. We've got the whole earth, the 4 corners of the earth affected by this. And fourthly, the horses in Zechariah are actually chariot teams. And the chariots, in the Old Testament context, were instruments of war. So I think it is arguable that the judgment idea is not absent in Zechariah. We'll say that much. The chariot teams are sent out to punish the nations that are oppressing God's people. So if you read Zechariah in context, patrol, what I'm suggesting is, because it's a chariot team, I'm going to be on the side of the commentators that say, if he was just going out for a look, you'd go a single rider on a horse. If you send a chariot, okay, that implies something, violent or it implies judgment, because this is an instrument of war. And in the context of Zechariah, that passage is about God avenging his people, God punishing the nations that are oppressing God's people. And that is very much in concert with the flavor of Revelation, even at this point. Because haven't we just read through the letters where God is basically saying, Christ, Jesus is saying, hey, endure to the end, and the Lord knows you're suffering. The Lord knows, those who are persecuting and oppressing you, and he will not forget that. And they will have their day. Okay, the Lord is not going to let this, pass without, a judgment here. And so this is unleashed in chapter 6. So the contexts are actually, more similar than you'd think. Now, by analogy, again, just to summarize all that, in Revelation 6, we have the Lamb unleashing judgment on the world, four corners, the whole world, by means of the four horsemen. And they are going to punish the world, i.e., those who are oppressing, persecuting the ones who follow the Lamb. Okay, remember Revelation 5, the martyrs, that get the white robes. And this is the context for this. It's very much a day of the Lord kind of feel to it. The Lord is going to avenge his own. Now, if the figure in Zechariah, among the myrtles, okay, back to Zechariah here, with these chariot teams, is in fact the angel of Yahweh, if that's the case, and again, just go back to where we talked about Revelation 1:4 and 1:5, then by analogy, that would align the angel to Jesus, which of course, this is part of the two powers thinking, two powers motif. But it's not, I'm bringing it up not to make an ontological point. Okay, angel of Yahweh, who is Yahweh, that's Jesus. So we've got Godhead language here. Okay, this is well-traversed territory. For this podcast, and of course, I spent a lot of time on that Old Testament God as man, the Old Testament theme in Unseen Realm. But I want to make a different point, not an ontological one. The angel of Yahweh did indeed wreak destruction on God's enemies in the Old Testament. Okay, let's think about what the angel does on occasion. For example, the angel with the drawn sword in his hand at Joshua 5, to precipitate the conquest. Another example is the angel of 1 Chronicles 21 that assaults Jerusalem. Okay, those two scenes, Joshua 5, 1 Chronicles 21, the figure there, the angel of the Lord and the commander, the captain of the Lord's host, they're the same entity. They're the same figure. Again, I've spent a lot of time in Unseen Realm and in other books establishing why this is the case. And the key phrase is the drawn sword in the hand. That phrase is only used 3 times in Hebrew as it's written in the Hebrew Bible. And the other 2, besides Joshua 5, are absolutely clear angel of the Lord passages. So, we have a correlation here, and you have a warrior figure here. Now, I'm going to quote a little bit that I wrote in the Angels book, just about this, because this gets looped into other passages, including the destroyer at Passover. So, just bear with me here as I summarize some of this material. I wrote in the Angels book, it is clear from both passages, Joshua 5, 1 Chronicles 21, that the angel of Yahweh is in view and that he brings destruction. Mashkit is a term used in 1 Chronicles 21. Interestingly, this is the identical term used to describe the angel of death in the account of the death of the firstborn on the eve of the first Passover, which reads this. I'm going to read Exodus 12, 13, 21, and 23. The blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are, and when I see the blood, I will pass over you. And no plague will befall you to destroy, Mashkit, to destroy you, when I strike the land of Egypt. Then Moses called all the elders of Israel and said to them, Go and select lambs for yourselves according to your clans, and kill the Passover lamb. For the Lord will pass through to strike the Egyptians. When he sees the blood on the lintel on the 2 doorposts, the Lord will pass over the door, and will not allow the destroyer, Mashkit, to enter your houses to strike you. The Mashkit, continuing on with what I wrote, who was the angel of Yahweh in 1 Chronicles 21, and the parallel is 2 Samuel 24, is here distinguished by the line, the Lord will pass over the door and will not allow the destroyer, the Mashkit, to enter your houses to strike you. Yet we read elsewhere in other passages that it was Yahweh himself who destroyed the firstborn. So let me just stop there. You look at this again, drawn sword, the Mashkit language, go back to Passover. The Lord will pass over the door and not allow the destroyer to enter your houses, the Mashkit. So those are clearly 2 figures. But yet in other passages, Yahweh is the destroyer. So you have this, again, blending, where the destroyer is but isn't Yahweh, this whole two powers thing going on. Here are some of the passages that loop Yahweh into this. He sent Moses his servant and Aaron whom he had chosen. He struck down all the firstborn in their land, the firstfruits of all their strength. For I know that the Lord is great, and that the Lord is above all gods. He it was who struck down the firstborn of Egypt, both man and a beast. So the first passage there was Psalm 105, 26 and 36. Okay, he struck down all the firstborn. He, God, okay. And the second one was, again, he it was who struck down the firstborn of Egypt. Again, the divine name Yahweh is in that passage. That's Psalm 135, 5 and 8. There's another one, Psalm 136, 3 and 10. Give thanks to the Lord of Lords, for his steadfast love endures forever. To him who struck down the firstborn of Egypt, for his steadfast love endures forever. So it sure looks like, Yahweh and the destroyer are one and the same, but yet they're different. Again, this two powers thing. Some people have argued, though, that Psalm 78, 48, and 51 complicate this, that it gets in the way. And I'm going to suggest that it really doesn't, but I'm going to read the passage. He, that is Yahweh in context, gave over their cattle to the hail and their flocks to the thunderbolts. He let loose on them his burning anger, wrath, indignation, and distress. A company of destroying angels. The Hebrew is Malachei Ra'im. He made a path for his anger. He did not spare them from death, but gave their lives over to the plague. He struck down every firstborn in Egypt, the first fruits of their strength in the tents of Ham. So some would say that, God didn't do this destroying. It was this Mashkit who isn't Yahweh, and people will deny the correlations and then assign the destruction to the, quote, a company of destroying angels, like to get God off the hook here. The complication is only surface level. Again, in Angels, I wrote, the ESV's translation, destroying angels, is somewhat misleading with respect to the terminology we are attempting to trace. The Hebrew term translated destroying is not the word mashkit, associated with the destroyer in the passages we looked at earlier. We should also observe that Psalm 78:49 does not say the destroying angels killed the firstborn. It never actually says that. The act is once again attributed to Yahweh in verse 51, of Psalm 78. Yahweh may have sent angels to enact the other plagues, but the death of the firstborn is attributed to him, and of course to the Mashkit, who is the angel of the Lord. These angels, the group of angels, do not act in the role of the destroyer. That is this single figure who is also Yahweh. Now, the point to be taken here, why am I bringing all this up? Again, it's Old Testament context for what we read in Revelation 6. Because here it is not Yahweh or the angel, is it or isn't, the angel of the Lord. I mean, it's the risen Christ. But if you're going back to Zechariah for the parallel, if indeed that is the angel of the Lord, i.e. the destroyer, that would make a lot of sense, because look what the Lamb does in Revelation 6. He unleashes death and plagues and all this sort of stuff. It's kind of interesting, if you start, and we'll do this in a subsequent episode, start to think about the use of the plague imagery for what happens on earth in Revelation. Because there, at one point, you have the Passover lamb slain, and the angel of the Lord is the one destroying, the firstborn. And now, as Revelation progresses, as the salvation plan of God progresses, you have the Lamb now who is Christ, again, who is also the destroyer. I mean, it's a reversal. It's a folding back of the elements. And now, instead of the people of God, sort of having to kind of duck the plagues here, it's still, God, but now it's, again, the risen Christ unleashing all this on the enemies of the people of God, and so on and so forth. So there's a parallel, but yet there's also this sort of reversal unfolding of certain of the elements. It's kind of interesting. But anyway, the point for today to be taken here is that in Revelation 6, the slot that would be reserved for either Yahweh or the destroyer, the destroying angel, who is the angel of the Lord, is Jesus. The language here is day of the Lord judgment, and Jesus is not the gentle Savior. He is the destroying judge. And this isn't commonly the way we think about Jesus. I mean, let's just be honest. We often do not, sort of put this, when we think Christology, we don't think of this. But this is part of Christology. I'm not going to rabbit trail too much, but if you're interested, I have put an article in the protected folder. Tremper Longman, who was an Old Testament prof for many years at Westminster Seminary, now he's at, I think it's Westmont in California. Tremper Longman's article, here's the title, The Divine Warrior, the New Testament use of an Old Testament motif. It's Westminster Theological Journal back in 1982. It's a really good article because it shows how the New Testament portrayal of Jesus is not just a passive suffering servant, the lamb, the sacrificial victim. There are a lot of passages, and it's not just Revelation 6, that use divine warrior imagery of the risen Christ. And some of it's even like before, you get to Acts and beyond. I mean, there are hints of it. So it's just very interesting. But this is part of Christology. Here in Revelation 6, we don't have the gentle Savior, we have the destroying judge. It's the same person. Now, another question or issue that arises from the opening of the scroll by the Lamb is whether the plagues represented by the four horsemen are sequential or simultaneous. And this is, again, for me anyway, this was interesting enough to park on a little bit because we assume that, and again, in popular prophecy talk, okay, so let's drift over into that a little bit. We assume a sequence of plagues, this one followed by this one, followed by this one, followed by this one. But there's actually an issue with that. So Beale summarizes the issue of the problem. He writes, the visionary sequence of the four seals being opened could represent sequential occurrences of each disaster, one after another. But more probably, the disasters are simultaneous. This is suggested in that, number one, the fourth seal summarizes the prior three. Number two, the models of Ezekiel 14, 12, and 13, and of course Zechariah 6, 5, and 8, and the synoptic gospel eschatological discourse, on which Revelation 6, 1 through 8 is also based, portray events of the tribulation occurring simultaneously. Indeed, the synoptic parallels, though fairly uniform, even have different sequences of the trials from Revelation 6, 1 through 11. Number three, the glorified saints in Revelation 6, 9 through 11, we haven't gotten there yet, but we'll just loop this in. They appear to have suffered under all four trials portrayed in the seals. Nevertheless, a logical pattern repeatable throughout the age is discernible. Conquest, first rider, together with civil unrest, especially for persecuted Christians, that's the second rider, leads to famine, the third rider, and death, the fourth rider. Ezekiel 14, 12 through 23 is also formative for this section. We'll get to that momentarily. Ezekiel 14:21 is explicitly quoted in Revelation 6:8b, where it functions as a general summary of the preceding trials of conquest, sword, and famine, the first two of which include death. This quotation of Ezekiel also adds one more trial, affliction by beasts. The quoted words have the same function in Ezekiel 14:21, where they clearly sum up the four preceding statements about trials as, quote, four evil judgments. These punishments come on nations in general when they are unfaithful to God. The trials there are listed respectively as lack of bread and famine, Ezekiel 14:13, wild beasts, 14:15, sword, 14:17, and death, 14:19. The point of Ezekiel 14:21 is that all Israelites will suffer persecution because of rampant idolatry. And the purpose of the trials is to punish the majority of the nation because of its sin and simultaneously to purify the righteous remnant by the testing of their faith. Now, the point here is that, let's think about this. When we talked about, the scroll itself, we actually did get into this a little bit. And that is, okay, the scroll has 7 seals. Just think of a scroll sealed 7 times. If you open the first 4, you still can't read the scroll. So this notion of, you open one seal and now you can read it, what happens, or now something. In other words, it mars the linear succession idea. And so what Beale is arguing, we talked about that last time, but he's also bringing it up here. The linear idea of the judgments isn't really a good one. Again, because you have the fourth summarizing the previous 3. You've got the synoptic gospels. Some they don't always have the same order. Sometimes they're these summary statements that occur simultaneously. In other words, you may have to wait till all the seals are open for all of this stuff to sort of explode. It's not typically the way we think. And certain eschatological systems, certain end time systems, actually sort of depend on sequencing. Okay, so that's all I'll say there. And it's not really a great argument. So let's go into Revelation 6:9 through 11. I'll read that. When he opened the fifth seal, the Lamb, he opens the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of those who had been slain for the word of God, and for the witness they had borne. They cried out with a loud voice, O sovereign Lord, holy and true, how long before you will judge and avenge our blood on those who dwell on the earth? Then they were each given a white robe and told to rest a little longer until the number of their fellow servants and their brothers should be complete, who were to be killed as they themselves had been. Bit ominous, but let's just pick our way through a few things. Under the altar, Revelation 6:9. What's the altar? What is the meaning of altar? Now, there's two possibilities here. On comments on this, but he doesn't really commit himself to either possibility, but I'll read what he says anyway. He says, since in Jewish thought the earthly temple was modeled after the heavenly temple, it is appropriate to ask to what the 8 occurrences of the term altar in the book of Revelation refer. The tabernacle and the Solomonic temple and the Herodian temple had 2 distinct altars. There was the outer altar, or the altar of burnt offering, located along with the bronze laver in the court before the entrance to the holy place, i.e., in the court of the priests. That's Josephus' language. And the inner altar, or the golden altar of incense, situated just in front of the paroquet or curtain, separating the holy place or nave from the devir, the most holy place, Leviticus 4:18. So you've actually got 2 altars here, but he doesn't really land anywhere. Now, Beale does a little bit more with this, so I'm going to share what he writes. He says, the mention of the altar here in association with those slain evokes the sacrificial nature of their suffering. This altar is not the brazen altar of sacrifice, although the sacrificial blood was poured out at the base of that altar. Leviticus 4:18, verse 30 and verse 34. And in Revelation 6:10, the sacrificed saints are under the altar. Also see Leviticus 17:11. The blood sprinkled on this altar is said to have the nephesh of the flesh, the life of the flesh in it. The better identification, Beale thinks, is with the golden altar of incense, which stood in the vicinity of the Holy of Holies. This is clearly referred to in Revelation 8:3 through 5, and Revelation 9:13, and in the developments of those references in Revelation 11:1, 14:18, and 16:7. The sacrificial blood of the Day of Atonement was poured on that altar, and incense was burned on it. Exodus 30:1 through 10, Leviticus 4:7, and Hebrews 9:4. The saints, Beale says, are strangely under the altar instead of on it. This may allude merely to blood running down to the base of the altar after having been poured on its top, but what is more probably in mind is the association or virtual equation in both Revelation and Jewish writings of this altar with the throne of God, whose sovereign purposes ultimately protect the saints. Therefore, placing the saints under the altar emphasizes the divine protection that has held sway over their souls, despite even their loss of physical life because of persecution. So let me just, that's the end of his quote, but he's angling for altar of incense because of its proximity to the throne, i.e. the Ark of the Covenant behind the veil in the Old Testament. And also because in other references to the altar in the book of Revelation, it's more clearly the altar of incense. And so Beale, again, he's landing there, and he's again doing some extrapolation here of what the imagery might convey. And in this case, it's the ultimate protection. You know, if the saints are under this particular altar, the altar of incense right outside the curtain, you know, where God's throne is, it seems to be the best match. Well, then what that would speak to is that even if you lose your physical life, you're still going to be with the Lord. Okay, that kind of thing. So this is where Beale angles toward and where he lands. And I'm persuaded by that only because of the subsequent references to the altar more clearly being the altar of incense. So that would make sense to me. And again, what John is doing here is he's assuming a certain amount of knowledge of the temple furnishings and where they're situated, and again, kind of ritual procedure in the Old Testament. He's repurposing that to equate it with the throne that he's described in Revelation 4 and 5, where the Lamb is. I mean, the Lamb's not enthroned yet, but the Lamb is in the presence of the Lord. And so judgment is going out from this location, and it's simultaneously the same location where the souls of the faithful are still there. They're there in the presence of God, and they're given white robes, and yes, you're going to be with the Lord forever. So it's this. He's using the imagery to create both a judgment context. The judgment is coming out from the one who has authority, ultimately the one who has the keys of death and Hades. If Jesus is in control of death and Hades now, and he is, because John has just made that point a few chapters earlier, then he gets to decide the severity of the judgment and where the final destination of those judged is going to be. And if you're on his side, yes, even if you lose your physical life in the wake of all this upheaval, this chaos, this apocalyptic stuff, be assured that the Lord knows who you are and you will be with him. That's the messaging. And John is using Old Testament imagery to communicate those ideas. Now, for the white robe in Revelation 6:11, you could just see our discussion back in Revelation 3:4. We're not going to say any more about that with the white robe imagery and some of the other stuff that goes with it. Let's move to 6:12 through 17. I'll read the passage. John writes, "When he opened the sixth seal, I looked, and behold, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth, and the full moon became like blood, and the stars of the sky fell to the earth, as the fig tree sheds its winter fruit when shaken by a gale. The sky vanished like a scroll that is being rolled up, and every mountain and island was removed from its place. Then the kings of the earth and the great ones, and the generals, and the rich, and the powerful, and everyone, slave and free, hid themselves in the caves and among the rocks of the mountains, calling to the mountains and rocks, fall on us, and hide us from the face of him who is seated on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb." There you go again with the one on the throne and the Lamb distinguished. "For the great day of their wrath, there's two of them, has come, and who can stand?" Now this section amalgamates a number of Old Testament passages. This is where John has just thrown everything into the blender again. Beale writes, "The judgment of the world is depicted with stock-in-trade Old Testament imagery for the dissolution of the cosmos. This portrayal is based on a mosaic of Old Testament passages that are brought together because of the cosmic metaphors of judgment that they have in common. The quarry of texts," it's a nice line, "from which the description has been drawn is composed primarily of," here's the grocery list, Isaiah 13:10 through 13, Isaiah 24:1 through 6, Isaiah 24:19 through 23, Isaiah 34:4, Ezekiel 32:6 and 8, Joel 2:10, Joel 2:30 and 31, Joel 3:15 and 16, and Habakkuk 3:6 to 11. And then Beale notes you might get some allusions to Amos 8:8 and 9, Jeremiah 4:23 through 28, and Psalm 68:7. I mean, like I said, John's throwing everything into the blender here. These same Old Testament texts, Beale writes, are also influential in Matthew 24:29, Mark 13:24 and 25, and Acts 2:19 and 20, which also quotes Joel 2:30 and 31. In other words, the same, to use Beale's phrase, the same quarry, okay, that John is mining all of these Old Testament passages from, okay, they all have apocalyptic flavoring in the Old Testament. They're not only repurposed here in what John's doing in Revelation 6, but they get repurposed in synoptic gospel apocalyptic passages and the book of Acts, discussion. This is Acts 2:19 through 20, about the inauguration, of the new covenant, the coming of the Holy Spirit, and so on and so forth. So all of these things are sort of just thrown into the blender. And Beale later observes, quote, the most formative influences among these texts, and this is a point of interest for those of you who are, again, familiar with Unseen Realm context, is Isaiah 34:4, after which Revelation 6:13 and 14 has most closely been patterned, unquote. And you say, well, what's the big deal? Well, go back to Isaiah 34:4. Let's just read the whole thing. We'll read verses 1 through 4, because this is where you get both the judgment of the powers on the earth and also the powers in the heavens, okay, the spiritual world. Isaiah 34, starting in verse 1, "Draw near, O nations, to hear, and give attention, O peoples. Let the earth hear, and all that fills it, the world and all that comes from it. For the Lord is enraged against all the nations, and furious against all their host." That's a key phrase, their host. So God is angry at the nations, and he's angry at their host. "He has devoted them to destruction," which is the Karem language of the conquest back in the days of Moses and Joshua. "He has given them over for slaughter. Their slain shall be cast out. The stench of their corpses shall rise. The mountains shall flow with their blood. All the host of heaven shall rot away. All the skies roll up like a scroll. All, there it is again, their host shall fall. As leaves fall from the vine, like leaves falling from the fig tree. So that verse 4, all the host of heaven shall rot away, and the skies roll up like a scroll. All their host shall fall, as leaves fall from the vine, like leaves falling from a fig tree. Now, if you're in my Unseen Realm class at the Awakening School, I know this is going to be familiar because we actually spent some time in a class period on it, but I'll give you the quick version here. And I mention it, I believe, I don't know if I mentioned this in Unseen Realm, it might be another book, but if you do a search for Tseva'am, their host, it's just the word Tsava, Lord of Hosts is Tsevaot, Adonai Tsevaot, Lord of Hosts. The singular is Tsava. Refers to an army or a group or, the host of heaven, celestial objects. But Tseva'am is that word with, again, a plural suffix, their host, attached to it. If you do a search specifically on that word form with that suffix, every time it's used in the Hebrew Bible, it speaks of celestial objects, not earthly armies. Every time. So Isaiah 34, again, we have here in the Septuagint, the powers, the dunamis. Yeah, it's a word that Paul's going to use for supernatural powers of darkness. The powers of the heavens will melt, and the heaven will be rolled up like a scroll, and all the stars will fall as leaves fall from a fig tree. Over in Revelation 6, 13, and 14, John is going to be using the Septuagint, or at least it looks that way. He says, and the stars of heaven fell to the earth as a fig tree casts its unripe figs, when shaken by a great wind, and the heaven was split as a scroll having been rolled up. So he draws a little bit from Isaiah 34, and he's going to be looping other passages into it. But it's very clear that he's thinking about celestial catastrophe. And again, the celestial language in Old Testament thought and Second Temple Jewish thought is not always, but frequently used of supernatural powers. And that is certainly the way that Isaiah 34:4 is using this, because it adds this thought to, again, the human armies earlier in the passage. It's very clear that God is going to judge both. At the day of the Lord, the human powers oppressing the people of God are going to get what's coming to them, and so are the spiritual powers going to get what's coming to them. The phrase "stars fell from heaven" that is in Revelation 6:13. You can look that up in Matthew 24:29, Mark 13:25. Isaiah 34, verse 4, plays an important role here, because we read. It's easy to read through this passage, and again, lots of end time systems do this. The ones that want to see black helicopters and all this, they're only thinking about earthly armies. And again, what I'm saying is, well, some of the language just goes beyond that. Let's not forget that element. So the observation for our purposes is because the Septuagint of Isaiah 34:4 translates the Hebrew "all their host," Tseva'am, with dunamis, a term that can describe I'll just quote a lexicon here so people know that I'm not making up. This is Arndt and Gingrich. Dunamis is a term that can describe, quote, a personal transcendent spirit or heavenly agent, unquote. Again, because this language in the Greek includes that semantic, and because he's drawing specifically on Isaiah 34:4, when you go to Revelation 6:13 and 14, he talks about the stars of heaven falling. He's not talking about an asteroid catastrophe. Okay, we're not talking about something NASA can defeat. Again, dispense with the uber literalism. We're talking about the judgment of cosmic powers of darkness, along with suffering and apocalyptic violence on the earth. These two things go together, folks. This is the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. This is the Daniel 10 worldview. Okay, the powers on earth, behind them are other supernatural powers that are using them, manipulating them, steering things to the ends to which they want. If in Revelation we're describing the judgment of human powers that are persecuting believers, you would think that John wouldn't leave out the judgment of, again, the fallen gods of the Old Testament, the corrupt sons of God, Psalm 82, the princes of the nations, Daniel 10. And what I'm suggesting to you is he's not leaving it out. He knows it, he sees it, and by virtue of his allusions here, he's tracking with it. And this is, we need to be a little more careful in what we read. Now, want to say a little more about the falling stars language. This is language used in the Second Temple period in Second Temple Jewish literature of supernatural powers in rebellion. You find this elsewhere. That's not just the Septuagint of Isaiah 34:4. For instance, you've got just a list of references in First Enoch. We'll just use Enoch. We could go beyond Enoch, but here it is. First Enoch 18:13, 21:3, 46:7, 86:3, 88:3, 90:21. All of these use the phrasing about falling stars of the watchers. Okay, supernatural powers in rebellion, or again the fallen gods of the nations. However we want to say that. Nicholsburg, in his commentary on First Enoch, says this about First Enoch 86:3. He says, in First Enoch 86:1-3, stars are an image for the watchers. And in Daniel 12:3 and First Enoch 104:2, stars and angels may even be identified with one another. An extremely close connection is indicated in First Enoch 82:4-20. Thus, when First Enoch 18:15 speaks of transgressing stars, it is alluding to a variation on the myth of the rebellion of the watchers. Okay, that's Nicholsburg. You know what? You also get wandering star language in the New Testament, do you not? Okay, wandering stars is not, something again that, I hope NASA noticed that. No, it's language that describes supernatural powers in rebellion, enemies of the people of God. So let's not forget that. Isaiah 34, again, really hits on both of these things. It's an important juxtaposition describing an eschatological judgment that includes the gods of the nations, akin to Psalm 82, along with human powers. So in light of all this, again, it's unwise to assume that what John describes in Revelation 6:13-14 is a meteor shower, near-Earth asteroid impact, or some other literal astronomical cataclysm. The judgment of the powers may in fact be the intended meaning. Now, Beale, again, Beale's not doing anything deliberately divine counsel, okay? But he actually notes this possibility in his own defense of not reading the content of these verses, overly literally. He writes this, he says, the reference to stars, mountains, and islands as symbols of human or divine powers in the Septuagint, the Jewish writings, and the Apocalypse itself would point further to a figurative interpretation. I would agree. Although I like metaphorical better, because figurative makes it seem like, I think a word like figurative for evangelical readers makes it fall into that category. Well, if it's figurative, it's not real then. No, it is. Okay, a metaphor depends. Its coherence depends on something that is, literally real. So, when you get language like this, we have to remember that when Scripture uses metaphorical, symbolic, we'll use the word figurative here to be nice, figurative language. The point is not that we're talking about something less than real. We're talking about something more than real in a physical, earthly sense. Okay? Got to keep that in mind. One final note on the altar is in order. As was the case with the 24 elders, there exists, believe it or not, an astral interpretation of this feature. In his Revelation commentary, actually alerts readers to this point, even though he's not going to buy it, but he at least does it. He writes, Boll, he's referencing other scholars, everybody except Malina is written in German, okay? Boll, Sattler, and Malina remind us that there was a constellation called the Altar, located in the southern sky in the Milky Way. And then he quotes, a few, Greek and Latin, classical texts, Ptolemy, Hipparchus, Eudoxus, so on and so forth. And they, get going down here to what he says here a little bit further. Boll considered the souls clothed in white under the altar to be the stars in the Milky Way, over which the altar constellation is situated. Let me just stop there. Isn't that interesting? You've got in the astronomical interpretation or the astral interpretation, you've got the altar, and underneath it, you've got a series of stars. And stars, of course, is going to be used elsewhere, both in the Bible and outside the Bible, for celestial beings and or believers who have been glorified. Just pointing it out. It's at least on the table here. So Boll considered the souls clothed in white under the altar to be the stars in the Milky Way over which the altar constellation is situated. So in Boll's mind, John is using astral imagery to communicate the same point, about believers are secure. They're going to be glorified. They're going to be with the Lord. They're going to be part of the council. I mean, the theological endpoints are the same. It's just what is the metaphorical strategy for communicating the idea. And Bull and Malina and others opt for the astral interpretation. They think that the metaphors are astral in nature. That's all we're saying here. It's just that this perspective is quite neglected when it comes to Revelation commentaries. Obviously, there are exceptions, which is why we're reading this stuff. So he continues, he says, On isn't buying this. This interpretation seems forced, however, since the altar mentioned here in verse 9 is one of the furnishings of the heavenly temple referred to elsewhere in Revelation. And astral deification is not so much as hinted at in the rest of Revelation, although it is certainly known in Jewish apocalyptic. Well, there's a problem here. There's actually two problems here. Owen's opinion that this option seems forced is inconsistent with his own content. I mean, we've quoted him here in prior episodes. The very citation, the very quote I just read you, notes that the temple is heavenly. Okay? Which raises the question as to why the altar could not also be heavenly. It's a heavenly temple, a heavenly altar. Don't they kind of go together? In addition, Daniel 12:1-3 has already been used by John, and those verses do indeed point to deification or identification of the righteous with the stars and therefore with the celestial council. And Owen's been all over that. So he's a little bit internally inconsistent here. It seems strained to presume that John needs to keep repeating the idea with the same words for it to be legitimate. But I guess that's what Owen needs to feel a little more positive toward it. But anyway, at least he brings it up. I mean, to his credit, he brings it up. Others do not. And again, for my money, it's at least on the tables. The question again, going back to what I said a few minutes ago, is your theological endpoints are the same. It's just which metaphor or metaphors is John drawing on? To communicate this set of ideas. Is it astral or is it something else? And again, I agree. If you think way back to the very first episode we did on introducing the Old Testament Revelation, I think it was the first episode when I mentioned Malina. Whenever I did that for the first time, I agree with criticisms of his work that he neglects looking for solutions in the Old Testament. That is certainly a flaw. But that doesn't mean that we have to choose between one or the other. It's not an A or a B. Do I choose Old Testament antecedents and metaphors and symbols and verses, or do I choose astral stuff, astral metaphors and Second Temple stuff that uses that kind of content? Do I choose one or the other? It's not a both and. It's an either or it's not an either or. It's a both and. John could be doing both at the same time. He could be moving from one to the other. There's no cosmic rule that says we have to pick a pile, and honestly, there never is. Okay, so we need to have all these things on the table and take a look at them and then just ask ourselves, well, what are the possibilities John could be using this or that or the other thing or combination thereof, or, a lot of this stuff, is floating through his mind, and he's just, he's picking freely, in the way he describes things. And again, this is not to say that John, didn't see certain things. He's recording things that he did see. But it's not like he's writing this stuff, while he's in a trance. That's what he says at the very beginning. I was in the Spirit in the Lord's day. Okay, if that's the case, then this is in part, at least in part, a recollection. And John is trying to communicate what he saw. And so he's also trying to add meaning to what he saw. He's trying to connect with his readers, so that they will understand the implications of what he saw. So it could be, again, we just have to read what he's produced for us in the book of Revelation with all of these things at our disposal. That's my only argument. They should all be on the table. We shouldn't be required or forced to only play in one sandbox as opposed to the other. Just don't see any point to that. But anyway, I would just cautiously suggest, as we wrap up here, that if Revelation 4 and 5 is describing glorified believers being part of the divine council, or at least includes that idea, again, we've spent a lot of time on Revelation 4 and 5, then an astral point of reference could be another layer in John's thinking. While isolating the meaning to Revelation's altar to astral thinking goes too far, Malin is guilty of that. The same can be said for eliminating that possibility altogether. So again, we're going to be doing more of this as we proceed, because there are going to be places where astral stuff might really give us some help here, might really lend some clarity if we can even use the word clarity of revelation for basically anything, I'll go back to help. It might help us a little bit. Clarity seems a little too bold. All these things should be on the table. So that's Revelation 6. Again, obviously dipping into Old Testament stuff with not, specific reference, to altar, Zechariah's horses and chariots and all this stuff. But he's also, referencing Old Testament concepts like celestial judgment of the fallen gods. Okay. Like the divine warrior who now is the Lamb. Okay. All these things are drawn from the Old Testament. They frame what John is trying to communicate and describe in terms of what he was shown. And so the more of this kind of stuff we know, the more apt we will be to not try to parse these things in light of our own modern metaphors or in light of our own modern expectations. And I think that's a good thing. I think that's a wise thing, because Revelation was written to a specific audience at a specific time. Let's just call it the first century, looping in both date possibilities here. And the people who are reading it need to understand it. Those are the ones that it was written to. Whatever we say is going on in the text, the people of the first century need to be able to parse this. It's a simple idea. Reading the text in context, and all of these things we've talked about today are part of that context. Lots of things to draw on, and John doesn't limit himself, and so neither should